Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Thunderpick World Championship South America Series 1. It's me, B-Dog. I'm joined by Hayes as normal, and I'll be a little bit later joined by Exner, which will be a fun time. We got some good games, mate. We're in Group B, and the way that these groups are working at the moment is that we're just banging them out, like, so quickly. So we're going to have the opening games, and then we're immediately going to have the elimination game a little bit later.
Yeah, I get to figure out what's going to happen quite quickly here within the group. I mean, it's a pretty competitive group as well when you look at the two groups side by side. I'd say Group B is probably the more stacked of the two groups, just in terms of more difficult to predict who would make it through. So pretty open-ended going into the day, I would say.
Yeah, I'd say so. Let's have a little looky as what's going on. It's actually the winners match later, then the loser and the decider games are tomorrow. SELVA are taking on DSG, as was the abbreviation. We're not going to try and do that one. In fact, it's DESEMPREGUEIDOS. It's fine.
There we go.
And then it's Red Canids versus Bounty Hunters a little bit later. And to be honest, this first matchup's interesting to me because we saw SELVA over at CCT last week. They went on and they played 2-game, and that was when I did my big, oh my god, SELVA, you should be winning this easily, and then 2-game won the whole event. So we'll see how that goes. For DSG, these guys are XW7M, and you've got some fun players in here. In fact, let's go take a look at that lineup first. Let's take a look at the DESEMPREGUEIDOS roster first, and we can have a little look at that, because there's some fun players on here, because you've got Bartan, you've got Urbano, and then you've got the core of, obviously, W7M being Jota, Levi, and Shuz.
Yeah, I mean, recognizable name value. I mean, Barton in particular, right? Probably the guy that people would know the most. Shiz has also just been floating around the Brazilian team scene rather for a long time. Yeah, I don't know what kind of output you're getting from Shiz these days. I haven't heard of Urbano or just Urban or Levi. In fact, Levi maybe just has a new profile picture. Name does sound slightly familiar, maybe just from the W7M days. I see he played in Sharks Youngsters as well. But yeah, those two players I'm not as familiar with.
Okay.
I don't know. Is this just one of those like general, groupings we get of Brazilian players that, you look down 3 months from now and you don't see any sort of semblance of this roster, or have they got something to work with here?
I look, this team's been together a little bit, like, since March, so probably the latter of what you're saying. Urbano, he played in this team called AJF, and they featured quite a lot in the CCT, like, closed qualifiers. Then he moved to Esports, and it's like, oh, okay. And he was doing pretty well over there, to be honest. I do remember him being there for like a year, and he was pretty decent. He's only 21 years old, so I'm really familiar with Urbano. Obviously, Bartan, incredibly familiar with him as well. And then you go to SELVA, and it's like, okay, well, we are absolutely familiar with all of these players, right? GBB, Nathan, Destiny, Tomate, Slashes. Like, Slashes is the new kid on the block. GBB is performing amazingly. And you've got Destiny and Tomate, Nathan, like this really solid core. Nathan's been pretty okay on the AWP recently. It's just about Destiny's calling, because the thing about SELVA is what we saw last week. Their calling was really basic. It was not good. There was not enough sort of tactical depth, and you're going to need that, especially against a team that has been together for 3 months. Obviously been dropped by the organization for one reason or another, but it is hoping to do well here. That should be the expectation. Minimum expectation for SELVA is to get out of this group and to go into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that SELVA have got some heavy hitters on their team. It's just about whether or not they're pitching up at the moment. But in terms of ceiling, it's a really high ceiling on the squad. I think with Nathan, he tends to be a bit more of a stable AWPer, and I think that's fine in this team because you have that explosivity of someone like GBB, Tomate as well. But we did also see GBB disappear in that important game against 2-game last week. So hopefully we will see an improvement in that front. I mean, they won the first map pretty convincingly, if I remember correctly, and then they just dropped off a cliff thereafter. So yeah, hopefully the break has served them well, because there's a couple tournaments floating around in the region at the moment.
Yeah, you had the Odyssey Cup, you obviously had just CCT just gone, and now you got this, and Train, Ancient, Dust 2. It's interesting because Train, SELVA played it once, Ancient, DSG have played it once, and then Dust 2 is, I'd say, a little bit of a middle ground in terms of XW7M have played it 0 times, and SELVA have played it a lot, but have only won it twice. They've not won it in the last 4 encounters either.
Certainly a peculiar veto here. I mean,
Yeah.
it's interesting that SELVA also decided to ban Inferno. I mean, I see that they do ban it quite frequently, but they've also played it a few times, and I guess that's just not wanting to go up against W7M, who do enjoy the map. Why haven't they picked Nuke, though? I thought that's kind of what I was expecting them to go with here in the pick ban phase. They've gone for Train instead. I guess, you know what? They've got good results on Train as well, so clearly that's their primary map they'd like to play.
I guess it's a combination of Train went well. They beat Sharks in this quite dominantly last month. They then lost against Sharks, but it was like 13-11. Like that's really good. You're going up against a very stacked team, and that's Abano actually popping off. He gets 22 kills in that 13-11 loss, and it takes an awful lot actually for Sharks to get it over the line. Ardy and Zhao and Doc need to get over 20 kills to close that game. Jeez. So yeah, I think Train makes a lot of sense actually. Head to head is funny because it's actually just neither of those players. It is Jota versus GBB. GBB, the one you expect. Jota 1.27 in the last 3 months. Who is this guy?
Yeah, I mean, it was certainly not the Turkish Jota, but he is somebody who's just been putting up really good numbers consistently lately. I mean, he's a name I've also seen around for a while. He's 27 years old, though.
He was an Imperial for a bit, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm actually just looking at his teams that he's played on HLTV now, and he was on MIBR for a year and a half, and then Imperial for a year as well. And maybe just tapered off a little bit since then. I mean, maybe he's trying to just build himself back up again, but he's somebody who's clearly putting up good performances lately.
Yeah, he absolutely is. And let's see how he gets on Train. Our first map, we don't have to waste any time. We can just get straight into things here. And SELVA are going to be starting CT, of course. And DSG are rushing A.
Well, this is just, yeah, brute force. Not wasting any time, just straight in towards the A bomb site. Destiny going to go blow for blow. And this is actually going to be a bit of a problem for DSG because they've been stopped in their tracks. They have to try and find momentum from a standing start on this A bomb site.
They're fine. Look at all the damage. Like, there was 3 dinks that came in instantaneously. The only guy that could really have done anything there was Slashes over in Old Bomb, which Destiny is in now, and he just gets one tapped. So it's like, oh, okay. Can't really do too much about it. Tomate needs to follow suit. He needs to be the guy that finds some kills quite quickly. Maybe he can get one on Bartan, but Bartan is just jiggling the angle perfectly and takes his head clean off. Levi will eventually follow through on Destiny, and that round was over pretty much as soon as it started because of all those dinks.
Yeah, it's actually just really well done. It's so difficult to contain those big A hits on the CT side of Train. If they get out of A main and they start wrapping around through Sandwich and through E-Box, then it just feels like they're all over you. You don't really have favorable positions to play from. Good work there coming through from the T side to open up their accounts. I'm just looking at Barton, obviously Legacy jersey. He's officially still on the bench for Legacy. And I mean, that probably would have sucked, like, watching what they did from the sidelines. I mean, I'm sure he's happy for his friends, you know, but at the same time, that was his former team.
Yeah, that was Lux taking over in his stead in, and sorry, Bartan, but that looks like a very good upgrade. He's on a mission to prove himself, though, so this is good. I mean, DSG, this is full eco. They lost one guy immediately, and they go, okay, well, we can just go away, and they're already bodyguarding the gun. So the fact that they've done this, I think, is really good macro. Hopefully, they'll be able to only sort of keep that casualty to be 1, and SELVA will just walk away with nothing.
Yeah, it looks like at this point SELVA just don't want to give up the kill reward here, so they're just going to keep all 5 players alive. Not like they're saving anything, not holding on to anything. And the first gun round is upon us. Now, DSG did future-proof their investment by going for mostly rifles. In fact, they had 5 Galils, so just going to plug the gaps with a couple AKs here. And they've gone out both rounds so far. Are they going to do it again? Are they going to be looking to try and condition SELVA early on? I mean, this is a good way to test a team who haven't played much Train. What's your A defense like? Are you able to contain those really fast hits?
I think that's the main thing. What I've seen teams doing quite a lot recently is incorporating Ivy. Because when we first started seeing Train, we didn't see anyone really going towards Ivy. We used it more as a lurk. But the splits through Ivy and A main are really prominent. And I think they can definitely deliver an awful lot. Urbano has just followed through on towards Slashes. And we said, look, Urbano was one of the guys that did so much work against Sharks in both encounters that they played him. SHZ goes one further and just gets rid of GBB like it's nothing. And Urbano wants even more, a lot of damage. Destiny's now confirmed, but Destiny's found a multi-kill. Hang on a second, this is turned right back into even steading.
Hang on, though, again, because now Shiz is wrapping around through Ivy, and I don't think Destiny spotted him on the jump up. It's all about this timing on the smoke fade. Nathan out in the open as well is going to be able to tuck himself back into A main just in time, despite his low health. And as that smoke fades, surely they consider this, right? I mean, there's actually the wraparound from Teammate. He can't keep his teammate alive, but at least he gets the trade. Barton steps hurt. Destiny will seal the deal. What a massive triple kill from him. In fact, it's a quad.
Yeah, that was huge from Destiny because you've got this double up where DSG feel like they've already got the round in the palm of their hand after they get 2 opening kills through smokes. And they're like, okay, we can take this round anywhere. We're going to go at A main. Trade spacing was not good enough. And Destiny profits off that. And then at the same time, you've then got these moving pieces. I really like the Destiny knife and reposition. You take the space away from DSG by pushing into A main because you know that noticeable gap is over at Ivy and you can't get backstabbed. And even if you are getting backstabbed, Tomate is right there. And Destiny, more importantly, is not sort of falling for that either. So a really nice little show in there by SELVA. And it's good to see that from them, especially because I haven't really played the map. It's good awareness.
And if Destiny goes down there initially, then even if he just gets 1 kill and he gets traded out, it's round over. There's no way for SELVA to win it. Just great impact from him. Standing out in the open at the front of A main and getting the kills was really impressive. More of that, please, Destiny. SELVA on the board. Look at what that does to the finances of DSG as well. Levi's going to have to come into the round with the Desert Eagle. Very limited utility. In fact, just a smoke grenade left here for them to work with.
Oh, look at this. Little boost up for Destiny as well. He's going to get Levi.
This is sweaty.
It is, but it's such an easy kill. And
Yeah,
now he
it's
can
effective.
back off. Fortunately, look, that was only the Deagle that died. Now you've confirmed, okay, well, they were on the boost. Probably not going to be on the boost anymore. You're still consolidating Ivy here if you're SELVA. And now Destiny has gone back to an even more nerdy cringe angle. I love this out of Destiny. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, you're limited for options in terms of setting yourself up on the A-bomb side. So, you know, you go for that nerdy first angle on the boost up, you get like an opening little gimmick kill, cool, then you can fall back because you got the advantage. You don't have to try and make any more plays. There's going to be a big hit into the A-bomb side late into the round. They don't have any more utility though. There are 3 players here waiting to welcome them with open arms. Damage is being done. Slash gets traded, that's fine. You don't mind that at your DSG so much. Such low health for these remaining players should be easy pickings, and it is.
Yeah, I love the way that they set themselves up there because you've got Slash's close red train, really advanced with an MP9, so you're making good use of that weapon. Then you got Destiny further back, playing a little pixel angle to guarantee these players. After all the attention is being taken by the MP9, you're never going to be looking directly back sight, also a red train at the same time. It's really difficult. So you pulls crosshairs, Destiny's there, and then you've got players that are just trickling in. You've got one that's tucked in towards Old Hell, you've got one that is tucked in towards Ivy, and these are really good crossfires all being set up by SELVA. It feels like they really have worked on their train, they just haven't had an opportunity to play it.
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't want to pick it, right? Because they've got more reliable maps, but it's clearly something that they're happy to play. Doesn't seem like it's a very popular map in the region, right? You and I have done quite a few CCT South American games lately. I don't think I saw it once in any of the playoff games I was casting / hosting, so that must have been maybe like 10 maps that were played, maybe even 12, I think, so...
I haven't seen one either,
played
actually.
a huge amount. Yeah, so there we go.
I thought that was a Deagle headshot, and it wasn't. It was an M4. This round becomes really uninteresting, and SELVA win with 5 alive.
Yeah, and Brandon, this is all
awesome.
predicated off of the back of Destiny getting that huge multi-kill in A main.
You're right.
That's what's kick-started this little streak of theirs. If he, just like I said earlier, if he just goes 1 for 1, they could be down 0-5 right now even.
If SELVA win this, then DSG are in a lot of danger. Obviously, the CT side is going to be preferred, but I love how dynamic this is. And this time, Slashes gets his revenge. He's able to get rid of Urbano through a smoke. Tomate is then baited in by Knifin, and he's able to escape. Knifin is still holding this angle despite being tagged.
Yeah, I really like it, man. Just showing some extreme confidence right now here on the side of SELVA. Nice proactivity, like you say. Slashes getting that frag initially. And then the double setup towards ramp. It's going to be a good kill from Levi back, though. It takes a bit in the process, but at least he's found a frag. Tomato, get your gun out, son.
This crossfire's too good. Even if he kills one, he's not killing the other one. Oh, no. Oh, he did. Never mind. I lied. Bartan's also found Destiny. How has this round gone this way?
No, I have no idea.
That timing on GBB turning back towards the A-bomb site is actually just insane. What?
Yeah, great work there from Shiz. Really, I mean, the fact that he gets both those kills and he kind of makes it look easy in the process as well. Doesn't even take a single point of damage. Nathan,
how?
I mean, they've taken a while to actually get into the position to plant the bomb here. So Nathan is going to have a chance. He's going to feel this out. Shiz is perfectly placed right now, though. And he's going to walk straight into the crosshair. He's taken 95 damage in the process, but he's landed the shot. Molly's going to take part, and it hasn't, but surely he's heard a step here. So he's got the info. And Nathan with York means he has got a chance here. Barton's going to step out, take the fight on his terms, and that'll be enough.
I can't believe that. I'm actually stunned into silence for how that is transpired. Because let's be honest, SHZ should not have got those kills. And he did. Fair enough. He broke the crossfire, hit the headshots there immediately. Nice little lurk timing through Ivy. That made all the difference. And now if you're DSG, it feels like you're rushing A. It feels like you're going to drop all your util and just bomb out here immediately with these MAC-10s. Straight into Destiny. Let's see if he can find a multi-kill. He's so blind. He gets away with absolutely nothing. Backside is Knifin, but SHG's getting rid of his teammates in the meanwhile.
Oh, Slash has been cut down without a kill, and that's going to be a big call-out frag there from Shiz as well. That is round over. A bomb site devastated. Tomate gets one through the smoke, but still 1 versus 3. They know where he is. There shouldn't be any chance for him. And this is DSG just regaining full control of their map pick. You were talking about that 6th round 3-2 scoreline, how important it was for DSG. Make sure the wheels don't come off here on train, how big this map is for them in the Veto as well. And yeah, they're in control once again. And I like how they follow up that previous round that they won with the big hits into A here. Just again testing the defense, and they've come out on top.
I'll be honest, like I haven't seen too much of this region recently. But SHZ is always one of those guys where I think, why has he not been picked up by a better team? Because his raw aim is just unbelievable. Every single time I watch this kid, he is just ripping heads off immediately. His mechanical ability, in fact, I think it's just got better since the last time I saw him. 8 and 6 right now. It's only if he can cut out some of these little mistakes. Sometimes he is prone to overextending. His aim does get him out of the situation sometimes, but goodness me. I think he can be molded. I really do think he can be molded into it's like a good sort of team. I reckon like a Sharks.
Okay, yeah, actually it's not a bad shout, something like that maybe. I'm just thinking, I wonder if he's kind of overlooked in the Brazilian scene now because he has had his time. That's a problem. Tomate effectively gets 2 kills. 1 through the smoke and 1 by virtue of a TK. It's going to be a flashback through the smoke, and it's looking like it might be Shiz to recover the round for his team again.
I guess so. I mean, he was an MRBR. Luminosity.
That's why I'm thinking, like, maybe he's kind of getting overlooked now at this point because he was considered a prospect that gave him a go. Clearly didn't work then, and maybe that was his chance. I don't know.
Barton's ready for the boost. He's ready for the boost before it even comes in, and then it comes in, and he's still pre-firing it. That has got a sting.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, they get the 5v3 early on, and then they're trying to flash back through the sandwich smoke to fight A main. That felt unnecessary. It's just a USP as well, so even if you do get the jump on the guy, still not a guaranteed kill. And I think that you don't need to continue to make plays in the 5v3. I think you just want to slow down at that point. try and hide in corners in the bomb site, set up those weird, obscure crossfires with the USP, stack up on top of each other, have a guy hide in the corner, and then one guy right next to him baiting. Maybe the other guy doesn't get cleared. Just think that they didn't really use the advantage to the best of their ability there.
Breaking news as well. It's now confirmed that Heroic have signed Grix.
I saw that. Was speculated for a while. And when I saw Nuke getting benched from BC game and them saying, you know, good luck in your future endeavors, I was like, hang on, have they pivoted to Nuke here? But I'm really glad it's Grix. That's going to be exciting. I think it's also, I mean, Grix's success in the team is heavily dependent on the coach that Heroic pick up here as well to develop him. So I'm going to be watching that keenly too.
That's going to be fun with him and Tanir.
Oh, right. Heroic signed Tobas, right? They've already announced their coach. I just remembered. So, and Tobas has proven to be able to develop talents. So I think that'll be a great combination with him and Grix.
Right. This is important, by the way.
Yeah, true.
I want to, because I do want to yap, but
go ahead.
I feel like I shouldn't.
All right. Put
I
it
want
on
to watch
ice.
this instead. You know, I could yap about Heroic all day.
Yeah, our time will come. Our opportunities will present
I
themselves.
feel like, by the way, I'm just gonna yap over this. Screw it. I feel like I'm the one that promoted that Grix signing because I messaged Sneaky Beak and I said, "Bro, sign Grix," and they have. So technically, it's all me.
So you were the talent scout. Did they give you like some sort of a finder's fee at least, man?
No, they won't give
Maybe
me a shout
hoodie?
out on social media.
I mean, that would still be nice. That would be something.
Look at B, or
Yeah.
don't, because Tomate has just killed Jota. Destiny's
That's
in pop as well.
also-
This is awesome. Look at this from Destiny.
Yeah, shakes things up. DSG, they either go really quickly or they tend to use the full length of the round that's available to them. Where are they going to pivot from here? They're going to try and go out A. Slash is going to be the first point to contact. Destiny's gone down and Slash has lost his life as well.
Bro, what is Destiny looking at? GBB and Knifeman will answer back immediately. 3 versus 2. Tomate comes in from this B bomb site. Does so much damage between him and GBB. They're able to collect, but Destiny is looking at the floor or something in Pop Dog because Biden just comes around the corner and just hits a headshot with ease.
Yeah, thankfully it doesn't cost them too massively in the round. I mean, Tomato's having some really big moments here in this first half so far. And this is Selva's opportunity. Good job to win that previous gun round. If they can follow that up with a win here as well, 5-all. Anti-eco get a lead. Build up some momentum going into their T side.
Feels like they need 7-5. Like let's just be realistic here, considering where Selva are in terms of this map. Sure, small sample size, but where they could be. Especially on CT side. I imagine their T side's not going to be as good as their CT side, so 7 feels like a direct consequence of this. Slashes will at least find Urbano. The boost up on the AWP doesn't find anything. And DSG are all in. They've invested a lot of money into this round, and they're going to go Ivy, so that means you need to get by Knifeman, and SHZ is here.
Problem is, Knifeman is just kind of pivoting between Pop, A main, and Ivy at this point. Run boost to get Levi across on the Yorp. Yeah, Knifeman's gonna die. Knifeman's just lazily peeking back into this angle every time. And okay,
no.
He's really fortunate that he hasn't peeked back into the scope of Levi.
Why?
Again, you can't afford to do that. Not that this late in the round, especially when there's no pressure anywhere else on the map.
Why did he do that? It was so unnecessary.
It's just lazy.
And do you know what it does do? Is you've now got the AWP over here. You think it's going to be a commitment, and it's not. Instead, they're going to come through A main. Slashes, you feel like it's going to be caught off guard, or maybe not. He does a lot of damage onto these players coming in. 20 seconds left. Time's now a burden. Flashbang. Slashes is just trying to deny. GBB is also keeping an eye out for Levi. But it's actually just Spartan that annihilates, and Levi comes through with GBB. Slashes is somehow still alive, but not for very long. DSG able to get that round, but you look at it on the face of it and you think, feels like they shouldn't have got that round.
No, certainly not. I love the decision-making from DSG, though, after they get that kill on Ninth. And like you say, Selva's focus would certainly shift to Ivy at that point, and then it's the pump out of A main. And they're just really good with their crosshair placement, the clearing of the angles, the complementary covering of one another as well. Looks really solid. And Selva, they've dropped the ball, down 6-4 now. They're going to go all in. 8-4 is a very realistic halftime scoreline in favor of DSG at this point.
there's 2 rounds here that they should have won, Selva, and the first one is the one where SHZ is somehow able just to get 2 headshots on the Ivy players. And then it's this one where you look at the face of it and you think, Knifin, why have you peeked? If Knifin didn't re-peek into that angle, Selva probably win that round because there's 20 seconds to get out A main and you would have an extra body on the A bomb site. You would have the AWP locking down Ivy. So actually, that round is all on Knifin. You bozo, why did you peek?
Yeah, because you can even just post much further back and hold a deep line. You don't actually have to peek into Ivy itself. And I just feel like that's what, yeah, that certainly was like the linchpin or the catalyst in the round where things fell apart for Selva. Anyway, here we go. It's going to be back out into the A-bomb site now for DSG. With pace and ferocity. They're being met by numbers from Selva, though. There are bodies just being thrown in towards A-main, but there are bodies that litter the floor.
Oh my god. They even naded. Oh, this is a really cool nade thrown by Urbano that lands off the back of the wall and hits E-box. And Tomate will at least find one, sure. And look, they are low. There's no way the MP9 wins this. Surely not. He's upgraded to an AK. The bomb is on the floor. It's just about figuring out for Tomate what he wants to go and do. He's going to hold this little headshot line. He's packed out. This timing is so weird. Has he made an audio cue? No. Levi's now searching and scavenging with an MP9. Urbano gets caught out. Tomate could do this. Levi is 1 bullet away from death. He's now dropped an MP9 to go back and get this AWP. And with 45 seconds left, this is going to get confusing and weird. It's just even more bizarre. Tomate's now trying to call the bluff. He's thinking, oh, Levi, you're going to come into connector, aren't you? Yeah. And he doesn't. So Tomate's now going to reposition all the way to Ivan. I think this is going to work.
Well, the longer that Levi takes, the further forward Tomate's actually going to get on his movement here. And he might even be close enough to hear the digits being punched in. He will be... Oh my goodness, Tomatoes brought this all the way down to an incredibly winnable 1 versus 1. In fact, he may even have the odds in his favor. Levi in the corner, fully committed, not spotted, or was he? Tomate goes searching again. The timing is going to work out perfectly for Levi, and he's hit the spot. You cannot script it. That is ridiculous.
No. How? I'm in such disbelief because that went from, oh, they've won the round easily, 3 kills that come up into the feed, to Tomate doing so much work with the MP9, finding an AK, repositioning, somehow isolating the fight between Levi and Urbano, then walking all the way back around, has the right idea, has the right read, and the minute Levi turns around is the minute that Tomate rounds the corner. That is, sometimes the game just doesn't want you to win. And it feels like we're actually getting that from Selva. The Counter-Strike gods are saying, do you know what? Not this time, Selva. You're going to be down 8-4.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things, right? Nothing they can do about it. Timing is such a massive factor in the game of Counter-Strike. One of the biggest uncontrollable variables, right? And, I mean, you can't even fault Tomate. He does nothing wrong. Perfect attempt, but Levi was just better. Timing gods on his side. Look down on him fondly. I guess we could do like the inverse of Launder's series. We could go for lucky or good. For Levi's clutch there. You decide. This has been a big theme of their T side so far. Fast into the same bomb site, and again, it's going to be 3 entry kills coming from 3 different players. It's not the first time they've had that either, Brandon, where they've just dispersed all these opening kills amongst the entry pack.
If they're going to be playing like this, and they're going to obviously move on to map 2 and beyond, like you're looking at this and you're thinking this firepower is ridiculous. GBB again having a really slow one. Knifen's made some considerable mistakes. Tomate and Destiny being the top performing players, no disrespect to either of them, but that's not how this team operates. It's normally completely the other way around. Tomate has got some good games in him, but it's normally GBB. It's normally Knifen. Destiny can frag, but when he's at the top of the board, that's where it gets a little bit worrying.
Okay, well, yeah, I just don't really see a world in which 4 rounds here on the CT side for Selva is going to have to be enough. I mean, it certainly does require them to win the pistol round here, convert that, and then gun round afterwards. So many must-achieve objectives. Hit that half there from Shiz. 15-3, man. He was just brutal. He was deadly in that. Yeah, I mean, he had that really good double kill in the one round from Ivy, but he had some really important frags just coming straight out of A main at the start of the round on entry duties as well. So actually displaying a multifaceted skill set in the half there was Shiz.
A really comprehensive round. Look at this. You get 3 in a row out of SELVA. You think, okay, maybe it can start to be happening. Maybe you can start to build in, and they just get completely wiped out. 1 round after that for the entirety of that first half. Double dualies, flashbang, everything you would expect, and more. Here for DSG. For SELVA, you're looking at this, you're thinking, uh-oh, this is a sign of a team that doesn't play train. We already knew that, but this is no util, full Kevlar, straight into Barton, who is able to get a few kills. Levi is here as well, and SHZ has just chimed in with another couple of kills. This guy is unbelievable. He is 17-8.
Yeah, he's everywhere wherever the action is going down at this point. And it's going to be Levi to finish off the job as well. Great job coming through. I mean, Barton was always going to go down. The fact that he finds a kill before he does is a good return. And then Levi's able to find a frag at range, just thinning out the SELVA attack. They continue to commit to the initial cause. They're trying to get down into that B bomb site. And then they run into Shiz, who's just dealing in multi-kills at this point. A multi-kill merchant is Shiz here in this map so far. And I was talking about how important that pistol round was for SELVA. And, yeah, well, I mean, didn't even get off the tarmac.
No, it just nosedived immediately. Can it nosedive if it didn't get off the tarmac?
I mean, I can't nosedive, but I guess it could still just flop over frontward. Do like a somersault in an airplane.
Jota. Okay, it's fine. Why are we just watching Jota? His crosshair just goes on the floor. Bro. He's like, oh, I need to rotate to B. Wait, no, they're coming. And he just doesn't move his mouse. Fair enough. I mean, it's 10-4. Oh, that's so funny.
Okay, well, I mean, it didn't cost him anything. He's just kind of feeding his teammates, I guess. You know, just letting them pass.
Oh, no, I just enjoyed it.
Yeah, I know. Fair enough. I'm just trying to come up with some sort of cover for him. I don't even know. Anyway, first gun round. Rifles across the board for SELVA. Limited utility and obviously a must-win round. And it feels like the ship has already sailed here on the map.
No way! There's no way! Slash has at least got rid of Urbano. Bartan's now followed through. Look at this lineup from Jota. It could have been good, but it wasn't. Bartan thrown into this 1v1. And Slashes is just immediately going to hightail it towards this B bomb site. And look at the rotation out of Barton. He doesn't believe it. He's guessed wrong.
Damn, I mean, Slash is not wasting any time either. Just full gas, no breaks into this B bomb site. And Barton, well, the penny will now drop. And he's going to be quite far away here. At least he's got the kits. He's got a molly as well. Important to note, it's a molly and not an incendiary. He intentionally threw his into the A bomb site so he could pick this molly up here. And I wonder if that's going to make any difference here on the retake. As he starts to clear out the bomb site itself and he gets an idea that, okay, he's got to be heaven or he's got to be ramp. He's going to drop that molly. Slash is going to peek. He's now ahead of the flames. He's gotten the kill. He'll die to the molly afterwards, but at least he's won the round for his team.
Ooh, all right. It needed one of those. It needed one of those 1v1s to actually go SELVA's way. And Slashes just takes the fight. Fair play. Because, as you say, if that molly spreads, the defuse is just going to be stuck. And you're going to run through the fire and the flames. You're going to take a lot of damage. You're going to burn very quickly at the tail ends of that molly.
And he was on like 40 health, so yeah.
And that was DSG just with the bonus buy, just taking fights in towards A main, nearly coming out on top. But GBB was really fast through Pop, and you've got to be thinking if yourself, Pop could definitely be exploited here. It'd be interesting to see sort of how that pans out as this second half progresses. But for DSG, now they've got absolutely everything at their disposal. It's going to be even harder to break onto these bomb sites. And that was already hard, and they just had MP9s.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, that was the bonus buy. Now it's going to be an AWP rifles, full utility as well. Only going to get more difficult from here for SELVA, but they've won the gun round. That might inspire them. That might just perk them up a little bit here. There's been kind of moments where it looked like SELVA were starting to get going here on Train, and then they've just lost a round where they should have won it, and that sets them back 2 paces after moving 1 step forward, right? That's kind of been the theme of Train.
This is going to be quick in towards B. The bomb just needs to come over.
We didn't see DSG go B once, did we?
No, that's true, we didn't. We saw a few times where they lurked out B, but they never really committed. Tomate was very good at anchoring down that bomb site, to be fair to him. Bomb's now been scooped up and dropped over. Let's see how good this exec is, because you've got to bear in mind that Bartan has got no utility, and he's the only one here.
Yeah, for now, Yotta is going to head back in this direction, and maybe Shiz starts to read into this as well. There's going to be a very late lurk through Ivy, but Destiny can't do anything. He's not going to contribute to this round at all. Not a big fan. It's almost like it's a 4 versus 5. Self-inflicted for SELVA. Yotta in the back of the bomb site gets one. Barton gets in on the act. That needs to be calmed, though. In the meantime, bomb plant will be secured, and GBB is just doing the most. He's just found 3 somehow, single-handedly.
Nearly a 4th. Right, you speak about this Destiny play, and now he needs to come into the fold. He's going to be in towards Connector very soon, but is the bomb even planted for him? No kit, it's not. You're right, there is no kit, so maybe SHG can come on the bomb. They got no idea he's here. They have no idea he's here. Now they get a good semblance of it. SHG needs to grab this kill, and he can't do it. So between GBB and Destiny, SELVA stay alive.
Oh, I mean, yeah, GBB is just the hero of the round there. He's had a very quiet map so far, but the fact that he's just able to stand tall in that B bomb site on the front lines as well, no cover, not able to bob and weave, just out in the open, stand and bang. He gets 3 fantastic kills, buys the time for Destiny on that big flank, and they're never anticipating it. Worked out in the end. Thankfully, there wasn't a kit there. And now, DSG are going to force pipe. So SELVA are closing the gap. They win this 10-7. Anti-Eco 10-8. Maybe a bit of a conversation to be had at that point about the comeback.
Yeah, look, I mean, this round's going to be pretty straightforward, you assume. I mean, look at the back 10s in B. The amount of space they've just gained is ridiculous. So there's going to be some SMG on SMG violence, but now with the added time burden of the bomb, and DSG say, we just invested into this round. We don't want to walk into the next one in round 18 with just USPs. We're going to take what we have. We're going to run away. If you want to hunt us, cool, that's fine. Good luck. Maybe we can upgrade, but I doubt it because the players that are hunting are just the guys on the SMGs.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a confident round. I don't know if SELVA are like, well, we're basically just up against the wall here. Map is as good as done, boys. Let's just run at them. Just all gas, no brakes kind of style here. Worked out for them in a couple rounds. Question is, if this style's working for you, do you abandon it as the game gets close again because it's just too risky, or do you keep up with it?
Probably just keep doing it. Destiny loves these fast-paced sort of plays. Also, DSG were doing this and it was working. So you're in a game state where if you're SELVA, maybe you just can just run it forward. You can just keep it moving. But the fact that this is, I should have imagined that with South America Counter-Strike, the rounds are going to be more T-sided just naturally. But this feels a little bit outrageous. Bartan baits in SHZ and he's able to get 2, 3. Are you kidding me? 3 kills immediately, and that shuts things down. Jota and Urbano come through with the MP9s from Pop Dog, and SELVA can't do a thing.
Well, I was wondering, like, are we just going to see SELVA keep this very aggressive style up through the rest of the half? Because eventually you will trip over and lose a round inadvertently. Just like that, trying to go through a smoke against what's essentially a save round there for the CT side. So risky. And the game isn't completely lost. It's not like you should be throwing in the towel at 7-10 when you've got a team with a broken buy in the round. Oh, man, SHC, I mean, who other but him then to stand up for DSG here, get them back to winning ways. And again, we can chalk that up as another one of these rounds that SELVA should have won on the map, but they dropped the ball.
I mean, that one is just SHZ just owning them and being baited in
SELVA
beautifully by Bartan. No, you're right. Knifen's actually able to get one. So he gets a little bit of revenge. Levi is able to back up and deal with GBB. And that was the only threat on B. Slashes is How on earth has he gotten here then? Through Ivy, but it feels like that's been calmed over. It feels like DSG got a pretty good understanding of this, because look at the reaction from the B players. They're immediately grouping to potentially backstab here with Jota. They know that this is a point of contention, and now they definitely know it. Levi, can he trade slashes? No! Oh dear! Oh no.
Oh, that's a big missed shot, because look at the minimap. Look at what that does to the state of the map if he gets that one kill. SELVA lose so much control and information, and now he's just nestled himself into a corner. DSG are going searching for him.
Oh,
and Levi's going to miss another that forces him out into the open. He's dead, but you're never going to expect Jota here, are you?
He shouldn't, but he needs a multi-kill. The issue is he can't find a multi-kill, and in fact, he needs to grab everyone. Slashes can just remain in this corner, and he's the scapegoat in this round.
Oh,
and,
no,
in
Jota.
actual fact, Jota's already shot before he even should have. So suddenly he's been dinked by Slashes, who's done everything in this round for SELVA. Jota is going to make his emergency exit in towards the spawn. So SELVA are going to go up to 8 rounds. So there you go. You have one, we have one. And that's only going to hurt the economy, mind you, of DSG.
Yeah, they're still up to 11, so they're in a good position, still have some money in the bank, but yeah, that back and forth certainly will chip away at their round loss bonus. And SELVA keep themselves alive. They keep themselves in the conversation here on Train by winning this gun round, because we would have just wrapped it up and called it a day if they had lost this round. Big impact from Nathan as well, and Azorpia. I mean, he had 5 kills coming into this round. Quiet time so far on Train, normally an Orpa's playground. Jota's had a pretty tough day in the office as well, by the way. Just mechanically looked a bit off the pace.
He was in a head-to-head as well, right? 1.27 over the last 3 months. I was going to say, look at who Nathan killed. Look at who Nathan entried in that round. SHZ. I'm not being funny. If you're going to get like 2 Nathan kills over the next couple of rounds, if they're both on SHZ, you're fine. You're laughing. Yeah. Absolutely. This is rough. This is really tough for both teams, both economies at breaking point. A lot of nades being dumped in towards upper B, but that's not the intent here for SELVA. They're resetting. I wonder if Urbano heard those footsteps. I don't think it will matter, because he's now got this idea that they've ran back towards A main. Meanwhile, SELVA are re-walking into this B bomb site.
Yes, it's certainly been a favorite of theirs throughout the half so far. GBB going to force the hand of the utility there. And also, it doesn't really give up the round. I mean, it's just one player who's shown his presence at the top of ramp, so not like DSG are going to overcommit to rotations off the back of that. But as the time starts to tick on and there's no further presence or pressure anywhere else on the map, then yeah, maybe you think, hang on. They baited our util out at B. We don't have that smoke in play. We have to rotate some players across, and there's now 3 players home for the CT side.
Oh my god, what a shot.
Make that 1. There's another Nathan kill on SHG, by the way. It's just Jota left in the B bomb site, not for much longer. And SELVA, well, they're back.
That's the priority of having that waterfall smoke, by the way, because the minute you overstep out of it, if you're Bartan, you're going to get a headshot. And it was an insane reaction. But also, it allows plays like this from Tomate, where he can stand on just the edge of the platform, on the wisps of the smoke, be covered, and it gives him a one-way. So Jota's got no clue that there's going to be players there. Obviously, he expects players there, but also he's going to be worried about oil, going to be worried about the progression to the right-hand side of that smoker and the platform, and never ready for a one-way instant headshot. You're right, SELVA are back. 2 rounds now is the difference, and the money for DSG, to put it politely, it's right in the bin.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the finances, wondering if they're going to drop some guns. I mean, they've shown a proclivity to want to go for the investment more often than not. Barton can get M4, and then you get a couple MP9s or FAMASas from Urbano and Levi. I wonder. We've got a bit of a tech timeout here, so some time to just stew and make that decision. SELVA are going to be thinking, oh man, what if, Brandon, what if we could have closed out some of those rounds? We had the advantages on the CT side. Completely different states of the game right now if that was the case.
And what if we could play a map without attack pause?
Come on. That's like, yeah, it's just one of the death taxes and tech pauses in South American Counter-Strike, man.
Yeah, you might be right. So you got SHC on nothing, Jota nothing, Bartan USP, fun, and then Levi and Urbano. One rifle, one AWP, one hope is that they can somehow steal this round away. Because right now, the momentum is well and truly with SELVA.
We're getting back into the game now. And I will say, I'm actually happy to see that DSG have made the decision to save their money here, Brandon. I feel like most teams in this position would have just forced up the FAMASas and MP9s around the guns that they've saved. And what this means is they've still got the open M4 to work with, decent bit of firepower, upgraded pistols around them, and some Kevlar. And they're guaranteed a full buy in the next. So there's not a huge amount of risk behind this investment here. Playing the long game, but I prefer this, yeah.
Yeah, me too. And Levi's also, well, attempting to get a pick up a B. Even got flashed in for it, but was smoked off by SELVA early. He's going to move away. He's going to move in towards lower, the exact same angle that Nathan was trying to occupy a little bit on that CT side. These pistols getting very nice and close is dangerous, in my opinion, for SELVA, but Destiny might have just slipped the gap. There's that one kill, but again, you still have to navigate all these pistols. Jota's found 2.
Yeah, now he's going to be looking towards his teammates. Jota's continuing to try and work, but the smoke is faded. That leaves him exposed. In the meantime, Levi has gotten one with the Zorp, though.
Oh, what?
His position made known, posted on the angle. Be careful, Slash. You can't overextend. His teammate's gone down in the meantime. I hadn't even clocked that. A second kill comes through from Levi. It's just Slash left remaining.
I don't think he can do this. Levi's just posted on the angle. Bartan should not be moving away from him, especially when you've got eyes on the bomb. So Slashes has to come, potentially, through main or through Ivy. Ivy feels late at this game state. You might be worried a little bit about Pop. Levi on this angle immediately misses the shot, but at least lives for a moment. He re-peaks, and this time will hit that shot. 3 kills for Levi. The SG has stolen another round away.
And I mean, how many times have we said that on this map alone? I mean, this has to be like round number at least 4 that should have been won by SELVA, where they had enough to get across the line. They had the opening kills, had the advantages, had the weaponry advantage coming into the round, and they weren't able to get it done. Big stuff from Levi. I mean, I like that he goes searching. I know he doesn't get the kills towards B, but he recognizes that he has one of the favorable guns in the round, so he has to take some sort of initiative. Goes searching, and then he's able to get into the A bomb site in time there towards Pop, so he actually pushed up ramp. Good confidence from Levi. Joins up with his teammates just before they kind of start to lose control outside of A main. As Jota goes down, Levi arrives.
Oh, so brutal. So brutal for SELVA. They've just been in the wrong end of all of these half rounds that they should be putting away. And do you know what the sad reality is? That's 3 of them now. And 3 is the difference between DSG and SELVA when it comes to the scoreline. This could and should be 12-9 SELVA. And now Levi is in the right place at the right time. GBB ready to go around this corner. Is he going to get a flash from any of these players? It doesn't look like it. So he's going to be almost just offered up to Levi.
Okay, well, at least Destiny will draw first blood. And you know what? Levi is going to go down as well. It's a flurry of frags from SELVA. They always seem to do it in the rounds where we least expect it out of them. And also, I mean, they got a number of kills in the round before this. This is going to be 12-10. And I don't know if DSG can... Yeah, I think they're going to have to save. This should go the full 24. Oh, man. If only SELVA could get some of these more rounds under their belt that they're supposed to win. Could have been their map already.
Exactly. If they can win against the low buys, they can just win. Because the gun rounds have been just not an issue for them, which is just hilarious. I don't think they got either pistol round either. They're making it very, very difficult for themselves. But it is working, and you got Destiny's still stepping up. You know, got GBB and Slashes having some important moments. SELVA up to 10. And look at this for DSG. You can drop 1 rifle with your Bartan. Levi can get the AWP. He's bought it immediately. Okay. They're going all in.
Yeah, it makes sense, though, because Barton can also drop an M4. So they'll have 3 M4s in AWP and then 1 player on a weaker weapon. But you lose this, and overtime, I was going to say is basically guaranteed, but that's just a straight-up lie based on what we've seen throughout the map so far. Nothing can be taken for granted, especially in the rounds where you're expecting SELVA to get the job done. Those are the ones you have to be the most concerned about. And they're going to go with a confident opening here. Oh,
he
Levi.
gets it. They're going to fight. Oh my gosh, they're just going to take the fight straight to A main. This is really worrying for GBB. He gets overwhelmed by Urbano. There's so much pressure being applied here by DSG, and they've now made it a 5v3. Overtime, maybe a necessity for SELVA.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely need to find a way to recover the 3v5 to then stand a chance at forcing this into OT. Map on the brink of being lost here. And they've got nothing to show for those 2 players that they've lost in the round already as well. They haven't got positional control, haven't forced rotations, haven't gotten a player in a good position where they can try and activate off of him. The standing starts in the 3v5, 1 player creeping up Ivy. Levi starting to clear out spawn though, so he can join up with Shiz, get a bit of a crossfire going here. I don't know how SELVA get back into this.
I don't think they can unless Knifin finds SHZ immediately, but he's going to be wide swung on with an MP9, you feel. 40 seconds left. Here's this interaction, and SHZ just rips his head off. That's so horrible for Knifin. SHZ has been in the right place at the right time in all of these. Slashes will get 1 back, but that molly is now going to force him into a fight and separate him from Tomate, but they're going to slow down just a little bit. 20 seconds left is the danger. Jota in the perfect position to lock things down. And he doesn't even really need to take the fight. He can just waste so much time. 10 seconds now for SELVA, and as they walk into SHG's scope, it's still no time left, and he can just run away. This is it. This is done. BSG are going to win 13-10 on their map pick.
I mean, it's a good performance coming through from them. A masterclass from Shiz in particular. Really important. Big rounds coming through from him. Vital multi-kills. I mean, SELVA, considering that was not a flattering performance, it was a pretty ugly one, they still make it competitive, at least on a map we just haven't seen much out of them. And I guess that has to be the takeaway from here for them.
Yeah, look, they made it look competitive, but they won so many... Sorry, they lost so many of those rounds where they should have won. Like, there was so many of these 1vx moments, like the damage that was accumulated by Tomato's MP9. You were like, okay, right, you should have won that round. That would have broken the money. That would have been another bonus round. Should have won maybe one of these pistols as well. We did have a good moment where GBB and Destiny were able to get 1 back, but you lost too many rounds to SMGs, too many rounds to 5.7s, and it brutalized any chance of you winning that map. And it sucks for them because they win that map. Now for DSG, the question is, can SHZ and Levi perform to that level again on a map that they don't play?
Yeah, do we get something similar now in the opposite direction, or can DSG find a way to win their opponent's map and get it done in 2? We're going to have a short break, and then we'll find out.
Welcome back in, everyone. First map concluded with DSG taking their map pick 13-10. And we thought we were going to get things underway, but of course, that doesn't happen immediately. A lot of utility here for SELVA with the smokes, with the mollies. Feels like they should be feeling a lot more confident in this map compared to the previous. Because, look, they didn't play Train at all. DSG do not really play Ancient. However, Ancient is one of these maps where, to be honest, you can get away with not really playing it that much. Like, Jota, I think, would be good in this. Urbano would be good. SHZ, we've already seen. And Bartan's got a lot of experience in this map playing with Legacy.
Yeah.
So I don't actually think that Ancient's going to be too much of an issue compared to, like, SELVA playing Train.
I kind of compare it to what, like, Mirage and Inferno was 4 or 5 years ago. It's just a staple, and it just takes general fundamentals and good team play. It's not like it's a very specific map for teams. Not like a unique map a team tries to, you know, catch opponents out on. It's just a map generally everybody's good on. Like you say, everybody should be able to play. Even if you don't play it frequently, you'll still have a pretty good level just off the baseline alone.
Okay, so SELVA, I think something's wrong with Nathan because he had util, then he sold his util, and now he's not buying armor, and now he's bought the util again. So yeah, we're all okay. Everything's fine. What do you reckon to double smoke, double molly? That indicates to me that we're going B. One of the mollies is going to be used for cave entrance, then one of the mollies is going to be like the cringe brimstone one outside the doors.
Yeah, I think it is going to be the B exec here. Like you say, just holding on to one of those mollies for the post plant makes the most sense here.
Or they could use 2. Oh.
And just chain them and buy like 15 seconds at the end of the round. That's so evil, Brandon. Why have you even thought of that? Thank God they haven't. Or have they? Have they just dropped the molly back? Oh, yeah, this is different.
Off?
And there's no flash to pop through the smoke either. Curious. What you cooking here, guys?
I wonder if it's... Guys, I've thrown the wrong smoke. Oh, there's a molly. Molly goes in long to force these fights. Okay, interesting. That works. Destiny's able to get Levi, but how about the player baited in the corner? Bartan immediately overwhelmed. In comes this bomb plant. Make sure it's for default, and then Nathan's going to play to win the round.
Yeah, that smoke also... Okay, let me just hold off my point while we will have a little bit of a look at the retake coming through from DSG. I mean, they don't have a kit. They've got no util. Oh, excuse me. No util.
Oh, wow.
And also, they have no kit, so this is going to be a very difficult one for them. Shiz does find a frag to kind of open things up, but there's still that molly in play on Nathan. Remember, that's the insurance policy, and he's still holding on to it because he's got teammates alive. Molly not even required. GBB and Tomate will combine, and it's going to be DSG who open up first.
What was your point about the smoking cave?
Oh, so what I was going to say is one nice thing about it that I just thought about is that none of the CTs can peek into cave to actually see what's going on there, so it completely deprives them of information. And then it almost looks like a bit of a fake smoke in a way because there's nothing being activated off the back of it. And then as it fades, you have 2 or 3 players running out of cave into the B site, which you're just not expecting because of that smoke that was thrown.
Yeah, I can't work out if I love it or hate it. You know?
It is somewhere, yeah, it's one of the 2 extremes.
I think I hate it.
All right. I mean, it didn't work. I mean, it did work, I guess is what I was going to say. And if it worked,
ouch,
then it had to be right. That's the logic. I think I said DSG won the round earlier. Just completely whack. Ignore me most of the time, guys. Well, obviously, while SELVA won the pistol, converted against the Eco. And also a good start here on their map pick. Looking to answer back after they lost on Train.
Yeah, finally can get a bomb plant and can get a pistol round. Pistol rounds were few and far between on Train for SELVA. Gun rounds were the easy bit for them. They struggled against the half-buys. So, in theory, DSG should be struggling in this one and SELVA should be feeling very happy. There's not even a lane molly. What a disaster. And DSG did do this on Train. They overinvested so much into the weaponry that utility was really light. And so much util's been dumped early. 1 cave molly, 1 red molly, 1 red smoke, 1 obviously Jaguar smoke. Like, so much investment coming into this round already for SELVA. Even another molly to take this control. They have to be ending B off this.
Yeah, very methodical approach coming through from them, just crossing all their T's, dotting all their I's, not leaving anything to chance. But there is going to have to be a contest here for Cave. They've been able to get as far forward as Jag. Now it's going to come down to the gunfights.
Barton has to be... Okay, Jota's left. I said Barton has to be the player to go first there, so that Jota can take attention. But in fact, Jota backs out to drop his smoke again over towards this B ramp. Abano will come over. He's got another smoke that he can use to B ramp to block. I think he'll deploy that in the next few seconds. There you go. And now Selva are just stuck. So they have to come through cave. And if they want to go through ramp, they have to run through a smoke.
Yeah, and there's going to be a third player leaning in on this direction as well. There's no further util for DSG, and Yotta and Barton are fully committed here on the bomb site. There's no falling back. Time is so low. Look at this. Even Levi's starting to head in towards the B bomb site. Excuse me, it's Shiz who's here. Levi's still over towards A, anchoring it down. 4 players coming through from K. Barton on the angle. First for free, second collected. That'll bring his teammates into the equation. Surely, right? Where are the teammates? Destiny, Tenace, and Slash all find a kill each.
How? Again,
I don't know.
How? Like, you got Bartan taking all of the contacts, and somehow he's the only one that does the damage. And Levi's could be saving his AWP. I don't think you can. I don't think you can go for this. I can't.
Oh no, absolutely you can't go for this. He has to commit to the savior. But DSG, that's just a big dropping of the ball there.
They had the right read. They had the correct assessment into thinking these players will only come through cave or they'll burst through ramp late or off the back of the smoke fading.
Pretty good setup as well.
Oh yeah, exactly. And somehow the guy that is in the open, the most exposed to all of it, is the only one that gets kills. So that's such a joke. In fact, it gets even worse because SHZ is the one that gets the second or third kill, and he's the last player rotating in.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was even in the middle of the play-by-play saying, okay, great work here from Barton. He's gotten 2 kills. That'll bring the teammates into the equation, expecting to just see the kill feed littered with blue on orange, just finding kills and racking up the round. Evidently not, though. I mean, a flurry of frags there. Blink of an eye. 3 kills collected by the 3 players for SELVA. And they got 3-0. Anti-eco as well. We did see SELVA struggle in these sorts of rounds on train. There is still the AWP in play, and he's on the correct side of the map as to where the action's going to go down.
Okay, he's actually got armor as well. 3 players still B, though. Levi round the corner, able to get rid of Destiny. Knife and boosted up, doesn't see a thing, but GBB has just spammed him. He has just spammed the AWP 100-0. Oh no. And now, funnily enough, every little round that was going the way of DSG on train is going Selva's way on Ancient.
Yeah, it's actually very true. Kind of just completely reverse the roles here, essentially. And it looks like they're going to commit back into this B bomb site. I mean, both teams also certainly did have their favored bomb sites on train. DSG just went A a lot, mostly on different timings. SELVA went B a lot as well, generally quite quickly. SELVA leaning into the B bomb site here on Ancient a lot as well in the early stages of the map. Good util usage forces the AWP the whole way back, but Barton will still get 1.
I was going to say, the rough thing here is that SELVA suck against rounds like this for some reason, and it's just completely fine. Now, you know, Tomate's on the back line. Jota can just go defuse the bomb. Tomate's got no way to win this round. And SELVA, again, dropped the ball against a low buy.
Yeah, just as you're making the point, you're like, the one thing that sucks, and you don't even get to finish your sentence because they're already falling apart in that round.
It's SELVA. No, it's just how? That's been my favorite adjective this best of 3. Because we've had so many points where things shouldn't happen, and then they do.
Yeah. In line with South American Counter-Strike, keeping you on your toes. Never know what you're going to get. Like a box of chocolates, Brandon.
Quite. Who's called the tech pause this time? Don't worry, guys. I'll go through the logs and I'll find out. With SELVA again. SELVA again calling for a tech timeout. I don't think the technology was a disparity to you in that last round. But Tomate has DC'd. So he needs a little reconnect. But they're normally quite quick. So I hold out hope that he's going to join back in. They're going to obviously reinvest. DSG have now got a chance to potentially prevent SELVA from advancing forward too much in this first half without resistance. That would feel really good for this CT side. In fact, that's a fun game we can play. How many rounds do they realistically need on CT? Because I'm going to go and say, do you know what, 7.
I think 7 is like they have their noses in front, and I mean, if we're talking baseline, what they need to be competitive, I'm thinking 5 based off the T side that we saw from them on train. Ideally, yeah, 7 is probably the number that you want to go for here, and that means, and that's heavily reliant on them winning this round here, Brandon, against the broken buyout of SELVA. Win this 3-2, anti-eco 3, all 7-5 is very doable at that point. But if you lose this round here as DSG, then 7-5 almost just becomes a pipe dream.
Tomate is still disconnected. Someone has harvested him out the ground. And we need to get him replanted in the server. Not sure how long this is going to take, guys. I know we've only been a couple of rounds here, so I think it's best if we throw it to a very short break. And when we come back, we'll resume SELVA versus DSG. Ah, gotcha. Now we're going to hang on just for a minute, just in case.
Okay. You got me as well.
How was your weekend?
Well, here's what we can talk about. My weekend's been pretty good. Watched some UFC this morning. Not sure if you're into mixed martial arts or not. There was Ilia Topuria fighting Charles Oliveira. Massive fight. Ilia, well, I guess, spoiler. Cover your ears now. Ilia had a massive win. First round knockout was great to watch. You see, obviously the fights are in North America, and we love to watch them here with my homies in South Africa. So we wake up at 4 in the morning on Sunday, Brandon, and we gather together in our little gowns, you know, our dressing gowns, and we drink coffee, and we eat rusks, and we watch UFC at 4 until 6 in the morning. And then I sleep for most of Sunday after that.
Sounds good.
But that's how I spent my day. I guess we can check in with your weekend when we inevitably get another tech pause along the line, but we're back into the game.
Barton. Yeah, thought about getting a bit crafty with it. It says Jossa, you can do it. And I love that immediately they get out of the way of the spam and Barton brings it right back. And how ironic that it's back on GBB after GBB was the one that spammed out Levi. Bomb will go down, but it's a 5-on-2.
Yeah, no problem at all for DSG. They're so happy that that's pretty much the only concession they have to make in the round here is giving up that bomb plant. This is a full investment coming through from SELVA, and at this point, if you're teammates, I was going to say you want to head for the hills because you're going to get your round loss bonus anyway with the defuse. Hangs around, costs him his life, and that's a clean anti-force spike coming through from DSG. SELVA needs to take a leaf out of their book, mate.
Yeah. Imagine being
like
clean.
You said, I like how they just fell back. You know, they don't continue to commit on the front lines. They give up that space and respect. Yota does really well to get that extra kill towards Long when he's blind. Because if he goes down, there's still a chance the round gets out of control. The Tech-9s can still smother you. But he gets that frag, and that just seals the deal as far as I'm concerned.
All right, I'm gonna now talk to you about South American pronunciation. Because obviously we had the pickle PKL drama.
Yeah.
It is Tomate, because his name is Tomato.
His government name?
No. Tomate in Portuguese is tomato.
Okay, but how's it pronounced in Portuguese?
Tomate.
So that's what we're calling him, right? Tomate.
Correct.
Not tomate. Fair enough. There we go.
There you go.
Good to
Not
know.
pickle.
I mean, I don't know whoever came up with that. You're crazy for call. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's PKL, Brandon, and you were like, I don't know.
That's just not true.
I'm going with pickle, and I was like, well, I'll follow you then. You're so confident. Gaslighting him on the live.
That's twice
Listen,
now.
I do owe PKL and evidently Brandon an apology. That was on me. I'm just gonna call it a bit. It was just a bit.
A bit of a pickle.
No one even said anything in Twitch chat for the entire BO3 though, Brandon. So
How did you find out? Because obviously I knew it was.
Vincent and Mark, and they've been covering South American Counter-Strike for a very long time. They just laughed at me, like, nah, it's PKL. I was like, yeah, fair, sound. I'll tell Brandon.
I'll tell Brandon.
I'll let Brandon know, yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
Oh, no, not in the sense that it was him who told me. I was like, I sold Brandon a lie on the broadcast. And then I owned it, don't worry. But you're right there with me, I hate to say it.
Big fight middle. Oh, he saw him, and he nearly kills him. But Destiny's able to get out alive, which is the bare minimum here for SELVA. 3-3, B exec. Oh, they love B. They love this exec. And they're going to get flatlined. You imagine by Bartan. First kill is his, but traded immediately by Mr. Tomato.
Yeah, hoping to put some red on DSG faces here in this round. Red in the round. That's exactly what he's going to do. Tomate with the wonderful multi-kill. He was one of the big players on train, and he's delivering here in this round as well.
Call him Heinz, because that was 57 varieties of sexy.
Bars. I like that. Levi will get one with the Incendiary. Still a 1 versus 3, and with the Norp, he's not going to be offered up anything. So SELVA are going to be regaining the lead here. And they're just hammering home on the B-bomb side. Not just here on Ancient, set on train as well.
I cannot believe... Oh, wait, hang on. No. I cannot believe that Tomate is able to get that opener. He runs through 2 mollies, only takes 30 damage because the CT Incendiaries are awful, and he's able to get 3 kills. That should never have happened, but it did, and they'll take it all day long. A lot of money here for DSG, so they can keep reinvesting. Levi's able to hold on to the AWP. He's had this AWP since round 2, by the way, and he's still kept it.
Well, let's see if we can find some impact here with it. At least they're going to have a full arsenal of weapons, still some money in the bank as well, so... not going to be too concerning in terms of the weapons they have to work with just yet. Can't say the same for SELVA, though. If they lose this, they're back to square one. And it's going to be Destiny just rampaging his way forward. I don't know if he was spotted by Urbano or not there. Peppering the smoke, though, is that A1S. Destiny's still trying to edge his way forward, despite being perforated. Urbano's gone back and searching. Is he aware of this possibility? Evidently not. And Destiny's advanced position will work out for a kill. A key kill.
It will, but what's this going to do to the defense? Is it going to leave them quite separated? I mean, Levi's just hitting everyone. Levi has pushed B ramp as a reaction, and he's finding kills on this AWP. And you imagine... you imagine the DSG are going to reset in this, and they absolutely have. 2 players now moved towards, say, bomb site. Bartan, who's been really good at anchoring, has now moved over towards A. Another smoke dropped into Deep Donut against SELVA, and with 55 seconds, they have to go A main. They've been funneled here by this CT squad. And do you imagine they're just going to be ready for this? You have to be ready for this.
Yeah, it's going to be Barton, who's behind the box right now, and then you've got Shiz, who's in default. So I think the plan here would be for Shiz to ideally take first contact, and then Barton can swing off of it. Assuming Barton doesn't get spotted, it's exactly the setup they have employed right now. Boost up could cost Shiz. Yeah, angle doesn't favor him. Barton then has to compromise his position earlier than what he would like, but it does not matter. He can still lock it down anyway.
Unbelievable from Bartan. I really like the idea of the boost. It works out effortlessly for SELVA, but unfortunately, Bartan is just a ridiculously reliable anchor. Was so good on that B bomb site on train, even better on both B and A. Needed a multi-kill. How about the whole lot? It's a hero Galil out of Destiny. And with 2 smokes, I imagine we're going B again.
Investment here for the T side. Got to be careful, Urbano. No need to force these fights right now. You could be giving up a gun unnecessarily, and it looks like he's also kind of figured that out here. No need to overcommit. This one's for the lead. First time DSG would be able to get themselves ahead here on the map. A good little mental victory for them. And kind of put the peg at 7-5 for DSG in the first half to have a compelling case to close this map out the series out 2-0. I will say, early signs here for DSG look better than they did for SELVA on train.
Well, it's because SELVA are just doing the same thing every single round.
True, yeah.
They're just headbutting B.
Where's the conditioning? Like, where's the pivot and the change up for how you force the CTs to set up?
They've conditioned B.
Yeah, and I'm saying, when did they take advantage of that?
Yeah, they also been probing mid just a little bit, so maybe you can look to end A a little bit more frequently. I hope that happens in the next gun round, but for right now, with 45 seconds left, they're immediately heading up this ramp, and Jota has to find success with Bartan.
Oh, okay, yeah, Barton decides against committing to the swing. That's going to be Jota who's committed to the side. He's blinded by his teammate's flash. He was blinded by his homie's flash, if I'm not mistaken. They're going to get overwhelmed on the B bomb site. That's a big problem, man. Advantage now for SELVA as the bomb plant comes through. Spray through the smoke does damage, but it's not fatal.
That's ridiculous. That round is living and breathing by that crossfire, and it gets broken by Bartan's team flash. Levi will at least find one back, but that was on the low HP of Destiny. GBB's also now just heard the footsteps, and SHG gets the guy behind him. Levi now knows that GBB is up close. He's going to try to stand his ground, and he wide swings right as this orb swings forward. A 1v2 clutch, but my goodness me, DSG. You get one round through Bartan, and you get one round thrown away by Bartan.
Ah, man, I mean, we were talking about how SELVA could look to take a page out of DSG's book in the anti-eco. Well, not that book. Throw that book out the window. Oh, DSG, dear. What's just gone on there? You even had the read. You had the 3 players on that B side. Jota is going to be fuming. Blinded up by Barton's flash. And I like the step out from GBB in the 1v1 against the AWP. I mean, it's a ballsy play to make, but you take the fight on your terms instead of letting the AWP sweep into you. Levi will find another opening kill successfully, though. It's going to prompt them to take this A space, though.
Yeah, I like this. Good reaction here. Just immediately, we spoke about the conditioning. The fact that Levi's gone active early. So, all right, well, we'll just throw it immediately in towards an A play. Another molly. The fact that they're leaving the donut unsmoked for now. I mean, they don't have any smokes, but it's kind of scary. The amount of mollies that are moving forward. Boost up, goes for slashes. That's probably heard by your donut players. You imagine they're going to be clearing this, and they do, but slashes still hits the headshot. SHZ now steps onto the line. Levi is also dealing the damage, but that flashbang is immaculate. Tomate, last player standing, unfortunately, all lost his friends in the meanwhile, so DSG will be able to clutch up and retake A successfully.
Yeah, we continue to go back and forth here on the map between these two teams, just trading blows. Very good work from DSG. I mean, the opening kill initially from Levi, and I like the response as well from SELVA, just sliding into that A bomb site. Solid retake, though. Good awareness from that first player pushing back into A on the retake as well to clear both the boost and A main. And they were pretty relentless in that retake as well. There was nothing passive or conservative about that. Oh, they've gone all in. SELVA have gone all in here on their investments. I was wondering if they were going to save and try and play for 6-all, but no, they want to try and get the win out of the half.
All right.
Oh, Nathan, he had the chance, he had the opportunity, he's seen him again, and he'll get the kill on the second opportunity.
That's crazy that Jota doesn't get that kill. The reaction for DSG, by the way, has always been to walk down B ramp, and GBB has just spammed out Bartan. Okay. This is working very swimmingly right now, and they've also got another smoke out of this CT side. Levi is nowhere to be seen. Rotation towards the speed bomb site from SHZ has walked over. Now, how does SELVA want to walk over this bomb site? Are they going to keep pressing the issue, or are they going to lead right into Levi's lair?
Well, there's Ivana. He's gone searching. He's gotten a kill, and he's gotten out of dodge. That is incredible work from him to bring it back into even numbers and get some info. And look at Levi. This is very confident because he's left his boat back completely exposed to the bottom of middle, but he has to gamble in this round, and he's going to drop the bomb carrier.
Oh,
leg shots on the follow-up.
99. Ivana's going to walk again.
Oh. Wow, the double pump.
And now you know that the last player was towards cave. So Knife and either is on the B bomb site, or he's in towards Jaguar, and Urbano is playing this so safely. Knifin cannot drop his AWP because he's going to give over a sound cue, a smoke in, and Urbano just spams him out. Amazing work by Urbano, but Levi jumping up and making that move based on the info his teammates got him was everything.
Yeah, it's so good to see that he's brimming with that sort of confidence. And let's think about the 4 kills Urbano gets there. First frag is the trade through the smoke where GBB's just spammed out his teammate. Or was it Destiny? I don't even know. He gets that kill initially. Then it's still like the round is 4v3 in favor of SELVA. He knows he has to make a play. Goes through down ramp. He gets a kill there. Escapes with his life. again pushes down ramp on a timing, and then hits that last kill through the smoke as well. That is a very impactful round out of Urbano that could, in the grand scheme of things, actually tip the scales here. A play like that can make a big difference.
Looks like they will get that 7, unless SELVA are able to breach A. You've got Levi here, SHZ as well, who's been such a menace, especially on that first map, quieting down a little bit on Ancient. He gets dinked immediately. He really wants to fight. He really wants these kills, and that baits in Levi perfectly. Flashbang over the top, slashes. Obviously, he has got this lurk. He's lost all his teammates, and now the bomb as well, completely out of his possession. This will be 7-5, and this will give DSG a fighting chance to close this series 2-0.
Very good recovery. I mean, think about the way the half had started. It was 3-0, and then was it 4-1 soon after that? It was, okay, 4-2. So 3-0, 4-2, and it ends 7-5. Yeah, that's a pretty damn good return for DSG on a map that we just didn't really know what to expect out of them. Played it once in the past 3 months. That was back in May against Nitro. And they did pretty damn well on the T side on that occasion, by the way. They went 8-2 up in the second half to win the map from a 5-7 deficiency. And they've got the 7-5 lead. Let's see if they're going to have something to show on this T side again. Still a big question mark, Brandon. We don't know what we're going to get out of them against a team of SELVA's stature.
I think with the way DSG are playing, I feel like they can have this in the bag, to be honest. But like, I really overhyped SELVA when I watched them against 2Game. They just keep making these really small mistakes, but they just keep adding up. And
yeah,
for DSG, I'm really loving their team play. I feel like it's a massive contrast between them and SELVA right now, because the way that the CTs take space, it is always with a partner. It's always like the least risky. The outside of Levi is very risk prone, and he's not really risk adverse. But aside from that, like, all the riflers are trying to move in tandem and just create these opportunities with each other. Now they're trying to create another opportunity in towards middle. Donut Molly will go deep, and that's going to really upset Tomate. Full blinds, and the Doolies will get 2.
He's done it again.
Perfect.
How has he done it again, though? I mean, he just continues to rescue his team, finding these ridiculous multi-kills, pulls the round out of the fire. Oh, Levi wants to try and ignite the round again, but it's GBB's Julies that will finish it off. 2 pistols on GBB and Tomate, 4 frags found between them. And that's going to be SELVA with a really important pistol round.
Yeah, you take that every day of the week, especially because he gets mollied out of position. His teammate just dies immediately, and he's still able to get a multi-kill out of that. Bonkers.
Yeah. Because if he goes down as well, that round just spirals immediately.
Oh, it's over. It's over. If he goes down, even 1 kill is probably not enough. So the fact that, in essence, it is a 2v2 even trade, and you've given time. Most important thing, there's time. You're given the time for the rotates to come over. It just means that DSG can't scale, as you're saying, like, they can't spiral that map control out of their favor. And now you look at this. Tomate is just farming.
That's a leveled up scoreline. Into the gun round we go. That's why I was saying, I know DSG have played well on Ancient so far, but we still don't really know what we're going to get out of their T side. Have they got some depth? Have they got some regiments? Have they got some options? Couple pocket strategies, perhaps. First round's going to be a key sign, because now they're playing against 3 FAMASas and an MP9, Brandon. This is going to be a primary opportunity for DSG to open up their account on the T side.
Brilliant nades. They just had that set line up, and look at this. At SELVA, they're just going. Double flashes through the corner. GBB going to be expecting a player here, and he's somehow able to adjust onto Jota. Nade does even more trickle damage on towards Bartan and Urbano. And it feels like they have to go through mid. Red room the gap. Let's see if Urbano and Barton can find it.
I mean, if they can get this kill on Nathan without losing anybody in the process, then they just cut the map down the middle. And Nathan's going to be able to find a frag. He hasn't taken damage in the process. Great work from him. Barton now in the corner, playing the long game. Nathan's traded weapons, and he's just jump spotting for the moment. When does Barton pounce? I mean, surely he has to eventually, and there we go. He'll get that kill on Knife, and now he's going to try and combine with his teammates and join up on that B bomb side. Smartly smokes off the B side of middle, though, kind of hoping that he lures SELVA into thinking it's going to be an A hit instead.
Oh, it's working. Keeping your eye on slashes, because GBB has got no info here. Pushing out Cave, we'll have a little peek now in towards middle, and he will get caught by Bartan. And this has enabled all this space. Look at this, Slashes is like, oh, you're not here. And as he rounds the corner, I don't think he's going to be ready for the long play. This is exceptional work out of Bartan.
Yeah, 100%. This is all him right now. He's sold SELVA down the river, and it's round over. SELVA going to head for the hills, carry their guns across. Really good work there from Bartan. Just fantastic game sense and decision-making on display.
And this is where we get to the point, by the way, of, oh yeah, DSG do not look like a team that have played Ancient once in the last 3 months. But it's the reality. Like, this is such a more commonplace map in the map pool right now. It's like standard compared to Train. And they're obviously going to look and feel a lot better on this. So 8-7. This was just the bonus buy. That is worth speaking about. This was just the bonus buy because they'd won the pistol. They won the follow-up here for SELVA. So they are able to just immediately flick in another buy against DSG. But DSG only lost a couple of players there. That round was very clean after the initial entries found by GBB.
Yeah, and which is a bit concerning for SELVA. I will say it was a bonus round, so it's not the end of the world, but things do start to rapidly get out of control if they lose this gun round here. Because then it's 9-7 without any money, and they're down 1-0 in the series at large. Goodness me, okay. SELVA going to be using one of their timeouts here, recognizing how important this round is. We haven't gotten much out of Nathan in the series so far, Brandon. When you look at the impact we've gotten out of the AWPers, Levi clears Nathan every day, ending with Y throughout this game so far.
Yeah, which is weird, because on Train, I feel like Levi, he had 2 really important rounds at the end, where, again, he was trusted with the AWP on the low buy, and he's able to get a multi-kill, and that was really good. But apart from that, I look at the scoreboard, I'm like, 20 kills? Like, where did that come from? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I remember the Knifing ones, even though we got, like, half.
But that's because it was onto SHZ, right? And we were just saying how important those kills were. Need more from Knifing, though. Got the big green gun here in this round. A vital gun round for SELVA. Arguably the most important round of the series so far here in terms of making sure that they keep themselves in the hunt.
It's crazy that Slashes actually spams that there, because he was ahead of that molly, didn't take a lick of damage. This is now being more popularized, by the way, this smoke that is dribbled forward, because it should give you that advantage, that slight shadow, that slight spot. Barton walks straight into it. Bashing towards Donut is going to get Destiny off the line at least. And even will drop his smoke. This is nice. So even though you've lost a player, you've gained a lot of map control, and you've dropped a lot of resources here at the CT side.
Oh, Urbano, he really wants to commit through this right now. Destiny's on the other side, and Urbano will come out on top, finishes off with the offset starter, gets the reload out, and he's got Tamar's head. Are you kidding? Shiz coming through from A-Main has tapped GBB out of the round, and the wheels are off.
No way. How was Urbano? Firstly, the kill on Destiny, fine, whatever, right, low HP, but he's reloaded. It is a FAMAS on Tomate, but he's reloaded, he got dinked, and he just one-taps him back. Blow for blow, bar for bar. And that gets DSG a 2-round lead, and that completely ruins the, not only momentum, but the economy. It leaves such a sour taste in your mouth if you're SELVA. This should be a guarantee. This should be the round that you feel like, oh, by the way, we are so destined to win this. And now you might be looking on the face of thinking, are we actually going to win this map? Are we actually going to win this series right now? Because currently it doesn't feel that way.
Yeah, true. Questions have shifted rapidly. And I mean, that's where you offered up that opening kill for free. Like you referenced, that's supposed to be around for the taking when you've just fragged Barton. He's just trying to push through a smoke. He's gone down. But you did also immediately highlight the response from DSG and how they weren't like caught with their pants down. Like, well, what do we do now, fellas? We're just standing around and, well, maybe we try this. No, there was just an immediate pivot. No questions, no hesitation. And Urbano, what a heroic round out of him with that multi. He's had 2 huge rounds here on Ancient so far for his team. And now a chance to get up to double digits.
I feel like a chance that they should claim, just given how everything's been going for them, and Nathan just gets removed by Urbano, and that's pretty much the story of middle over the past few rounds. Urbano has just been claiming it for his own.
Problem is you just can't slow peek like that with the AWP, man. You either have to have an advanced angle or you have to wait for them to come to you. You can't peek into them when you know they're already in middle, not just slow scoping out like that. Has to be the gamble, step out and scope at the same time. But that
really
slow sweep is never
going
to work. Yeah, great read from them.
I can tell you why as well. It's because, obviously, Destiny's got the kill in A main. Okay. Destiny's got the kill in A main, and then he's the one that swings, and he's, again, only equipped with a 5-7. And we heard him run into A main. So why has he not got the AK? Why is he not using the AK? There has to be another player there. So a nice little heads up from the SG.
Well picked
that
up
was
on.
the supposed eco by Selva. Urbano is just killing everyone.
And now it's last chance saloon.
Mm-hmm. And we're just going to smash A. I love this call. I absolutely love this call. You've been conditioning mid the last few rounds, now you're just smashing A.
How do we have a more inspiring T-side from DSG on Ancient than we do from Selva, who have picked the map?
Not sure.
Let's see if Knights can find a way to lock down this A side. Oh my goodness. SHZ just tears his head right off and activates in the round. GVV will receive the same movement. Yeah, you have to.
Destiny has just been levered. Yeah, you absolutely do. And again, it's the same shenanigans, it's the same DSG tomfoolery. I mean, Tomato would get one, cool, but is that worth it? No, absolutely not.
Not at all, not in the slightest.
You're going to lose everything. Slash has got a FAMAS. Yay, yippee, a FAMAS. Oh, he's in towards spawn now. Great. Well, Joss is just about to kill him.
And there we go. He does seal the deal. No weapons being carried over by Selva. They're going to have to eco, and it's 11 rounds on the board for DSG. It should be, Brandon. They're 2 rounds away. Selva have won both pistol rounds here on Ancient Need, I remind you. And converted both pistol rounds. So it's not even like it's a misleading stat line where, okay, they won both haze, but then they also lost the anti-eco or the anti-force spice. No, they converted both pistols, guys. 4 out of their 7 rounds have come from pistol and conversion.
That's a really good point. The fact that they've done this the hard way is astounding. That flash is brilliant. Oh yeah, is this going to be the round that Selva win? Let's be honest, probably. Joss has been tagged down to 50 HP, gets out of dodge. That bomb is maneuvering its way towards A main. But Destiny and Nathan are both here. They've arrived on the scene in time. And for DSG, look, the world's your oyster. You've got so much time to play with. The smokes are limited. It feels like it will be this commitment in towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, it's because they just don't have any other options available in terms of currently what's up for grabs. And so they're just going to try and go back into this A site here. Player on the boost. Very good adjustment there from Levi to bring it back into a 3v3. Bomb has been thrust out into the A site though. And it's going to be numbers just committed forward from Selva GVB. Oh, I thought maybe it could be him. So much damage done, Brandon. How are there still 3 players standing for the T side?
Not sure, but maybe the bomb could be dropped, and maybe that could put things into a little bit of chaos. Urbano is still 100 HP, though. And SHZ is somehow still alive after that altercation. Close, but no dice for Selva. DSG have got 5 series points.
That must be one of the most impressive rounds won by either of the teams throughout the series, just in terms of how they keep their composure, because I feel like most teams just melt under that pressure. Well, here we go. Numbers in towards middle for both of these teams. Barton draws first blood. There is a trade, and there's one further than the trade as well. Missed Molly is really awkward. It forces Levi out of his position. Thankfully, he had just gotten the kill, though, before. So it's an even numbers game. They're going to smoke off Red Room and go straight through it. I
love this, because if there's a fast play being moved through cave, suddenly you can't see anything. So Nathan, on 50 HP and an AWP, all alone, isolated, has to find all of these kills.
Has to be him. He has to be him here. He's got a flash, and there will be some decent timing where his teammates can now hold middle, so he doesn't have to worry about middle any longer. Can just post up on the, say, bomb site. Selva kind of figuring out what's going on here. You could get a big flank out of GBB as well. No need for Shiz to overextend here, and he will be able to activate the C4 without any problems. Level numbers here for the retake. There is a kit and there is utility.
I love the way they played this. This is the big altercation, though, in A main. SHZ, I feel like it's actually got a little bit of timing on GBB. And remember, Jota has not peaked this entire time. The only player technically known here is SHZ. Great molly, but Jota, again, plays defensive. He's going to group up with Levi. Nathan will at least hit one. They knew about the player in A main, but they can't get by SHZ, who triples up yet again on this A-bomb site. They go 2-0 and put SELVA down to the elimination game.
Well, that is just ridiculously impressive from DSG, how they pieced that Ancient together. I mean, as for SELVA, a whole lot left to be desired. A number of rounds they lose throughout that series should have been theirs in terms of weaponry advantage, in terms of numbers advantage that they dropped the ball. 5v3s, 4v2s, 5v4s, opening kills not being converted consistently. And that is brutal for them. But yeah, I'm just really impressed by what we get out of DSG in that series. I mean, from start to finish, especially, you know, Train, a map that we didn't really know what to expect from SELVA. DSG get it done there. Then we go into a map DSG haven't played much, and they deliver a fantastic job.
That's the thing. It's actually bonkers that SELVA had more of a chance on Train than they did on their map pick of Ancient. Like, that map should have been theirs. It turns out it isn't, because they're not able to sort of get these things over the line. And look at the butterfly effect. DSG just run away with it, 2-0. Ancient, to be honest, a no contest. That Ancient felt really clean out of them. I was really impressed with what we got out of them. Urbana used to play this on Case. We know that Legacy used to play this as well, so Barton's going to be quite familiar with it. And it's one of those where it's not a difficult thing playing Ancient and sort of going up against a SELVA team that has, you got to bear in mind, that's their second best of 3 in 6 weeks, and it's one of those where teething issues are definitely showing for this team, and hopefully they can bounce back. But they've got now rebounded in the lower bracket where they won't have any more chances.
And I was talking about how this group is stacked, Brandon, so that's going to be really difficult. They're going to play against the loser between Bounty Hunters and Red Canids. I mean, I know Red Canids will be favorites there, but Bounty Hunters are a decent team. I mean, was it you and I? Were we working together a couple days ago,
yes.
CCC? I mean, I know I got to see them, and they were really solid, right? So, yeah, I'm worried about SELVA here in Group B.
Yeah, I am too. I feel like DSG was, on paper, the weakest team just in this bracket, because look, I mean, you go now up against, look at Red Canids, right? Venom 0, Cold 0, Drop, Ponta, Cowes. Like, that's an unbelievable team. And as you say, Bounty Hunters are no slouch either. That concludes our opening game, our first best of 3 of the day. You can see on the screen here, we've got Red Canids versus Bounty Hunters a little bit later on. And then even more, a little bit later on after that, we've got our winners match between DSG and the winner of Red Canids versus Bounty Hunters. We're going to kick off this Red Canids Bounty Hunters game in about an hour or so. So we're going to take a bit of an extended break. When we come back, we're going to begin that next best of 3. And welcome back in, everyone. Another day on the broadcast. Another game for me, and we get to bring Exner in as well along for the ride. Red Canids take on Bounty Hunters, mate, in Group B for our opening match. And I know you're excited for Red Canids. I know you're a big fan of Cold Zero and his legacy.
Yeah, and Cow is his legacy as well in particular. But no, looking forward to seeing this team, seeing what they're able to do here. It's been a while since I've last casted Red Canids, but from what I've heard right now on the scene is that they're kind of looking to revive themselves a little bit, which is a positive sign. I feel like they ended off last year pretty poorly, started off this year pretty poorly, but are looking to make a big bounce back and kind of continue their relevancy here in the Tier 2 space in South America. So hoping they can prove that here in Thunderpick World Championships and show something.
Yeah, and it was DSG that showed something against SELVA and Destiny GBB, Nathan. They just weren't showing up at all. They should have won Train. They definitely shouldn't have won Ancient, and that was their map pick, and they just looked horrible on it. So DSG, rightful winners. They play the winners match a little bit later against either Red Canids or Bounty Hunters. We'll take a look at Red Canids and their roster because it is interesting to see the direction this has gone, because you had Henny, who was reliable. We'll talk about him in a minute, I guess, because we've got the Bounty Hunters roster on screen. Kaiser, Zog, Mayan, Turtle, Freak. And Mayan is revitalizing a lot of his form. I think Turtle's really solid in this team as well. I just have question marks around Zoka and Kaiser, to be honest.
Yeah, I think Zoc right now is still a little bit plagued by some inconsistency, maybe some loss of confidence from the old Bestia roster, which I kind of hope to see him bounce back. And then, of course, like you said, Kaiser, a player that I really liked when he was kind of entering into the Tier 2 space. I thought his potential was definitely there, but I still feel like he's always a little bit more passive than what he has been able to prove in the past, what he can do at his peak. So I want to see him get a little bit more confident, especially as he enters into this Bounty Hunters roster, maybe for them to play a little bit more behind him and see what he can do, because when he gets explosive, when he's hitting, he can be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and look, I think Mayan and Turtle are actually really good experienced players to have behind someone like Zoc and Kaiser, because I feel like they will help them. I feel like they will definitely try and develop Kaiser's game plan, and I hope he can kick on, because I'm right there with you. When he was first in this team, hell, even 6 months ago, I thought he was a very solid component, and I hope he can kick on. He has to do it against Cold Zero, because Cold Zero is now AWPing. They've kept Venom Zero, which I think is good, because I'm a really big fan of Venom Zero. You got Drop in here, Ponta, and now Kawez in terms of the hierarchy from latest attendees here at Red Canids. And for Ponta and Kawez in particular, these ones surprised me. I thought the drop sign was really good. I'm really surprised Henny left, but I have to imagine it's a combination of form and probably internal issues. It normally is with Henny. And Kawez comes in, I think a very suitable replacement. But the fact that you've now got Cold Zero AWPing off the back of this does raise some eyebrows, and it questions what year we're really in.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'll take it, right? A whole new kind of, more so re-upping the old leaf of his career and picking up the AWP. It is a very interesting sign, the changes that we're seeing. Fallen now, not upping anymore. Now Cold Zero picking up the sticks. So, I mean, it feels a bit bizarre, but you know, whatever the case is, I really am happy to see Kawez off the back of what was a really tough stint and pain towards the tail end of his season before he got dropped, really pick it up here on this Red Canids roster, because his mechanics are really incredible. Maybe didn't really translate into the top levels of CS as much as he would have hoped, but he showed serious potential with that Pain roster. And I think, you know, that the ceiling that Pain is at now, it's so much easier to transition into the Tier 2 space in South America and just dominate like he has been for this roster. So I'm excited to see that, hoping that he can bring that into the server. We can look at the vetoes though a little bit, and kind of talk a little bit about maybe Red Canids trying to enter into this one with a bit of an advantage, because Mirage being picked out by Bounty Hunters, a map that they really do like to pick into alongside Dust 2, but obviously with Dust 2 banned out in the first phase, I just think it sets up Red Canids really nicely for this best of 3.
Yeah, it's one of those where you can pick into Ancient, but it's very 50-50. You could pick into Mirage, that is very slightly in your favor because you've got more reps on it than you do on Ancient. You can't go into Anubis because you both suck on Anubis. That's the reality. So it leaves very limited options. And yeah, Bounty Hunters are put into a corner with this Veto. Then you're going up against just sort of like Cowers in tier 2, as you say. And it's going to be a really, really hard game for Bounty Hunters. I think Red Canids having Train online is really smart and sensible for them. And Bounty Hunters have only played it, what, twice? And I don't think the record is amazing. No, they've lost both times, one of those being 13-3 against Red Canids. So I feel like Red Canids will be very happy with this. Nuke as a decider as well. That's better for Red Canids. Bounty Hunters have been not playing amazingly on Nuke. So what you got here is a really shallow map pool for Bounty Hunters because they just need a little bit of time to integrate all this roster together, sure, but it's a tough one in South America because you don't have time because all the tournaments somehow are being played over player break and you've got to immediately adjust.
Yeah, it is tricky. I mean, it does give you time to kind of ramp up for the season, but right now when you have to win now, it does feel like the intensity is amplified quite a bit. So I'm interested to see that here. Meanwhile, Red Canids have had a little bit of time to gel, which I think is good. Obviously going through so many different role changes, but picking up pieces that I think this roster desperately needs here in a big way. And that's just kind of a player that can find opening picks and get aggressive. And Cowes was very willing to do that on Pain as kind of a aggressive rifler. And then now you have the availability of coldzera to kind of maybe even take a step back from lurking around and let venomzera kind of work that more. So yeah, I think, you know, if you're talking about comfort in not only the Veto but in the server, you're definitely going to see that more in Red Canids' favor in terms of how they're building their roster right now.
That's a really good point because look, for Red Canids, you needed just solid identity in players, in roles. And yeah, if you're going to get that out of coldzera on the AWP, fine. If it means he's going to deady AWP, you had that with Henny, cool. You're right, venomzera lurking would be a really good thing to have. And Cowers, when he was on Pain, it felt like him and Snow were going through this almost induction period with Pain, even though Cowers joined the roster well before Snow. They would both rotate star rifle roles, and it'd be so difficult. So Cowers will be able to maybe have his roles that he wants on a more consistent basis. Well, that'll make him immediately have a 1.22 rating. Like, it's no wonder that he's playing well because he's playing all the positions without contention in his style of play. And I really do like this pickup. I just hope that Cowes is able to keep building on this, and this is almost a stepping stone here in Red Canids to push him back up into tier 1.
Yeah, I've been watching them a lot back in the day in 2024. It was just it was really hard for this team to have any other opening presence other than, I would just say, like David. And I think now Cowes can kind of fill that role effectively as you would expect. And it was without David kind of a loss of identity in terms of no one I think wanted to actually be the tip of the spear. No one wanted to go in first. And now I think you've solved that problem with this pickup. And you can see, like we said, I think it gives his team identity. It also gives Cowes a chance to really prove how good his first bolt accuracy is, how high he aims. And I think that's a great sign for Red Canids in the future. I mean, talking a little bit about Bounty Hunters, though, mentioned kind of the difficulty here in terms of the bounce back. Again, you know, if Kaiser can kind of handle maybe a feeling out coldzera with the op, and if they can use that effective utility to kind of nullify him and make his job difficult, I think that could be a big sign for Bounty Hunters. A big win condition is to get this guy activated there on the other end of the server. But we're ready to find out those answers here. Hop into the action here. Opening map on Mirage, going to be the map pick of Bounty Hunters. We'll see what they're able to prove.
It's so funny that you mentioned just Red Canids no one wants to entry. Like, you got so many lurky players on this team. And I remember watching them last year. I was like, guys, please, someone move. Like, it's actually just so horrible watching them. But hopefully they've learnt their lesson. And while Drop's been dinked immediately, coldzera's also been gushed at a little bit. Ponto will at least open up on the entry, but he's got no support right now.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of rotating presence coming through, and maybe he doesn't need help. He's finding them all in the back of the site. Absolute destruction. He's off for the ace right now. Will find it. He doesn't need no help there. What a statement start from the B anchor, locking it down.
Ponta, hang on. I'm gonna bring the mic a little closer here because we need to have a chat, you know, one-on-one. Because I set that up so you'd be traded, and
He's not listening.
you got all of them, bro. Like, fair, but you can kind of see how that round does fall apart if Ponta doesn't hit 5 headshots in about 6 bullets. Like, that is incredible work. And what you got to commend there is not only his individual, but you got to say as Bounty Hunters, look, the idea that you were putting to the table was working. So you got to rely, even so early into a game, you got to say, look, that worked. Keep to your game plan. Don't let that one round completely disrupt what you were trying to do, because I think teams in South America are really capable of doing that, and suddenly the game plan goes completely out the window. It's completely gung-ho. Flashbang, oh, it's brilliant.
Wow.
Cold spots these players. He says to Drop and Cowes, go get some kills. Drop finds 2 on the SMG, and now that's even more money potentially later down the line for Cold Zero's AWP.
That's just pretty right there. I thought Cold Zero was just going to do the classic jump down into underpass, fall right into the trap of bounty hunters that they set up in hunting those ecos, but there's a little bit of thought process behind it, a flash to peek into it. They were well prepared for that setup right there. Only a single casualty taken so far on this CT side on the pistol. Other than that, utter dominance coming through up against the full Glocks, and at least this will set up a 3rd round buy coming up here for Bounty Hunters. A pretty effective one at that, but fantastic start here from Red Canids that you would dream of.
Are we going to see Red Canids play well? Like, what do you make of Ponta? Because obviously you've been around this scene a little bit more actively than I have. I know a little bit about Ponta. Obviously he was on Arctic, then he was on ODDIK for ages, and now he's here. He's one of those players that I don't really remember standing out in a really big way, but I suppose is a solid anchor from what we've just seen out of the pistol. But again, maybe it's going for that realm of stability sign-ins that Red Canids needed.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's about maybe filling in some of these roles here. I think he can obviously show he can be an excellent kind of anchoring presence here, but in terms of like ceiling here, I think some of the best work on ODDIK that he was able to do didn't really lead to like 1st place prizes in South America. But, you know, I don't think he is anticipated to be the big piece of the puzzle here. If he can find a whole lot more success anchoring with players that are incredibly skilled and experienced, then that might just, you know, fit like a glove right into this roster. So excited to see him on this team here, especially if he can succeed. Whoa. And that'll help out quite a bit. They're spamming through the smoke. They missed their window smoke as well. So a little bit of this mid control disrupted. And Ponta going to be tested on B again here. Getting a full belt of utility sent his way. MP9 smokes effective at dodging out these bullets here. And again, not required this time because he is well staffed on this B site. Has help from both Cat and Market.
Yeah, okay. I like what you're putting down, right? You're saying, listen, Ponta is solid in his roles. This is, again, the issue that we spoke a little bit about pre-game. And if you've got Ponta and Drop being reliable foundations for your roster, then it gives chances for Cowes to be that star player, for Venom Zero to start lurking, especially on T side. And remember, Cold Zero, whilst he is AWPing in this team, he doesn't need to all the time. Like, he can just still remain on the rifle. He can still be that X factor. And the last time that Cold was AWPing, got to bear in mind, he put Legacy through to a major off the back of AWPing. That was in CSGO. That was a while ago, admittedly. However, that is the last most recent success story. Legacy's first ever qualifications to the major through Cold Zero AWPing, most notably on Vertigo. What a great sentence that is.
It is, yeah. A wild one. And I mean, I think it just lines up nicely because sometimes I think Red Canids roster moves are just so tough to identify like what the end goal is. And if you pick up Ponta, if you pick up Cowes, I think it addresses a couple of needs here in terms of the roster. So I like the construction, and I honestly haven't been able to say that for a little while now for this team. So it's cool to see. I think they're taking strides in the right direction that this roster desperately needed, because if they didn't have that, right, I think this team would kind of fall into maybe not necessarily irrelevancy, but just never making it into tier 1 competition again, like they were last year, like they want to keep up into.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a statement for them. It's definitely a statement with how these rounds have been going. They've been so clean. Again, that was a flawless round out of Red Canids. There's one kill on Bounty Hunters, and that came in the pistol round. That was the opening kill of the entire best of 3. This is Nightmare Fuel. I remember, this is Bounty Hunters' map pick.
If that remains so here. Finally going to test the A side here. Venom's there might see some action in this round. He might actually see an enemy in this round here, but the read already on this defense is looking incredible. They've got a well set up 3-man lean on this A side, a quick rotate through Cat. They do have the defense ready to go. We'll see if it holds up though.
Yeah, you've also got drop holding for Deep Palace. So actually, it's going to be Venom Zero. Nearly caught in transition. He moves away immediately. And now the counter flashbangs can rain over the top. Venom Zero will be overwhelmed, but it's okay because Cold and Drop both chime in with kills. And suddenly Kaiser is left all alone. Now spotted, dinked, removed. Again, a single casualty. Red Canids are flying on Mirage.
Stop. Beautiful defense altogether right there. Triangulated setup on that A side, well prepared. Good contact off the back of that initial play, right? Straight through Palace. And then the flashes come through to deny trades from Tetris. So just about everything you could ask for right there from Red Canids. Lurking presence through connector, can't get anything going because of that third man. They're feeling the heat as they've got no traction on this E side so far. Still got Cold Sarah now, who bought an op and tossed his rifle over to Venom Zera last round. So finally going to see some of that opping come through here for the second gun round going. This time mid control a little bit more conceded here for this T side to gain.
There's a lot of variation here from Red Canids, because in that previous gun round, Drop immediately fights mid, then you get flashbang support. This time it is Kawes in ladder, Cold's got his AWP with Drop and Ponta. Like, there's a lot of an aggressive style to take middle, and look at that. Just through the combination of grenades, they're breaking the smoke, they're faking, hey, we're breaking the smoke, we just want to peek, we just want to get the info, and then Drop swings, takes the kill, and falls back in. That is an expert way to grab that first kill.
I just didn't stick around long enough to give any trade presence, even though there was decent mid control from Bounty Hunters. It's so quick in the motion that they can't find the response, and now left walking wounded back in towards the B side. They're committing more presence towards this B side. As you said, the rotate looking perfect from Cold Zera on the scene. Cow is still cutting off Catwalk in a difficult fight for Turtle ahead. Jiggling out, shows his presence, at least gains the info, but he needs to scale up Cat right now for his B players to get a little bit of assistance. Ponta goes down, Turtle finds one as well. Eventually a burn comes through, but Cold Zera sharp on the triggers, does only get a single before getting traded. So somehow Bounty Hunters, even in a 4v5 with a decent staffed B site, gain their ground into this here. Looking for the retake action now. Little contact play up the catwalk, but no trades available just yet. 8 cheese in hand, but losing held quickly, running out of life left, and Venom Zera taps him out eventually. So the retake successful. At least some ground gain, though, for Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, at least there's something. I'll tell you what, Bounty Hunters do a really good job at isolating every single kill on that bomb site and putting it into bite-sized pieces. So you've got Cold Zera on the angle, holding the window peak. Well, if he fires off a shot and misses, then he's out the round for 3 seconds. That means you can get that kill immediately on towards Ponta. And notice how that contact comes in. As soon as Ponta's dead, that's where Turtle starts activating his short play, keeps Kawes out the fight, also is able to get the kill, but keeps him out the fight long enough to the point where Cold Zera would have potentially have been isolated. And even if Cold Zera wasn't isolated at that point, they got good scaling in. And the reason why I'm mentioning all this, because that's how they get onto the bomb site, and notice the contrast on when Red Canids actually retake in this 2v2, because it's together, because they're actually a lot more close together, which means they've got better trade spacing. They're just fighting forward because they're full of confidence. And immediately, you get one whiff, you get one moment in which that tether breaks it out of Bounty Hunters from the short guy and the bench guy, and you're just able to overwhelm the odds. So, much better contrast to the end of the round there, to the middle of the round for Red Canids, even with the rotate being Cold moving over towards window, having Kawes in towards ladder. Everything felt good, but the way the Bounty Hunters executed it in was also pretty good. So I'm glad that we are getting this out of Bounty Hunters, because it's very similar to the pistol round where the ideas are solid, the execution is good up to a point, and then it all just falls flat on its face.
Yeah, I mean, exactly that right there. Able to actually gain some strides on in and take fights effectively. I got to give a lot of credit. I mean, you mentioned Turtle and the experience. That is an incredibly challenging duel, but that diligence to jiggle on in towards that ladder room, that's something that you fully expect from a player of his caliber to take those fights with some caution in the mix there. So impressive breakdown. Unfortunately, doesn't end in a round win though for them. Still some trials in that department. You got Venom Zero with the Vitality Spray. Fan of eras, I guess.
Huh. That's funny because, you know, his era at the end of his name. Obviously played with Cold Zero. Probably got the Zero from Cold. Plus, I read somewhere online, I don't know if this is like BS or if it's real, but I read that you can only add the 0 to your name in Brazilian Counter-Strike when you gain like respect, or you've made it a certain point in your professional journey. I don't know how real that is, but I only see it. You do see a lot of zeros in the Brazilian scene, but only sort of in the tier 2, tier 1 space. So maybe there is some merit to it.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember when I first casted Venom Zero, because I don't think I've ever casted Venom Zero when he was like, you know, bad or anything of that nature. Right? I think, you know, even when he was
Venom.
No, I don't think so. That's the thing, you know. Maybe he gathered that respect early, right, and then able to accomplish quite a bit already. I mean, he's still very young, so there had to have been a point where he was just Venom, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Someone will know for sure and will correct me immediately. But
I'm looking up Zera on just on the HLTV right now.
That's what I've heard. Like, I don't even know where I heard that from. I can't remember. It was so long ago.
Big U Zera, Venom Zera, and Cold
that makes
Zera, the
sense.
3.
And Cobra Zera from the Huns. And I don't know how he got that, but
Sure.
hey, he's got a 1.23 rating on HLTV. I think he can have Zera.
Mongolia on top as well, so fair enough.
All right, come on then. Let's get back into this. 5-0. Mayan's been chunked down by nade damage. And a big fight out mid looms, and Kawa's caught off. And Turtle's got his number.
Well, back-to-back success right there on the Kawas here. Again, kind of a point man here for this DT side as well in terms of trying to get active, but Flashbang catches him enough to throw him off here. Drop looking for the equalizer. Stepping forward, smoke spam. Desperately trying to track where Turtle is and does some decent damage at that, but smoked off now once again here. Walking out towards this A side, it's left a little bit vulnerable. Connector also a question, and a missed shot from Cold Zera. Ends up toppling him over, so we have stopping momentum here. Eventually rolling on out for Red Canids. It's just drop left in CT spawn. Somewhat committed to the idea of trying this retake as his retreat is cut off completely.
I really like this play out of Bounty Hunters because Red Canids have been really focused on going for middle as a unit. So you see Drop starting to fight in towards ladder. You'd assume, therefore, that Ponta is over towards short. Then you've got Venom Zera close towards stairs, ready to swing off of that contact. And that's exactly where they've died, if you take a look. So I really love the way that they play that, because what they do here, Bounty Hunters, they recognize that, okay, Red Canids are always fighting mid pretty proactively as a unit, so we'll take this chance. B hasn't been working, Ponta has been deady anchoring that, so we'll try and go at A instead, and they do catch Venom Zero. Drop dies, so he isn't able to hold the AK. He's got bundles of money, so that isn't the issue, but you'd rather have the AK than not.
So he also has to toss on to Nava over here, Cold Zera's way, so whole lot invested into this one. And finally on the board here for the side of Bounty Hunters, being able to take some of that good execution and put it into practice with the kills to back it up, weakening up this A side because of the access towards middle. Taking the contact approach there from the very get-go, it felt like was the big determiner. HE sent into the direction of the Opera. Got to be careful now with the jump spots, and Ponta is just about evades Kaiser in the AWP. Does a decent bit of damage for his troubles as well, and sends him packing. Got some aim and aggression on the other side of the map.
How far does Venom Zero go? That's the next question now, because the thing is, if you're Freak, which most of us are, he's in Palace, and he would have said, look, ramp's open. There's a real world in which this guy can be here, so just be careful. And you can see the way that they're sort of approaching that. In fact, Kaiser's disappeared. He's now going back over towards middle, but Mayan is really taking his time to clear out ramp.
It's another great HE here. Boost still unidentified at the moment. They'll finally spring into action. Another smoke for the bottom of connector, still giving Cows the availability to strike here. An incredibly challenging fight ahead for the Opera, but at least translates it into a kill. And more information spotted now. Venom Zera's smoke goes down, running great past it. Meyer needed that entry right there. A trade coming through from Cold's Op. And into the site they go. That's bomb dropped as well. Cold down low, waiting for the Palace peak to come on through. But in the meantime, getting reinforcements arriving through CT as the bomb is still a main. And the time is slowly ticking away. You got to force a fight at some point there. Flashbang avoided somewhat. Good enough to line up a multi-kill. 14 seconds left before the bomb finally is recovered here. Bomb dropped again. Ponter looking to save the round. Two more introductions into this one here as the bomb being faked. A swing coming on through, but he can't complete the mission. And Zot comes up clutch instead for Bounty Hunters to continue winning ways.
Tell you what, I think he ran out of bullets right at the end there. I think he had a couple more bullets. That would have been the 1v3, but how does it even get to that point in the first place, right? Like, how is Ponta being required to clutch up like that? Firstly, Venom Zero has had a mega whiff over towards ramp. Like, Mayan should be dead. 1,000,000%. Sure, Cold Zero trades, but then if Venom Zero's alive, that puts so much pressure on the Palace player. Freak's able to line up. He wasn't even aiming at Cold Zero, but a stray bullet as he's aiming over at drop just connects it and kills. And it's those moments that give Bounty Hunters another chance at another round. And amazingly enough, even on 5 in a row for Red Canids, even with the fact that we weren't really getting any kills for Bounty Hunters, 2 rounds in this CT economy in Big 2025, and they've got to save again.
After so little deaths for so long, right? Doing such a good job of building up that economy and just shatters in a round. It's brutal. But at least able to get a hero rifle out into the mix there. They break open the vents as well, getting that rifle. Not actually where it needs to be. It's set towards the top of connector. Pistol inside of... Or no, that is Cows also. Inside of ladder room. So a chance to find more, but Turtle does have his number, and that will remain true. Just continued destruction onto Cows right now in this matchup, and they're already scaling up Catwalk. Only a USP to defend up against it. That's quickly shattered. Unidentified player in apps is also dealt with by Turtle, and it's just dropped with some smoke spam, looking to create some leverage, but that won't come through here. Gonna call it. Gonna retreat, but there's also a lurk up connector, so see what happens with that. Venom Zera not gonna look that way at all.
Yeah, he's got a weird timing here. Oh no, okay, Kaiser's holding. Kaiser's holding just in case. So Drop needs to live. I don't think he's going to. Poor Cowers. We've been bigging him up, and he was good in the first few rounds, and then suddenly he gets owned by Turtle 3 times in ladder, and then he's on the boost, he gets hard cleared by the rifler, and then the orb just swings and kills him. He's had a really rough go of it, and to be honest with you, I don't really think any of these are massively his fault.
I'm just more so impressed with Turtle's ability to consistently kind of flush him out and win that head-to-head time in and time out at this point.
Turtle's kills have just been on Cowers. Oh no, he's got 3 of them. He's got 3 of them.
Saved one for maybe Cold or something along those lines. But yeah, that is it's been a very difficult duel. I'd say one that Cowers has been advantaged in a couple of those situations, right? But can't quite track those kills when it comes his way. Leads to a pretty difficult round number 9 here for Red Canids. Missing out on some firepower for some players, some utility certainly missing as well. Out of the gates, they smoke A main. This is interesting here. A lot of teams are just tossing in recycled smokes for Palace right now, but they smoke main from the very get-go.
It's a good molly, and I think that's info as well. I'm pretty sure Turtle would have spotted Cowers backing up. So all eyes look at A. Drop spamming connector. A boost up for Cowers isn't gonna net him anything. There's that recycle smoke for Palace, and Venom Zero moves in.
We're committed to this defense at this point here. Freak moving out now finally. noise being made as they exit through Tetris, and smoke to be blown up right there. Quick transfer up for Venomzera. Didn't realize that they had snuck their way out of a main. A site incredibly vulnerable. They're so focused on this mid lurk right now. You got to turn their eyesight towards this potential of A aggression coming on through, and Bounty Hunters are so patient about it. They got to be careful. The smokes are going to soon fade. See if that ends up in their favor here. Working out is coldzera, but with the rifle can't quite track the kills. This could be an early call for a save now.
Should be. It really should be, to be honest with you. And again, Bounty Hunters just leveraging all the map control they have by ramp, because you just immediately see the smoke replenished on Palace. Molly goes in. Freak's already got the scale in. Really diligent from him, just to guarantee the clear on top balk to ensure that the Palace player can come out quite cleanly. I'm surprised that coldzera doesn't get any kills there from Ticket. Oh, it's a one-round game, and the money is here a little bit, but it also isn't really here for Red Canids. So I wonder what they're going to do in this situation.
To continue the effort for more purchases at the very least. And now their loss bonus stacking up here. It's a quick 4 rounds in a row. Up by Bounty Hunters. Establishing themselves here. I think really proving that the execution was good in the get-go. They just couldn't quite find the shots to back it up. As you highlighted, you know, being able to stick to their structure and believe in the system that they were putting together. Eventually those round wins start to come through. Those trades start to look a lot easier. Those entries being manufactured now.
Good reaction here out of Red Canids. Look at how far advanced drop is up middle. That should be promoting rotations to the B bomb site. But instead, it's all a fake on A. And coldzera is now bitten down on this. He's moved over to help out Venomzera. And now Cowes has also moved over towards short. Ponta is by himself. And they're just going to completely disrespect the smoke. MP9 versus AK. Ponta wins it out. He needs a multi, or at least to stay alive at the bare minimum, and he can't manage it.
Yeah, it looked like an impossible shot from Turtle right there, but somehow Drop able to knock one out as well. Turtle getting his foot on towards bench right now. The chance to make things happen, but Cow is able to adjust and catch him by surprise this time around. So enough distraction set up right there. The lurking presence getting shut down as well. And Red Canids react fast right there to the execution for Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, good work from Cowes as well. He slips the net, he slides by that molly, and Drop runs away. And just a good call out of Drop as well, right? That you've given them a lot of respect in towards middle. I think they've allowed Bounty Hunters to station Kaiser more often than not in towards top mid, holding con. So Drop says, look, this time we're just going to take it. We're just going to force the fight, press the issue, see what they do. This is the one round that Bounty Hunters don't really contest for mid control. And it works out really effectively. Bomb going Palace. No one ramp. What are you cooking here?
I don't know, a little cheeky Palace pop right now, but there is no one really to throw utility, so I wonder if the B players have any util to throw from the B side. But no, it's just faking utility towards B. They're hoping that they can sell the rotate. But and looking to try and run it back in the reverse here. Maybe the contact approach is going to work just fine because Turtle is destroying them. Quick on the draw. And that's the sight.
That's the round. You got to save again. Okay, fair enough. I mean, they literally did this last round, but the inverse. As you're highlighting, it's like, okay, well, you expect it. And then Turtle just says, don't worry, guys, I've just double entried. No need to panic. Freaks now push the smoke in towards connector. So a lot of these players are just dead in a moment. Freak will hear this. And he should be able to get both. I don't know how Drop's alive, but he is.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, thank you.
Just took a little HE to put him down right there. Delayed the inevitable, but yeah, I mean, Turtle remaining sharp. I feel like he's the big facilitator in a lot of this opening success right now for the side of Bounty Hunters. And what's it again? I mean, that is 2 instant entries right there, walking out of Palace dry. I was with you in the confusion. I thought maybe the B players were going to toss in smokes from the B side and try and sell a fake, something of that nature, but no utility, walking out Palace. and 2 instant picks. I mean, that's how it had to go, right? Otherwise, it would have been pretty comfortable for Red Canids to shut that down.
Oh yeah, we're looking at 8-4 if that doesn't work. Instead, we're potentially got a tied up scoreline. Flashes for Drop. He really wants to take this fight again, and Kaiser is the one that is so wide out middle. Drop and Cowes hit the deck, and for Bounty Hunters, 6-6 looking more like a reality.
Another great flash right there from Myron again. Tossing in utility, solid work on Cowes, and this time it sets the Opera up for flying out towards middle and working through the smokes to shut down that CT side aggression. 2 sideline right now. Drop and Cowes. Drop doing a lot of heavy lifting towards middle when necessary, and coldzera volleyed out of position. That's more information gathered right there that he has to smoke it off, and he still hasn't left, so he's eating damage right now. Finally going to escape, but tone set already. They're looking to collapse on middle as a last ditch effort. This is desperation right now for Red Canids. We'll see if it leads to any success as they fly through middle. Smoke for the molly, but only a single kill to VenomZera. Poncho trying to collapse as well, but this triggers the B aggression coming through. Side access gained here. Myron might get sidelined, but he'll gather the information that's necessary to lead it over towards A.
If there's one man you want in the clutch, it probably is Cold. However, look at Zoc's angle. Oh, you can't do anything now, mate. This will be 6-6. Just gonna wait for it to happen. 20 seconds left. Bomb plant. Be a round that Cold has to go for at his measly 9 HP. This would be unbelievable, but he's got no kit. He's got no util. He's now just been spotted out by Freak. And no one's peeking him. At least they're giving him respect, but they're also guaranteeing this round win. 10 seconds, the allotted defuse time. He's going to get none of it. Gosh, just swing him. Just fight him.
Tried his best right there, but that is just systematic. He still finds a kill for his troubles, but yeah, like you said, there's absolutely zero way to recover that round right there. We're all knotted up despite only a single kill in the first 4 rounds, which was the reality that bounty hunters were facing. Heading into the 5th, they finally gained some leg room into that B bomb site. Still don't come up their way, but the traction gained right there. They finally find their foothold and then just continue to work through these rounds, find opening picks, and set themselves up well. I mean, that's a big part of this half as well. As we said, you know, finding those entries is the way that they got those opening duels.
Yeah, look at this. 5-0, and it felt like I was just gonna sit here and I was gonna be like, well, it's gonna be an easy best of 3 for Red Canids. Like they're playing really solid. Drops like at 11-2. This feels amazing. Everyone's online. Cowards is destroying, and then Turtle rocks up. Turtle won a few of those rounds single-handedly, just for bounty hunters, and then that enabled Zoc to get a little bit more active. Kaiser started finding consistency with the AWP, and Freak has been a really good lurker over towards ramp. And if you're VenomZera, you now got to match that against the guy that's got triple your kills. So it's going to be a hard-pressed T side for Red Canids, and it's just whether their tempo, their defined roles, whether that's going to actually slot in and work a little bit more effectively on the T side, because it was working well for 5 rounds, and then it all just crashed and burned.
I want to see if they can look to revive it here. I mean, a big talking point that we headed into this, conversation with was finally having, I think, what should be a game plan here in terms of T-side success. You had coldzera calling that old iteration, and you lost David. I felt like they lost a lot of their identity in the opening phases. Cowas got leveled out in a lot of those head-to-heads, those duels that he was facing through Turtle specifically. So, I mean, we'll see if they can bring some of that same successful structure while also being able to get some of their key pieces activated. Because right now, Drop able to step up. Ponter, 3 kills from the pistol past that point. And, coldzera was flaring up here and there. But 2 of the big highlight players we talk about here, especially when it comes to the effectiveness on this T side, are VenomZera and Cowes. And now their time to shine here in the second half.
Pistol would go a long way for bounty hunters. So a very similar play to what we got. Ouch. Okay, and a very similar result, I guess. It's not Ponta, it's Kaiser, and he actually meets them a lot earlier than Red Canids did, and he's gonna get maybe a 4K. Not quite the ace. He'll take it. That's ridiculous.
Got robbed. Zog did like 4 damage that round. Should have been the exact same pistol, just all dead through catwalk instead of on that B side. Kaiser just immediately steps up and shuts it down while Utility's still in play. I mean, Kaiser a bit isolated. It's just, I think, such a favorable duel to step in. I mean, they were lined up completely for him. Those headshots rolled off so quickly. Now Bounty Hunters not only taking the pistol, but also the lead while they're at it here into the second half and making their same statements that were made against them open us up with.
That's pretty ridiculous. I feel like, even though it goes against everything we've been saying about Red Canids and the fact that we got like the structured roles now, we're hoping for a little bit more identity. I feel like this team is so momentum based though, like especially with the players on it. I feel like you get into a little bit of a slump here. Like Cole's gonna dip his head a little bit. Zero is probably just feeling really out of it right now. Cowes has still had his bell rung by Turtle. Can't escape him right now. I really hope they're able just to shake this off and they just make the first gun round be more of a success story. But I'm kind of concerned that if they lose the first gun round, they're just going to be out of this map.
I'm not too far off with you here. Like you said, they look to roll forward with momentum. When that doesn't come through, challenges can arise. This one shouldn't be one to gain much ground either. Complete shutdown coming on through. No casualties taken. Some damage done on the Freak, but that's about all. Fed into the crossfire. The Glocks come tumbling down, and as you say, going to put a lot of tension on this first gun round here for Red Canids, whether they can lift off or not. They have the setup to do so here with this roster. See what they're able to bring to the table here quickly. No timeouts into this first gun round, just straight into the action here. A bit of a bonus on the other end of the server, so 2 MP9s in the mix versus the full AKs.
I just default in. And look at this. I love this out of bad senses. Double pushing towards under. Oh, double kill out of Venom Zero. Oh, that's sickening. What a way to come alive.
Oh, that is one hell of an introduction right there to the second half. Solo on the B side will try and claim full control. Gets surprised. A chance here, but not long lasting, as Ponter on the other side of the map will open up that A side fully. Understanding where Freak is. They can coast onto this round here. They're actually looking to hunt quite a bit here, which is interesting. Freak gonna find another exit while he's at it. Shouldn't encourage him for any further retake efforts, I don't think, but still getting encapsulated. He had a lot to gain here if he was able to hold on to this fully, but now put into question is there to wrap him up here. Head spotted from Cow is eventually taken clean off. And the Red Canids come through with one hell of an introduction by Venom Zero.
Damn. Alright, Venom Zero. I'm a big fan of this guy. And it's rounds like those where drop had a cool, and then within 10 seconds the round's over because of one man just delivering devastating headshots. It's like, okay, cool. That's why I like him. He just takes the control of a round just like that. He's got that in his locker. It's just about unlocking it consistently for Mr. Venom Zero. And to be fair to him, Red Canids have not had a consistent lineup in what feels like forever. So I hope this roster is longevity planned.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think they can build that longevity with this team in particular. Just got to be able to build that success and trust in the system right now. It's the big question mark, right? Because if it doesn't come through, I mean, the expectations are obviously high when a player like Cold Zare's on your roster. But you do bring in young stars like Venom Zero and Cowes. This is a team that is built to introduce itself into Tier 1, and expectation going to be set quickly. With HEs, Venom Zero 3 sent his way. Only about a quarter of his HP taken down. They still look to set their focus in on up connector. Venom Zero sidelined early this time, straight through the smoke. Drop gonna slide by here, still connects and spots one out, scaling inside of Palace here. Repeat coming through though, Fearlessness rolling out from the sole defender on this site. Now looking to set up different options. Cow is instant onto Zoc. Still a player tucked inside of Palace, and now they're thinking about rerouting this one in towards the B side, and it becomes a race. Cowas has to beat to the punch here. This defender on the site, Turtle, once again bests them, and it leaves them in purgatory now, where they have to route back in towards this A side. It might not be the worst of ideas.
Yeah, this is weird. Like, I'm surprised Freak didn't sort of reset ramp, but I feel like the issue you've got there is if Cowas finds that kill, you're just screwed if you're Bounty Hunters. So Freak just makes the decision to group together. The good news for Bounty Hunters is Red Canids will have no idea that this has happened. There's no nade to flush drop out this corner. Cold Zero is playing a really active role here, and he'll be the one to take all the contacts. Drop, hopefully, the one to close for Red Canids.
Have to be here to help the player left standing. Drop, taking the contact right there, but Cold Zero trades available. Now bomb being tapped here, looking for the clutch. Cold does come up big time right there. In the 1v2, able to complete it. Freak falling, and Red Canids getting back into winning ways right there with the experience at the helm.
Tell you what, good plant from Drop as well, because it's reverse, but also inverse default. Like, that's such an uncharacteristic way to plant that bomb, but by doing that, you're protecting from both Connector and Palace. And the reason why you can do that, normally you don't because you're so exposed to jungle, is because you know that the player is Palace and one just killed Cowas. So a really nice space, really nice little adaptation there for Red Canids, and I love the call. You're just going into the eco, which you know is going to be the eco, or if they have invested in, you're still execing anyway. So this is a good like catch-22 round.
Right there with you. Able to play that one smart there. Getting a little bit fortunate by the long rotate from Freak.
For sure.
And then being able to close it out there this time around. Red Canids looking to take the lead back up against full USPs and a P250. So got a decent flank coming through. That's about all they have to lean on here. Is the site already being claimed. 4-man flank could make things interesting to say the least.
For Cold. Are they going to play... Okay, they're going to play exits here. Issue is that all these players are already in jungle. So I don't think Red Canids are going to go back through ramp. Especially after Ponta spots these players in towards Palace. He'll just leave. Cold then starts fighting. You don't have to fight them. You can just leave. Uh-oh. He's not leaving. Nope, he got forced to leave.
Oh gosh, drop that
Such a
pesky
lot of
bomb.
damage.
Keeps getting him. He died again. Thought he was safe in CT. One round now. Up connector there. Still gets caught by it. Bit unfortunate for him there, but another timeout used here from Bounty Hunters. They've been pretty effective off the back of these. I think they actually had a bit of a tech pause there when Red Canids were up 5-0, but still were able to bounce back when that was the case. Now they got to deal with the team that's making a lot of good moves in the mid round right there. They're showing their experience, being able to still, even when things don't go their way, pull rounds back from the brink. That was heated up in that big gun round as well. And there are more challenges that Bounty Hunters have to face right now. This team looking fully fleshed out on this T side.
I think it's rounds like those that you highlight where I think Cowas will have a much better time, because I think back to obviously just comparing in-game leaderships from Drop to Big U Zero. I feel like Drop is a lot more flexible, and Big U Zero is a lot more structured, and Cowas will be able to get away with a lot more. Cowas will be able to do what he wants to, especially in mid-rounds on T sides. So the fact that he's able just to kind of gain and garner that space, the fact he's able to influence a round like this will give him a lot of confidence for the future.
Use that confidence up against Bounty Hunter's camp here. Should be feeling exactly that, but gonna have a lot of targets on his screen soon. You can see the full focus of Bounty Hunters every crosshair turned in the way of middle at the moment. Create some signs of worry right now as it's getting met with force here. And Cow is quick on the troll again, able to transition his kill up connector, but not for anything more. Onto the site there, realizing that there's some chance to claim some ground here, but spam down through the smoke. Another clutch required here for the two Zeras. Requiring some attention right now. The detail here. Where do they go next in this 2v4? Where do they break through? They're going to look to take some space right now, but holding up against the pressure, that's a difficult task here. A quick shot in from Venom Zera, but some good motion from Connector keeps Freak alive and distracts him for the players to work up CT. Now just Cold Zera again, 1v3, spots out the first, looking for the second and follows it up. Cold Zera in the flames, can't quite track it. He's burning, but he catches him on the defuse before it's too late. Oh my god, what a clutch from Cold.
Certainly wasn't Cold in that round either. Had to make that decision there and then. And you can see he's thinking, right, do I just go back into this molly? No, I'm just going to stand and fight. He gets one more chance at hitting that shot, and he does it. It's almost like the reverse Olafmeister on Overpass. Insane round from Cold. And when he's got that AWP in that location in Palace, you get a little bit scared, but he hits every single shot that ends up mattering. And that's the difference. That's the breakaway round for Red Canids. That completely smashes the economy of Bounty Hunters to bits. The best weapon in this round, it's Freak on an MP9.
That's just not the first time he's been able to close out a clutch here in the late round as well. Add another one to the tally for this T side. That is brutal stuff. Good utility. As they're already up Catwalk, there's just not a chance to run away here, and Cow is on a revenge tour to take down Turtle. That has to feel good.
That's a really great way of framing that. I wonder how much of this was a limit test as well for Red Canids, how quickly they were able to get up short. I know the money's pretty weak here, but I wonder if that's ever a consideration in Drop's mind, thinking, yes, that was an eco, but that felt really nice. And that's something we've not yet done on this T side when it comes to a gun round. A fast short to B. Could see it happening.
So perfect to call those out on the anti-ecos, to be honest, as well. It just keeps the distance. As long as you can clear out ladder, I think it's one of the most effective to use up against pistols and at P9s. He's really like to lean in that direction. It's a good show that they can take this mid control as well. Those protocols if the fight wants to be met in that direction. So right side for Red Canids, T side takeover coming through off the back of the pistol loss and the following here. You know, it has required some clutches. It's required some heroics, but they're able to meet the occasion right now with Cold on the team.
Yeah, it's been good to see. It's been good to see the fact that they've been able to do this. Gives a lot of hope for Red Canids, especially with the longevity of this best of three spam from Mayan. Not finds anything. Kaiser breaks open the smoke and gets rid of Cowards early.
It's definitely something they needed here. And also the setup looking phenomenal. Kaiser already repositioning effectively to shut this play down. And they're going to look to brute force it. No, not quite. Maybe drop was the avenue out of this round, but Bounty Hunters fully rotating in towards this B side, still shut down the lurking presence and don't give them any room to breathe at this point. Well, Zera and Ponter, I don't know what you do from this point. A minute left on the clock, and
they wanted to go mid to B. They really wanted to go mid to B, and then Kaiser's able just to get that kill as they break the smoke open. But if Kaiser doesn't break that smoke open, you would have seen Red Canids progress further up Catwalk in towards that bomb site. The only reason Drop is in Connector is because the plan just falls on its face. You can't win this. Well, you can, but it would be ridiculous.
Hey, man, Cold's on full health, but I think he's posted. Gonna take a safe position in Palace and let this round fade by. That is, I mean, no hesitation from Bounty Hunters. I think at a point like this, impressive to be able to call that out right now. With how many fakes they threw in that key side of their own, I think they knew coming into this matchup here what to prepare for. When there's contact, when there's smoke, there's fire. And the 5-man lean that quickly translated into a successful B-side defense. as well as covering off the mid side. Kept this Red Canids team from claiming map point. Drop have anything in his bag? If they're going to be rotating that quickly, now the question is, can you identify that here while you're in the server and be able to react, right? And that's going to be the big question right now for this team. They want to close things out with comfort.
Or is it a case of, do you want to fake, maybe? Or do you just want to exec? Because, to be honest with you, when Red Canids have been execing onto bomb sites, that's been working out pretty well for them. It has required clutches, as you've rightly highlighted, but getting on the bomb site in itself hasn't really been that terrible. It's only come down to dying to smoke spams, more often than not. So I wonder how much of this is going to be a fake compared to a straight-up exec. Because it almost feels like they want to run the same round.
Players in towards apartments. Kaiser got to be able to pluck one out, though. Venom Zera this time not so successful. Working through apps. The op meets him right where he's at. Now, the op is still posted up right now, so this opening pick is at a requirement of very little resources, just the attention of this AWP. Meanwhile, the rest of the camp ready to deal with any sort of mid presence or A presence that heads their way. So already a great setup for bounty hunters.
It's a really interesting setup now for Red Canids, because you've seen the AWP on B. What does that mean? That's what Dropper's now got to figure out. What's the best case scenario? If there's a player dropping a smoke that deep, is that the AWPer? Is that a rifler that's now rotated in? To keep track of all these moving pieces is going to be a bit difficult for Red Canids. It feels like they are going to make what is currently the right read. They're going to move back towards this B bomb site. And that means that Kaiser is going to be all alone, and he's just missed his incendiary. Now is the perfect time to strike.
He's got to watch Catwalk as well. I mean, this is an incredibly difficult job here for Kaiser alone. This rotate's got to come soon. 25 seconds left. They just smoked connector. This is going to be a B-side finish, and he threads in another kill while he's at it. Just more disruption manufactured here from the op here. On the line for Catwalk as well. Add another one to the tally here. Kaiser all over the map. For his teammates to now get involved is a good sign. Maybe not necessary, though. Another kill coming through from Kaiser. Whips his sidearm out. Good big shot on that AG right there. He wants the ace. He's hunting for the ace. One bullet left, and he wants to cold Zera. Cold Zera. But that's not going to come through. It's going to eventually expire out. He'll be able to save his AK here. And Bounty Hunter's on for another here. Number 10.
Yeah, what a phenomenal round out of Kaiser. The fact he's just able to maneuver, and he gives his team so much leverage to be able to be in tandem with him, it was just exceptional. And I really love the way he plays that. The fact that he then got the rifle swinging behind him is everything. Just takes that contact, takes his cover. Just a really exceptional work coming in from Kaiser. 18 and 9. And Cold, to be fair, most of his impact on the game has been with the rifle, bar that 1v3 mega clutch with the AWP. But now he's the hero AK. Now he has to be the guy that does everything for his team, because they've got nothing. There's a really good chance here that Bounty Hunters can steal this one away from Red Canids.
To take that opportunity right now, right at the final hurdle. This is a perfect chance to come up something, to trick up their sleeve. Right now with the utility that they have, it could make things interesting. Smoke and some flashes for middle, but they're collapsing in. Cold's there in the meantime, though. Does sneak a kill through here, down low, but puts it into a 4v5, and everyone else staying at least alive here. I don't know how long that'll remain true as the peek through window coming on in. There's a huge gap, though. Kaiser doesn't get punished. The boost is seen eventually here, but more damage done out of Zoc. Saves his teammate's life and then extends it the advantage here. Gold Zera, more heavy lifting required with that AK in hand. I don't know how much he can really manufacture now. Gets sidelined by Turtle. And Bounty Hunters gonna now tie things up.
Yeah, they're doing it, aren't they? They really are doing it. And now you got to question if you're Red Canids. This call out a drop has to be the correct one. Because with the way the momentum is right now, with the way the game state's been going for Red Canids, if they lose this round, they have probably lost the map. They need to bounce back here whilst they've got all the guns, whilst they've got all the ideas, whilst they've got the time to even call a timeout. The fact that Cold's going under with the AWP is interesting to me. They've been able to fight for mid-control pretty freely. Most of the resistance has always come from short. So to have Cold pretty active early, maybe he walks up Con and sees what he can find. Is a really interesting position for the AWP.
That's gonna be tricky to work off of, but trying to take fights through connector has been something they've been very willing to do. So hoping for that same level. This is a good molly for ladder. Nice flush Turtle out into the open. The pre-fire right there. Cowes heat-seeking right on a Turtle. Makes him jump. And spams him down for a freebie opener. And there's a follow-up posted on top ticket. Patient for the peak from Kaiser. And rewarded with a 5v3 now that they have to complete. There's time left. They can wait this smoke out in A main. It's, I think, since faded right now. And that patience pays off as well.
Okay, I mean, what a round. It's just so slow. And it's one of those where bounty hunters are just second-guessing themselves continuously. Zoc has to hold on to the AWP. Cold is posted on his line. And will secure the kill. So Zoc... At least there'll be an AWP for Kaiser into this. They wanted to do economic damage. They maybe wanted to remove Cold Zero's AWP. It doesn't happen. I'm surprised. There we go. There's the timeout for Bounty Hunters. But we said Red Canids needed to win that round, and it was through sheer attrition and patience. Now the call for drop is, do we run it right back? Or is it one of these rounds where we just completely flip the script on its head?
Highly rewarded there. I mean, such a interesting setup. It looked like Red Canids had that one in their back pocket, ready to pull out there, especially with the start and how they opened up that round with Cowes. Finding the molly perfectly targeting Cold Zero, going through underpass to post up on top ticket. Like they knew where bounty hunters were going to play before they did. And it's such a good string to pull on right now, but one more still required up against the full efficiency here from bounty hunters. And it's back to a similar format right now. Similar structure. Cold Zero through underpass. Ready to go with that AWP. It's their center point for how they take this mid control right now.
It's good info, by the way. Kaiser breaks the smoke open, takes a shot, and then moves. And when Kaiser's been starting over towards the B bomb site, there hasn't been that many rifles with him. So with him now being in towards mid, you know he's immediately going to rotate. It's just classic what this AWP does. But double short. Can that be the remedy here for bounty hunters to force OT? Cold Zero will find Mayan. Kaiser is still hanging around in window, and he's got to be careful. Venom Zero's also dealt with Zoc, and whilst there is a trade out of Turtle, he needs a multi.
Oh, can't find it. Cowes with the headshots, good. And Cold Zero, where's he getting these kills from?
Don't know.
Oh my god, he got another one. Is this the new meta right there? Is Cold Zero the underpass opper? The Undertaker
so
right
ridiculous.
now just sniping him away as last player coming through there for the finishing blow. Offers up a 13-11. Red Canids close it out right at the finish line. Cold Zero leading them through this T-side with clutches and the finishing blow right there. Coming up with an unbelievable game plan to close. I mean, that is so bizarre.
Yeah, I tell you what though, what a call out a drop, and the fact that they just go, right, let's not complicate things, let's do exactly the same thing again. So really impressive out of them. We now go on to train as well, by the way, which is going to be a really difficult one for bounty hunters. You felt like you really needed that map of Mirage. You don't get it, you lose it in the full 24 rounds. We're going to have to see how this all pans out just after this break. Welcome back in. We are in Train, which is Red Canids' home turf. Bounty Hunters have been struggling on this one a little bit, and they don't really play it, so it's going to be a hard graph for them here.
Yeah, a bounce back effort here coming up. They almost got it done that last map, but that's a good start off. What about 6 pistol kills here on the CT side for Kaiser? He's doing a whole lot of that on these CT pistol rounds so far, and that trend will continue into Train. He finds 2 with the dual Berettas and shuts down the game plan immediately. This is a good start that they need. They want to lift off here on this map.
Yeah, for sure. And now that really just funnels Red Canids in towards B. You've already got the rotate here out of Freak and Mayan. Mayan is really low, but drop is falling to him anyway. So absolutely fine. You take that all day long if you're Bounty Hunters. Mayan is still alive, and no one can kill him. Finally, Ponta answers. Goodness me. He'll even be able to get the bomb. No, he won't. He was nearly able to get the bomb down.
That would have been at least a silver lining right there.
Something, right?
But misses out on that opportunity. Just about barely. And Bounty Hunter's denying that. Well, I still see a force buy from Drop. He's calling the shots there, so I think the rest of the team will join him. And that will be the case. They're still going to force even without the bomb plant. That can lead to some trials on the map as long range as Train here, at least towards the A side. But if that isn't necessarily their goal, see what they have in store. They smoked the molly. They smoked their own molly, but this is well prepared for. Freak does offer up at least a multi. Quick rotations on in. Need some more out of these Tech 9s. That's a great flashbang from Cowes. Teammates struggling to get involved though, and I don't know if that's going to be an availability here. They're forced to run up the lane right now, and that's where Kaiser and Sock step in. And they deny the cross, they deny the plant. They completely deny access on B again.
That's actually just so horrible because the bomb gets thrown to Cowes, but it goes alongside that train. So you have to jump back up to get it. That is horrible. Nightmare scenario here for Red Canids. No bomb plants ever. And that was the force buy. Didn't look like a force buy, did it?
No, not at all. Didn't get the traction they were hoping for right there. Very little kills. And now it should be a pretty comfortable round. That is if they don't go hunting. Just a small maybe gap here opened up on the east side. And that is captured. Drop at least claims a sneaky kill off the distraction of Cold Zera long range. It's not the worst of starts here. They're going to need a lot more, though. The Deagle from Ponter could provide if they continue peeking, which, again, they've shown that they're willing to give them a chase. And that flashes a false sense of security right now. They're shifting up the rotates big time. This could play right into the hands of this T side, although spotted now. Smyron doesn't cross there too lackadaisically. Just giving him all the peaks in the world right now. There's, again, another gap. It is still held. Myron still covers all his bases, has his teammates back, and should be all good.
That's important. Like, it is good, because you're right. There were so many gaps presenting themselves here. Potentially, that's a nice shot out of cold. Maybe you can find Mayan. That would feel pretty good. That's a lot of damage being inflicted by that P250. A small, hollow victory so far for Red Canids. But now they go on to this gun round, and the map mainly being CT-sided, if they can get off on the right foot here, that would feel pretty good. Let's see if they can win the gun round. Let's see if they can stabilize here. Remember, it was on Mirage that it took absolutely ages to get going on that T side, and then when they did, it was just completely fine.
Yeah, it took them a little while to lift off there. They got the handle on things. It's good to see. Took it into 24 rounds. But what if they start off well here? Is that a different story? Will they be able to step up even more? A map that they did get blown out of the water not too long ago by this very team. That's fresh in their minds, but it can also lead to a lot of adjustment. As this A side is left a little bit vulnerable in the numbers game. The op committed on this B side to try and help out in the defense. That is a really well... Oh, I thought that was a smoke. It's actually a flashbang. There's a smoke in his hands. Still holding on to it. It's not going to finally put that in play right now. Try and get it out now, but reveals his position at the very least. Multiple players spotted as Cowis tries to thread in some aggression. With a threat coming through, Pop now available, and a kill coming through from both Cowis and Ponter. Aggression punished. Myron left under stress right now. The flashes are just so perfectly placed. Ponter not only landing kills to help his team, but also finding that utility in the mix as well.
Yeah, really impressive out of Red Canids. Just the way they all weave in this round and make it just so effortless. Like that felt really simple out of the whole gang. Ponter, as you say, just a driving force in this round, setting his team up by also getting the kills as well. He is taken to life on Red Canids very well indeed, and I'm really impressed just to keep watching him sort of develop in this team. Because as I said on Mirage, wasn't really too sure what to expect out of him, but if this is the consistent output we're going to get out of Ponter, I'm all for it. Sign me up.
Flashes to follow it up. Kaiser, I mean, he's almost sure to fall at this point unless he lands some crazy collaterals. He does find a couple kills on his way out. Venom's there, careful about that bomb. He's just going to escape with his life. Op already recovered from cold, so no problems there. Right, Canids set themselves up. I think one point about Ponter right now is this is, you know, the best team that he has played with, right? This is his peak so far in his career. And when you're an anchor player, I think sometimes, or anchor or more supportive element of the team, you just thrive with how good your teammates can be as well. You know, when your teammates are executing off the back of your utility, you're going to be sitting pretty. And that's a huge opportunity on this roster right now to show what his ceiling can really be.
This one's a lot slower, but look at how much resources have been invested in towards main here for bounty hunters. As a response, Red Canids are going to look to execute in towards Pop. They just got to make sure they don't get churned up by these little close angles here. Make sure the 5-7s don't do the damage.
Blinding up Venom Sarah. No trades available here. One casualty taken, but the trade is quick from cold, actually. At range. Start to realize the force that they're dealing with on this A side. Realize how stacked it really is, though, at this point. Don't really gain much foothold into T-Con just yet. Drop, is he looking to solo lurk at a Pop right now? This is a risky move. Misses out on the kill in transition, but the whole defense in motion right now, and that opens up opportunities for Cowis to move as well. Smokes in, utility put on play, and Myron, simply put, is just a little too low to really activate through Z at the moment, so they're gonna have to concede this site. Maybe look to save here. Wazak with a hero rifle, I think it might be more valuable with how low Myron is. He escapes at least with his life. Freak also looking like he's maneuvering away from the site. Red Canids will live to tell the tale.
Yeah, nice that Doc's able to save. It's nice that even though Mayan and Freak aren't on amazing weaponry, it's good that they've still got the Kevlar behind it. Every little helps, and it just means that you've got something into this round rather than absolutely nothing. Do you know what I mean? So, fair play to them, just keeping things solid. And for Red Canids, this is 2 rounds in a row. It's them starting to feel themselves out now. Bounty Hunters do need to reply. Obviously, it won't come in this next round, but the next gun round after, that's where you need to start at least looking contestable against Red Canids, because it's all well and good you're doing it on the pistols, doing it on the follow-up. If you can't match it in the gun rounds, especially on a map like Train, a map that you've been consistently struggling on, suddenly, from a psychological point of view, those doubts will start to creep in. It's going to get really, really difficult indeed.
Those are doubts you got to shake quickly up against this Red Canids team. They'll pull on those threads. So we're left high and dry. That's a nice greeting for Freak. You want to turn that corner? Instead, waiting. A lot of setup right now towards the B side. A little bit gambly in the last couple of rounds with the lesser weaponry. I don't mind that at all. But they're walked out A already. Look where Cowis is right now. Taking a lot of liberties in identifying the stack here. You're going to call over some help. He is in Z already. Tough to anticipate, but it at least looks like they're aware of this. USB damage done. Follow-up trade coming through out of the MP9. Not a bad start considering the space that was lost.
That's hard. That's really tough if you're Cowards, because Red Canids were just looking to activate on that at a mosey. They weren't looking to immediately accelerate. But now, because Cowards has got all that space, you're just like, okay, we should probably get going. There's that hero rifle getting rid of drop. It's a 3v3. Fake out on the plant by Ponta. Hoping, begging Mayan to peek in. Doesn't happen. Is it going to be a fake or is it going to be another commitment here? It's going to be the commitment with Venom Zero coming over to hold.
Partly impatiently played out right there.
Oh, dear.
Old still got the line with the AWP. Venom Zero following it up. Safety could be found. Myron's still in the mix, though. Spotted out now. Challenges increase right now as the Glock pulled out from Cold Zero. No head Kevlar for Myron. Leads to his demise.
A little bit touch and go there. There's 2 instances where people are pulling out utility and they get owned on Red Canids. But Cold keeps his AWP, maintains it. Important note is that Kaiser can't afford one, even though he's top of the server right now when it comes to kills. So that's a little bit brutal. And it means that Cold goes uncontested in a big round.
Cold Zero op still looking like it has just the right amount of activity here in some of these rounds as well, which is super promising. Collapse coming through and Venom Zero flash banged up. There's a pressure from Pop. It takes a little while to finally sequence on in, but they've got this upper aggression coming through as well. Hidden member in the mix and drop. Might just be able to throw a wrench in the system here, especially as they lose Ponter. B site is open for the taking right now. It's all about the recognition of this if necessary, as Cowards is opening up new sight lines on towards A as well, reading into where the next player might be. There's that aggression that Drop was hoping for. Waits so long to finally capture that control. The bomb is still outside of T-Con. Cold Zero is going to need his teammate to get involved here before it's too late. And finally, that is the case. It's the reposition quick from Drop. Oh my god!
No.
Oh no, what a whiff.
Oh no. Oh dear.
Tried to barrel stuff him.
I don't know how that doesn't go his way. I don't know how that doesn't go his way. But I mean, really lovely angles. Like Mayan just on top, like under heaven. That little elevated angle looked brilliant out of him. The fact that you've got these, even though you've got Ponta pushing Ivy, Drop still finding kills consistently. It was really cool to see the way this operate here for Bounty Hunters. So full credit to them for navigating some really tricky spots.
Absolutely. I mean, that's an incredibly difficult round here. What's so interesting right now is that Red Canids getting themselves in some devastating positions that should end the rounds, but in some cases are still thrown up into question because of the awareness. And I'd like to see that, at least out of Bounty Hunters, for a map that they're maybe not super familiar with. It shows that there still are a lot of gaps in the defense, but also that, you know, they are at least aware of them, which when you're dealing with a map that you're not super comfortable on, I feel like is one of the biggest challenges.
That's the most important thing, right? Just making sure that you can be aware of these gaps. That's the most difficult thing on Train, is that there's so many moving pieces. Red Canids, after losing this one round, hoping to rebound back, and it feels like all roads lead to B.
We're trying to make it happen again. Freak on the edge of the smoke here, but leaving his teammates vulnerable. Zock's still involved as Freak finally shows up. I mean, now they're in a surprising position. Trade's coming through. Zock's still on scene. It should be the final bit of security in this round. It does deny the bomb plant. The setup there vastly superior in this go around. And Ponter, left with little health left, is going to get finished off by Turtle. Comes through just in the right time. Bounty Hunters move on up to 5 here. Still looking like a bit of a gambly setup that out of the get-go, but it does the trick in this case here off the spawn call.
And now that's completely ruined the economy of Red Canids, and you've just got to be really happy here if you're bounty hunters, because now you can finally get more of a grip on this CT side, something you were absolutely looking forward to doing, and something that you're finally able to try and achieve here. I feel like you're looking at 7-8 as an absolute minimum here for bounty hunters, considering what Red Canids have already shown here on this T side. You know the CT is going to be well drilled.
CT side holding up enough right now to build up already a bit of a better performance in the last go around, and now a chance to continue to build on that. They do need to make sure that these rounds are clean. That's how they got fully economy reset for the 3 rounds that Red Canids were able to manufacture. This time with a lot less pistol upgrades, so that shouldn't be much of a problem. I see that Venom's there saving quite a bit of money, so I feel like that is showing a lot of priority for the AWP. Him not getting a pistol upgrade, so you can see how dedicated Cold is to trying to work this role.
It makes sense because Kaiser's not really been open, so I feel like you definitely could have potential here. Can you get the bomb down? I doubt it with Zoc being here on the line and he's able to just close drop. I have no further say in this. Between Turtle and Zoc, they make things happen. Now for bounty hunters. How do you navigate this cold 0-AWP? Because we're assuming the Venom Zero is going to drop him it. No?
Huh?
No?
Okay.
Okay. Didn't see that coming, did we?
Yeah, I mean, not going to be able to hold out in this round. Thought it was going to be a big priority. Guess they just want to build up a little bit of that economy. I know Venom Zero likes his deagles, so that's why I'm a bit surprised. Either way, full AKs in the mix. Freak, again, working forward inside the smoke. Gets a kill off the back of that. But again, it's this vulnerability through upper that becomes a problem. Venom Zero misses his chance to strike, though now has to fully commit, and the whole team is involved, and Freak keeps things contained. For another one. Freak, solo defense. They're pushed through A main. There's no reason, or there is a reason, as to why they're all rotated on over here. They've got all the map control in the world. Bomb dropped, and round done and dusted.
That's such an insane round out of Freak. The fact he's able to adjust onto Venom Zero, then Venom Zero gets a massive jump scare. He just sees all these players. Zoc is thinking, how on earth is Kawes here? But that's just the timing that's been hit by both of them. Kawes, there's no way you can find this 1v5. He'll be out of the realms of his possibility. Now revealed, hey, he's still over by the back of the bomb site. Everyone just swings in tandem. 7-3. Bounty Hunters looking a lot better to close out this first half in a emphatic fashion. And Red Canids have not been able to get the bomb down in any of these gun rounds recently, so they're just in the yo-yo of Tech 9 guns. Tech 9 guns. Oh no, we've lost.
Nine's in the mix. B-rush in, and this time a little bit more vulnerable. Freak just stays so elusive. So elusive in the back of the site. Can't dodge out on drop. And the AK pulled out as well. Another one for drop, making this one possible. Sticks around to cover more bases, but tagged out eventually here. Needs to be required of Haunter in the mix. Venom Zero with the deagle now in hand. Can make things happen. He's sharp, but he's not connecting right now. And running out of health. Needing to find these headshots that just won't come through, and it's soon going to be overwhelmed and overlooked in this clutch. Not going to be allowed to close it out right there. The heroics from drop put to rest there for an 8th round now for Bounty Hunters, scaling quickly into this match.
Kind of worrying, though, to be honest, that that's the most dangerous round out of Red Canids in a while when it comes through Tech 9s, right? So, for them, this round is an absolute necessity. Cold has brought out the AWP on this occasion. That's why it's just so confusing that He wasn't dropped it the round prior by Venom Zero. Doesn't happen. They need this one. It's so imperative. And Bounty Hunters, again, just looking to get really aggro by this A main. They've always been able to get it when they've taken it with force.
Again, the setups here still remaining a little bit heavy towards the B side. They've been stacking different parts of the map right now, but Coldzer's up. Good sing here, but it's a miss. Missed opportunity to open things up here for this B side that end up at a casualty. Turtle stepping through the lower side as well, gets his and gets out. So an early victory here, and no reaction just yet out of this T side. Spotting out the amount of presence towards B could speed them up towards A. It's not a bad read, but shut down again. Multiple kills rolling forward here. Drop up by a flash as well as more reinforcements arriving on the scene. This A site well staffed now. No longer weakened up. And no picks available here. How careful are they on the clear? Drop hunting these players down. Gonna look to pre-fire out Freak, but he misses out. Staying elusive is Freak. He's dodging bullets on the defense. Putting it all on the shoulders of Cold, who's low. And Ponter gonna struggle to make strides on end. There's a kill from Cold though. Now activity coming through, but yeah, there's no way to deal with Freak in the back of the site. One trade on in, and a quick exit for Ponter afterwards leads to a 3-9 half. Bounty Hunters looking to give Red Canids a taste of their own medicine.
I just love how fluid this, to be honest, this CT side has looked from Bounty Hunters, right? The fact that so continuously, there's always a player that is ready to trade. There's always a player just to slide out and be a little surprised here for Red Canids. And Red Canids, who's the player that is actually giving them any outlet? It was Cowers in a couple of rounds, but aside from that, hasn't been Cold, hasn't been Venom Zero. Was Ponta in that one round that I praised him for, and then unfortunately he did absolutely nothing afterwards. It's just been really few and far between here out of Red Canids. It's actually been really disappointing to watch. You expect a whole lot more, especially when you consider the fact that Bounty Hunters don't really play this map. And you took Mirage.
Gonna need to lean in on dominant CT side here. Which, again, you know, for Bounty Hunters, as you kind of talked about there, the way that they constantly took map control as a unit, you know, a lot of early gambles in terms of the resources of the map, which is not easy to do. It leaves them vulnerable. It leaves the Force to be trusted in the anchoring presence. But, you know, a lot of those being successful, going to gain that confidence in the calls here for the T side now. Unlikely advantage here looking to be built upon in the second half. Bounty Hunter's got to be happy with the return here.
Oh,
now can they complete the mission?
I think they'll be extremely happy with this one. Considering how Mirage went as well, and he actually would favour Bounty Hunters maybe to even have taken that Mirage. It was just some really good calling right at the end there from Drop. So, considering you're in this position now, where you can look at this and you can say, okay, Red Canids, we've given you a really big challenge here to try and overcome. Pretty much, you win this pistol, you can have an argument here. You don't win the pistol, we'll then be having a conversation, but the dual Berettas ring off in tandem. Venom Zero will get removed, but Cowers is still alive and kicking.
That's what they needed right there. Strong kickoff. Very similar fashion. Dual Berettas rolling on through. With kills from Cold and Venom Zero to back it up. 4v2 now. And they got to build a utility here, but the game plan that they came into this round with is completely flipped on his head. But still maintaining so much space as well. All of this B side cut off by his dualies. He just continues to contain this space now. Takes a little bit of contact, spots out Zoc. but still has his finger on the whole side of the map. Eventually, he's going to actually back out here, which is interesting. Bit of a reposition. You still have a player on B, so that's not a big concern. And now Zoc starting to take some liberties here. Some shots towards the leg start to flare up. And that a distraction could be solved here. Smokes in. You imagine some flash is going to be pretty effective. There they are tossed over, but Cowes avoiding the first and second. Full vision, but Zoc still swings for the kill. Now looking to back up a bomb plant here in the mix as well. And there's at least that going for them. Numbers punched in. Zoc can surprise now pushing past the smoke, but that is punished and anticipated by drop. 1v3 for Kaiser. Bought the utility in this round and won't last much longer.
But to be fair, from that situation, the fact that you got Cowes taking, as you say, all of B, the fact that you got the double Raptors finding kills, Cold Zero is able to claim one, and you're able to get the bomb down in that situation from a 4v2, you absolutely take that every day of the week. So that isn't a complete lost cause for Bounty Hunters. That's making the best of a bad situation.
I mean, very similar to the almost bomb plant that Red Canids got in that first half. But this time actually being able to convert it, even though there's so little gained in that early round. That's just one shot that's going to be felt in this round now, out of Zoc. Getting that kill, getting onto the site, being able to plant, gives them Galeals and utility to back this round up. Even though Red Canids make a big start in this first half, they're going to have to replicate some of that success up against much better firepower than they would have hoped for. What do you got planned here? Recycled smoke. About it.
Boring. Nothing fun.
He looked like he wanted something.
Yeah, he did. He did, right? He wanted to give it a little go, which I would have respected, but unfortunately, there was nothing really doing. And now we're just gonna chill. Now we're just gonna wait. See what happens here. Currently nothing. A whole lot of absolutely nothing here for both Bounty Hunters and Red Canids. You gotta hope, though, that these rifles at range hold, because it feels like Bounty Hunters are gonna explode on towards Pop again, because that worked on the pistol.
This is going to be a bit of a challenge. Very passive setup right now on this A side, so control being granted over as the utility rains on in. Cowes with a good kill to lift things off, but the trades start to come through. That's what they needed. Picking up ground here on this A side, forcing drop to take the long way around. Trying to get a boost going, but that just doesn't formulate. Scout shots rattle off here. Venom Zera scaling forward, somehow completes that kill. That's a challenging one to adjust quickly. Now they just need to wait. Drops on a big flank here. Will Kaiser ever become aware here? As time ticks on, knowing where drop once was, will he ever anticipate this here? Doesn't seem likely. Too focused in on where the two known quantities are. Will be able to close it out. That's Venom Zera pulling around back. That seemed like it had nothing going for it early on.
Yeah, absolutely incredible, really, from Venom Zera. The fact he's able to make that happen. Honestly, very shocking result there for Red Canids, but one they will take all day long. One that they'll be more than happy with, because it puts them back in the ascendancy. If Bounty Hunters wanted to, they could force into this a little bit more. And Turtle's gone for a hero AK. You got Tech-9s behind. Let's see how this one shapes up a little bit, because there is definitely a lot of spice here.
So I've been able to bring in some efficiency with this purchase. Oh, head Kevlar. It can become a bit of a problem, but other than that, like you said, Turtle's been very good at just finding a couple of quick openers on this T side of that last map of Mirage, right? Contact play doesn't matter what he's playing up against. He has been quick on the draw. Little fact-finding mission for Cowes right now. It leaves the A site vulnerable temporarily. They're going to gather that information. I mean, there's a huge opportunity to scale, though. This becomes a game of timing right now. How long can the CT side delay? Oh, they've done a great job.
That's a great smoke. And it even lands on the molly, which is just completely fine because you're just thinking to yourself, okay, no dramas. They have to run through this smoke. They are, but Cowers is still here. And Cowers is about to hear all of them. Or maybe not. They're walking very close. Freak will have to anticipate that someone is going to be in towards Pop. No 1B. If they get this kill on Cowers, they could be in danger, but Cowers passes the test. He wants even more. And that second kill, that enables Bounty Hunters to go for a rifle, and that also then enables Red Canids to rotate over.
That just delays them just long enough. Venom's there and drop on the scene. Heal's starting to flow through right there. And as you said, Cow is in a prime position to delay enough for the rest of the squad to get involved. That will be a very successful round for Red Canids. Only a single casualty taken right there. Op is going to be prioritized here for coldzera on the CT side, that's for sure. They'll get through 6 right now. This T side stalling out in the early stages, but this is the big gun round here. This is the big opportunity to prove that you have been putting in work to this map since the last time you faced up against this team. Especially when it means survival.
Utility is actually really limited here for Bounty Hunters, which would make me think, look, they're going to absolutely go towards this B play. Venom Zero thinks better of it. He'll back out. And he has got to rotate. He has got a friend. This will be the commitment. It just depends on where Bounty Hunters are going to go. There's a small time in here. Oh, but Cowers has found Zoc.
Pluck went out before this round really gets going, but that is a quick recovery now, and Venom Zera spotted. Still able to complete a kill, but traded out. Freak chases him down. So good at staying alive here, but now it's up to the bomb plant to come on through, and coldzera's might have overlooked one. Long range, misses out on a shot through the smoke around it here, but that allows Cowis to sneak his way forward. Both CTs incredibly low. Time for Kaiser to come up clutch. 1v2, catches Cowis on a reload here. Into the op scope, still finds a shot. And Cowis making noise on the dismount right there, puts him in the air. Flying into this fight. Tough headshot as Cowis tries to stay elusive and lands the kill.
How?
The chase down from Kaiser does not go his way. 1 HP, 1 shot away from death, but manages to evade it.
Bro, what are we watching right now? Like, how's Cowers? He made all the noise. They knew exactly where he was, and yet he's able to just hit the headshot anyway. That is absolutely bonkers out of Cowers. He'll take that all day long. Red Canids bring it to within 2. Bounty Hunters, this B exec did not work, and it's all because Ponta is able to catch out Zoc over on A. Tech9's yet again. And Bounty Hunters are falling into the same problems that Red Canids were. They just can't get the bomb down.
This problem going to flare up fast to a maybe tied up scoreline here. That's an underhand smoke coming through there from Cowis, showing no secrets about where he is, but maybe it doesn't matter. Inside the confines of that smoke, no kills, but fortunately he has drop on his team to do all the heavy lifting from long range, covering off Pop. Turtle, heard, and denied right there. Shut down by Venom Zera. No troubles getting past this one. Now they're at 8. 1 round to close the distance.
This was 9-3, correct? Bounty Hunters not winning a single T-side round yet. This is looking just so incredibly dicey now. I said they needed a lot of rounds on CT. I'll be completely transparent with you, Cole. I didn't realise that meant they needed like 11. It still wasn't out of the woods yet, of course, but this is now starting to get very, very, very dangerous.
That break down the confidence that we saw in that first half is definitely going to be felt because Red Canids now returning the favor with some of the CT side aggression that we're seeing from Canids in particular, through Pop, in towards T-Con as well. Drop getting heated up. No signs of concern so far. It looks like they maybe want to continue that idea. It's a deep smoke potential here. A lot of players hovering around towards this A side early.
This has been just the consistent operation, really, for Bounty Hunters, hasn't it? Let's be really slow. Let's be really, really passive. Let's wait for our opponents to make a move. And then more often than not, Red Canids make a move, and they just get the kills. What I will say, though, is that when Bounty Hunters do exec onto the bomb sites, normally the defense, they do struggle. And it has to be these rotating players to initially get the kills, initially get the clutches. You've already got this double up on towards B, which has been conditioned by Bounty Hunters over the last few rounds. I don't even know what the game plan is here. To be honest, I don't think they really know what the game plan is here, Bounty Hunters.
I mean, time is kind of essence right now, and they've yet to really crack through T-Con at the moment. Starting to converge on through Pop. I have to imagine there's some utility to get past this early contact. There's a jump peak. Hurdle. Maybe taking some contact there, spotting out the AWP. Reposition from Cold is quick. Now on the line towards T-Con, misses his shot. That puts him in the danger zone. He's able to recover his aim in time, though. That is too many targets on his screen. Still looking to get wrapped up right now. The progress is slow moving, and there's 9 seconds left for a bomb plant. Savior from Cow is not going to come through. The bomb plant inside the smoke. Lost in the sauce is Venom Zera. And now it puts the pressure on Ponter. Smoke gonna fade soon, and he lands the headshot to back it up. Kaiser with another opportunity. Missed out on it early on in this half here. Gonna close out this time around. 4 kills in the clutch. Coming through here for Kaiser.
Literally, what happens is exactly what I said about 20 seconds earlier. The fact that Red Canids are just not good enough when it comes to the initial defense. And Venom Zero just gets completely lost in the sauce. Like, completely lost in the sauce. That is actually bonkers to me, how that happens for him. How on earth has he not found the kill? Where else is the guy gonna be?
I don't know. Venom Zero. Surprise is all get out here, but now surprising aggression coming through from Zoc, flying through the smoke and the mollies to get some ground into this round here. Catching one around the smoke as well for Turtle is good. Motion in towards this A side is looking successful so far, and burning in the flames. No way out for drop, but he goes down swinging, and so will Cold. Fighting through the pain right there, fighting through the adversity. The flames can't stop Red Canids, it seems, and they will answer back quickly.
Bro, that's so devastating to this economy, by the way, because you've let them go through on that gun round, then you've won the immediate one. Man, oh man, this is actually really disastrous right now for Bounty Hunters, because if Red Canids win this, surely that's going to be 11 in their favor. In the same breath, Cole, if Bounty Hunters are able to get this, they'll go up to 11, they'll break the money Red Canids completely, they'll have map point. This round defines everything, and that boost has been heard.
There you go. Good info. Oh, no,
seen.
but not
What?
spotted.
No?
He didn't register it.
No way.
Zoc's playing whack-a-mole, waiting for his chance to strike. How does he win it? Cow is still able to adjust. I don't understand. Now, armor picked up for Kaiser, but he falls quickly after as the AK drops to the floor once again. And the desperation moves here out of Bounty Hunters, getting punished at every facet.
$2v5, it isn't happening here. I don't think the bomb plant's even happening here. What a complete and utter disaster right now for all the Bounty Hunters. They had the game right in the palm of their hands, and it's that rush of blood to the head. It's the acceleration pace change through A main, straight through the incendiaries, of all things. They can maybe kill Canids at the back of the bomb site, and that would enable a plant. You're not going to expect potentially drop it in this position, though. You're not going to expect the deep flank on Ivy. Ponta is going to buy his time. Surely they can't make this 2v5 happen.
Surely not here, but the lack of hesitation shows that they got a little bit of hope here. That is that flank that you talked about, though. Ponter wraps him up. Now it's Myron's turn here. And he's not long-lasting either. At least a bomb plan. That was a big opportunity, but at this point here, when rounds just don't come through, it isn't necessarily about the opportunities at gun rounds that really matters at this point. It's about your consistency and how you win those gun rounds.
So true.
And so far, I mean, the only big splash that they were able to make was a Kaiser 4K 1v1 that he had to complete. That still came down to a dicey nature. You talk about here the maybe struggles, the small openings that Red Canids have had that have been patched up by the fact that these players on rotate have been so effective. That last round and a couple of quick defenses shows that they can get right back into the swing of things here. We'll see. They can keep the ball moving here. Bounty Hunter's looking for a slow in the roll. The Red Canids train. They're looking for sight line in on this lower side. No visual granted here. They're going to go back to a more passive setup. We've seen how successful this setup on A can really be here. Ponter taken down low through the smoke, though, of Ivy. That might feel like you need to call in a little bit of reinforcements in that direction. Turtle once again looking to dodge the op here. Last time was able to evade the crosshair of Cold. We'll see if he has the same sort of maneuvers this time around. And they're looking to run back the one round that worked for them. The one opportunity they had to get on the board here. We'll see if they can make it happen. There's the same lineup from Turtle. Will he do the same jump across there? The smoke is in. There it is, spotting out the AWP, this time out follow-up Molly and continued aggression. Smoke is still in order of T-Con. If Zoc drops, this round is up in the air. He has got to create some space, but he has to continue to wait this smoke out. How is bested though? Zoc gets the important frag. Time ticking and the kills start to drop here. Still Zoc needs to transition the bomb, but everyone watching, everyone waiting, playing coverage here. Disruption thrown in from Ponter, but so low in health and finished off. It's a win through elimination as Bounty Hunters are able to replicate that same exact round that they won to the same winning formula.
How on earth has Cowes not been able to get that drop on Zoc? What's he looking at? He had to have been on the right-hand side of the smoke. His crosshair and Zoc appears on the left. Cold Zero is then completely left in no man's land. And yet again, these players on the A bomb site are just not finding the kills when it matters. And as a result, Bounty Hunters can take the risk. They can leave it right until the last possible moment. It works out so beautifully. And here again, they're going to run right back what they attempted to do previously, which is a little bit faster, a little bit in towards this A bomb site. Cowes, the spam's really good. Oh, it's even better. Mayan's brought down low. Cold Zero and Ponter are also finding kills. And Ponter is in the back lines. Kaiser is able to grab one, but that's the bomb dropped. And yet again, Kaiser is thrown into a 2v1 clutch. At least the bomb gets scooped, and the digits can be punched in, but a retake for Red Canids to make all things even once more. Oh no. And he's able to get the first. Now Kaiser's being really mobile. He's anticipating that both the Zeros would be together. Kaiser's got the right read. Venom Zero is now just lost. Just looking for him completely. That means that Venom Zero has to peek into Kaiser. And he plays it absolutely perfectly. No money for Red Canids. No map point for Red Canids. And Bounty Hunters can close this in reg.
Wow, just barely taken over right when the moment requires. Honestly, no ground being gained there early on. Flashes end up running dry into opening picks, but the site can't be held off. And somehow Bounty Hunters scratch their way on through at the helm of Kaiser, whose activity in this map changing the tides. 21 and 13, making it happen on the rifle, making it happen on the op. Multiple clutches successful in the second half. On top of the 9-3 dominance that they asserted here. And now a step away from closing things out. What a phenomenal effort here from Bounty Hunters. From the 13-3 they faced just a couple days ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Who
it
now
was.
playing up against an opportunity at map point to take it into a third.
And again, look at this out of Turtle. This is so quick. Oh, round the corner. Flashbang, brilliant. Cow is
my
removed, and
God.
Turtle is just destroying them. Pokes his head, out his shell, even finds a third. And this surely is game, set, match on train.
Unbelievable. Turtle doing it again. This T-side activity from him as well, carrying forward. Now drop. Not ready to call things quits just yet, but it's not going to last too long here. Myron with the finishing blow right there for Bounty Hunters to take us into Nuke. This decider required in between these two teams, as Bounty Hunters don't give up on this series, they don't give up on this matchup. They'll be able to play on.
And they don't give up on the map. Remember, it was 9-3. Red Canids are making life just so impossible for Bounty Hunters, and they're able to make things happen. They're able to stick the landing even when things look really terrible, to be honest. They're able to right their wrongs and get things over the line by going with this same strategy that you pointed out, got them the round win, and they do it again, and they do it again. They keep asking the question to Red Canids, and Red Canids this time just could not answer and have the solution for that round. The slow pop play, and the slow flashes over the top. It's even like 15 seconds when Zoc finds that kill right in A main. It's bonkers how they're able to manipulate that round win.
Yeah, I got to give a lot of credit there to Kaiser, who's able to miss out on the clutch early on in that second half, right? You lost that, kind of hand me 1v1 that was played up against Cowes, then put in multiple difficult clutches to back it up right there. Tough 1v1 up against Ponter closes it out, and then that 1v2 versus the Zera twins, being able to complete that, that flips it across the line. And when you lose a clutch, like what happened in that early part of the second half, I think that takes a weight on your mental. Didn't look like that affected him whatsoever. He was able to bounce back with the quickness. That's why we're heading into Nuke right there. Big performance from Kaiser, Myron, a couple of players there on Bounty Hunters. We'll see if they can carry it forward. We're going to be tossing this one off to a quick break. Once we come back, we'll see how this thing decides.
Somehow we're here, Cole. Somehow we're on Nuke between Bounty Hunters and Red Canids after Bounty Hunters were able to win on Train, which felt more unlikely than Red Canids being able to win Mirage. But here we go. T side off to a blistering start. They are bursting at ramp, and immediately these players need help.
A little bit of extra assistance. DT side a bit willing to concede this ground, though. I mean, good news is there's some rotation through the lower side. It's not completely vacant, but T side gaining some traction here. Ponter forced to retreat, falling way back, giving over control of control, and now allowing for them to take space and dominate this map control here. It's going to be a tough way back in, but it is Ponter, the point man on the aggression, that's able to build up a foothold back into this retake. Venom Zera also on the scene, looking to help out his teammate here with the crossfires. Canids trades out his teammate, and into the site they go to continue to fight, but they're a little bit disrupted. Ponter the one that pulls things back from the brink and manages to make it happen.
Of course it's Ponter. Ponter's just so damn good on this USP, and that's a shame for Bounty Hunters because Mayan is forced to fight double door because Cowers wins out his fight on ramp. And if Mayan is able to just stay alive a little bit longer, that's such a difficult retake for Red Canids, but because Cowers wins out his duel, that forces Bounty Hunters to go and take this 2v2 that they don't want to take over at the double door, and Ponter's just able to grab the kills. So even though Ponter gets 3 kills, the Cowers fight is the one that wins Red Canids that entire round.
Huge challenge right there as well. I mean, I don't think really seen much T-side pistol success, but yeah, Ponter's USPs from the very get-go of this series, being able to pull back rounds when necessary in that case and just dominating others. Really promising look here out of one of the new guys here on Red Canids. Does lead to a force buy though, of course. The answer back from this T side going to be immediate. Looking to build up maybe a bit of a execution. Everyone hovering outside. And at the moment, the setup looks pretty well prepared here on the defense. They look like they know what's coming for now.
For now is the operative word. I love Zoc has misplaced his smoke about 4 times and is now having to relocate it continuously. And that was just a little dribble, a little fake out. And now the outside smokes. Oh, they're trying to really pull the wool over Red Canids' eyes. And it's worked. This MP9 gets completely isolated. Freak has now found Cowers as he ascends the vent. And Ponter can't do anything. So all it is a little tiny fake. Then led with the double outside smokes. And it works out brilliantly.
Yeah, they had such little utility to get that level of map manipulation out of the Red Canids. Forcing them to shake up so much. Constantly moving up and down right there, trying to figure out where the play is going to be coming from, but ending up a little bit worse for wear on the execution. Perfectly handled there from the Bounty Hunters camp. And again, with the little resources they had, I mean, that is just such a huge statement to be making right there in the server. Gonna save 2 guns here on the CT side, everything else coming up in the way. The Bounty Hunters, it's a big piece to step up into.
They keep doing this, don't they? They keep winning these force buys. They keep putting Red Canids in a really dicey state of mind. Because now look at this purchase. It is so horrible. And already early, you've been outcalled by Bounty Hunters. So now Drop needs to figure out a solution. Needs to figure out a way to rally his troops to not be disheartened by what's just happened. They laid all the hard groundwork in by winning the pistol. And this might be another one of these rounds in which Bounty Hunters want to end A.
Like the likely port of call here, but now what they did in that last round shows that there's no rush on these moves. Not like on Train where I think they ran a little bit out of ideas. They start off this half with a statement and are able to bring in a great bit of aggression early. There's again some more information being denied. Zoc selling one hell of a presence while the roster kind of works their way through the ramp side. Just doing such a good job staying alive. The execution towards ramp, showing a lot of this utility and hinting about the amount of presence that's in this direction. But they still accomplished the goal of taking this control here. Now it's going to lead to some rotates down towards this lower side.
Time's the issue again. 30 seconds. You've now smoked off everything, sure, but there's 3 players here. And they're going to flash through the smoke and try and deny this plant. Flashbang in, Ponta just sent to the walls, and Turtle will gobble that one up. Bomb being planted, spam from drop, not connecting. Venom Zero will at least find one. So it is a 4-on-4. I don't really think Red Canids are going to be able to make this happen.
I don't think so either. You're exactly right. Enough fear factor caused for them to call it. Now Kaiser looking to cut off some players on the save here. That's one back turned, but all bailed out by Venom Zera. Drop covered, now can upgrade potentially as well. Maybe a slight risk in going for that, but escapes the crosshair of Turtle. Rest of the team focused on holding on to their weaponry. It is planted Astralis and takes a bit of HP out of the chunk, but all good in the save there, and Bounty Hunters maintain their lead off the back of the force buy that they played up against. They will keep on winning ways.
That's a really nice break point for them. It isn't overly complicated here for Bounty Hunters. They're able just to make things really difficult for Red Canids. Maybe Venom Zero and Drop can do something with the 8Ks, but it's a really big ask. And when Red Canids have been forced into these solo plays, they often haven't really been coming up with the goods. This is proactive, though. They've already taken all of lobby. So at least that's a big indication here to Red Canids that this is definitely not a fake, and they're already going to be rotating in time. And one of these rotations is Venom Zero on the rifle.
Established towards the lower side, but that is a hefty fight. Venom Zero scares him off, but only good for a single. Great comes through with efficiency, and now the rest of the players start to fall. Sock down incredibly low. Still scaling. Threatening a presence down towards this lower site. Still keeps 2 in tow. Now the motion goes through Mini. Weakened up here. Ponter now going to be smoked off with just a USP. The heroics seem unlikely. Walking past the smoke. Is it covered? It is. Kaiser has all the bases covered now. Bomb gets planted in the molly. Gonna keep them outside looking in. 2 AKs might be worth the save, but they do have a kit. Drop's hanging out in heaven.
Oh.
We know that people have to get far away from the bomb here, but he steps forward pretty quickly.
Wow. I was going to say
maybe it's going to be a late defuse.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be a little bit weirder for Bounty Hunters because the way that Ponta plays that, it's almost like he's come up through the vent and he's come through that smoke, right? And obviously he's showed his life because he's only on a USP. But I thought Cowers was going to be able to play there and get a lot more out of main because they would have been a lot more underprepared. Mayan was in such a bad spot to the point where he would have fallen to Cowers if he's able to move through main. But Drop going first is really puzzling to me.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think with how early you have to leave that site as well, there's a chance always to make things surprising, but not much going for Red Canids until their next gun round here, finally. Of limited on the damage that they're able to do. And it's, again, starting confident here when we see Bounty Hunters lift off early. They really like to press their advantages. 3 smokes towards that outer yard. 3rd smoke here, joining the fray there. Allowing for Zoc to lurk through. It's tagged down a little bit. 25 chunked off and spotted Cowes. Unrelenting with his spam. He even whips out the sidearm to secure that kill. 4v5. And the following is dropping the footsteps of the remaining members on bounty hunters lurking about towards this outer yard. He's going to gather so much information now, spotting everyone. How much can he gather out of this position? The lineup is good, but nothing. Not a single kill. The rotates coming through, but nothing out of drop is devastating here. Now Ponter in the question. He's able to complete 2 that were started, and maybe that's enough. Maybe the damage is good enough as Kaiser is left just nullified here and stuck in control.
Oh, that was a disaster, but it's okay because Ponta's able to get 2 kills, and coldzera just maneuvers perfectly to mop up the pieces. But that was like watching my own demo. That's just so horrible for Drop. He's made the right play, he's got all the info, he's lined them up, and he can't close. That is... oh dear. Oh dearie dearie me. That is scary, isn't it?
After Drop, that's just nothing but pure frustration. At least redeemed by the fact that he got a couple kills worth of damage done at the very least. And the 4v5 that obviously started that one off there. Cowes. Big time pickup. See if that stunts any of the confidence that Drop has here. Tough player to keep down even in those moments. So many people talk about how valuable he is as a teammate. That all comes down to the mindset that he brings to his teams here. A fresh outlook required after a bit of a devastating miss out into another tough gun round here where they have a lot to be brought to the table.
This all actually falls apart if the main player just gets dealt with. Ollie's good. Cowes. Oh, full blind. There you go. That's the way in. What a flashbang that is. Venom Zero is now potentially going to be overwhelmed. He can only find one. It has to be cold at the back of the bomb site. And it needs to also be Drop. And both of those things happen at exactly the same time, which leaves it all up to this AWP. Crisis temporarily averted for Red Canids. And I feel like coldzera has just caught a whiff of Kaiser.
Kaiser in another clutch situation right now. The smoke trying to facilitate his aggression. Flashbang dodged out on for at least Drop, who does damage and keeps Kaiser at bay, away from picking up this bomb at the very least here. 15 seconds left, and it might be away from the round as well. A little bit of a traffic jam there on his escape, but hard work done from Red Canids to win. Save confirmed here. Now gonna go and grab themselves some upgrades if possible. AK picked up for coldzera. A 3rd round as well for Red Canids.
I know it's double loss. Would you ever invest in this? If you're bounty hunters? Because the money isn't amazing here for Red Canids. You know, you've done a lot of damage there in that previous. You did a lot of damage in the follow-up as well. There's every conversation to maybe enable and talk yourself into buy-in. I don't know if I love or hate it either, because I can understand the merit on doing both, but I feel like if you invest in here and you lose, you're then gonna basically be throwing the entire half away.
Yeah, I mean, 2nd round force buy that they got shows that they have the availability, they have the depth to pull through those sort of rounds where they, you know, so effectively manipulate the rotates. But right now, there's a bit of a difficulty in gathering some of the same control, some of the same information denial that they did in that 2nd round. I think now we're seeing Red Canids play a lot more strategic in the defense, where they are fighting for outer yard. They're understanding the sort of maneuvers from bounty hunters a lot more effective because of that information that's gathered. That becomes a question as to whether or not they can get that same level of info denial.
I feel like Red Canids are going to be happier out of the 2 parties right now that they're able to weather that storm. a little bit, especially after being reset on the pistol. Just make sure you dodge Kaiser's AWP, and you'll be A-okay. Just don't go into that AWP. I've seen Red Canids do some crazy things before, which is why I'm subtly mentioning it now. Don't walk into the AWP, guys.
To avoid it. Early goings. No picks for Kaiser given for free towards the Saudi yard. No utility to force this CT side to jump. They're trying to let Kaiser do a lot of the heavy lifting with his scope. Just nothing given. They didn't even blow open the door here, which I think creates some challenges.
Oops.
That's a bit of a oopsie. And, well, that's ridiculous.
Really?
I mean, okay, straight through the smoke. What is that? Kaiser gift wraps an opening pick right there. And they've split the defense up here. This is exactly what they're looking for. A bit of a passive setup right now for Ponter. And you know an op is quick on the trade here if necessary.
Yeah, you would argue not fair. Up at Ponter. Oh, I love how safe he plays it. He says, you know what, that's fine. You want to go down ramp? You can go down ramp. No problem whatsoever. We can get drop involved. We can also get my teammates really active. Bomb denied. Cover being applied by coldzera. It's all working out brilliantly. Freak will get that bomb down, I think, just about. Look at how much HP he lives on. A great way for this round to go, to be honest. For Bounty Hunters, could it be even more? Well, Ponter nearly gets caught off guard by this AWP Kaiser. Time is ticking. They've got kits to work with. And remember, Freak is so tantalizingly low. In the smoke he goes. Venom Zero just spams. And finally, Kaiser is also overwhelmed.
So brutal right there. Just a little stray bullet sent through the smoke. Ends up denying Freak any sort of heroics of trying to make that round happen. Already doing good work to get the numbers punched in, get the bomb down, but past that point, nothing given. We're going to see Bounty Hunters enter into another gun round here, but that op is recovered for cold, which is a huge asset for this CT side now.
Uncontested. For Mr. Cold. Ouch. And Turtle will catch a stray HE. Ramp has always been the friction point here for Red Canids. It's always been pretty good for Bounty Hunters to be able to gain and garner that space. It's one that they look to question again. Smoke goes in, they're just going to burst, it's going to run all the way through, but Ponter this time is able to get the opening frag, traded immediately by Mayan, and the foot race to B begins again.
We go in onto the site there. Cow is already being able to beat them in transition. Very sharp rotate there from Kawes, but that does open up your idea that, hey, maybe we can work through mini. That's denied. But now Kawes gives you that sense of security there, but coldzera cuts it off, and defense building even more success now. Repositions looking fantastic for the idea. Last-ditch effort here from Bounty Hunters. Off angle held, hut contained by drop. This is a challenge to break through. But Freak taking the right angle of approach right now. Gonna have to sacrifice and swing with confidence there. Goes for the heaven peak instead. It does shake Drop's position up, though. Just wait 1 second there. Kaiser on the scene. HE dunked down. Can't quite plant the bomb just yet. Doesn't feel confident enough to do so. Could at least catch Drop in this motion. 10 seconds left and blinded up. It's coldzera that saves his life there towards the tail end for Red Canids to keep 3 up.
Good reactions here. Again, Ponter, this time he does commit to the fights. He does go for something a little bit spicy there, but aside from that, as you say, the reaction, the fact that Kawes is able to beat them to the punch, the fact that You've got really quick rotates on towards the same bomb site. It's leaving bounty hunters out of ideas. Literally just spoke about the fact that ramp was that pressure point, quickly relieved by red Canids. And now they can look to go again. They can look to now start to build even more. Something we've never really seen red Canids have, which is a competent end to a first half.
Uh-oh. It's getting a little bit shaky. So much damage done, just the kills not coming through. And this is now backed up well. Kawa's supporting his teammate there. Dropback's the one to complete the mission, and that ends up being flawless despite the scare of that damage. And hey, 6 rounds here for red Canids. As you said, tough to end off the half with dominance, with confidence, but they're actually building into this one as opposed to starting off hot and burning out, or just ending off incredibly slow like they did on Train. This is them adjusting effectively, playing with confidence, taking that map control away from bounty hunters. Felt like they got quickly adjusted off the back of that second round. I think they learned a lot of lessons.
I think so. I think what the biggest contrast here between red Canids Train, red Canids Nuke, is that firstly, they're playing a lot more together. Secondly, they're actually getting the kills when they need them to. How many times has red Canids found an opening kill? It feels like it's been an awful lot, which has been a stark contrast to Train when those initial execs were coming in from bounty hunters, especially with that time burden. They were the ones leaving it late. They were the ones making it a stressful situation for themselves. And red Canids just couldn't hang. This time, they're giving themselves all the opportunities so consistently. They are making bounty hunters' life hell.
There's big entries right there. Again, trying to topple up the early aggression. There's some burning damage being taken right there. Venom's here going to grab some more utility just to toss it down again. They've thrown the disruption in, but now being able to catch one by surprise there. Zoc flushing even more information into the picture. As they wait patiently, they have to start scaling, and this allows Ponter to try and wrap this round up in the flank. Kaiser seems like he's aware of an idea of this flank, but still has to move past it. The smoke is still up and cold, still on the scene. That actually leads Ponter rotating towards the ramp side, trying to beat them on rotation, but they're going to actually get there first here. Freak and Kaiser both on the scene. Molly to actually force Kaiser into the open. Getting a visual there. Throws his aim off as Freak takes the first point of contact. Now 1v2 here for coldzera.
It's going to be really difficult, isn't it? This is what was needed. Just a little spicy A hit. Then rotating round in towards the vents, completely outmaneuvering red Canids. I felt like they had that round dead to rights, you know? Like, it really did start to feel like this was going to be a really big moment here for red Canids, especially with the push through ramp, especially with that success story. It's like, oh, how does that go so wrong? Really good maneuvering from bounty hunters, really good scaling on the B bomb site as well. And the fact that the molly doesn't spread all the way behind the site, and obviously it's a CT incendiary. How many times are we going to rattle on about the CT incendiaries, guys? But that really is the damage.
Here comes the CT side incendiary. Never enough. There's always room for more. Hate on the CT incendiary change. As you said, opportunity kind of missed out on right there. Red Canids, despite a strong start. Well, what about another one? Oh, Ponter. A little bit of util out there cost him his life. No, not the end of the world with a couple of picks elsewhere, but this is open sight lines towards the B side of the map. They'll gain that access here. Able to take some ground here free of charge so far, but Kawaz and Drop both on the scene, going to make bomb planting a huge challenge. Freak just bailing them out by catching Kawaz pushing the smoke. That's a crazy move.
It's so unnecessary when you've already got dropped down here, you know? Like, it's ridiculous the fact that you think that's a good idea, because now you've completely broken any idea of potentially winning this. Drop now waits patiently. Door swings open. Guys, they've not planted the bomb. He then shuts it back in the face. Bomb now starts to be committed. It's only a fake. And this now will be the commitment. You know they're in towards single. You can just wait patiently for single or double.
So many bizarre decisions here, but the continued aggression continues to get punished. Freak just posted, waiting for the play to come to him, and he is right in doing so. 2 kills. Rolling on out, and they don't know where Kaiser is. Elevated in a position to secure this one. And Drop not interested in turning that corner. Time too far ticked. Gonna route away from this round. 3 kills. Gonna feel so lost as it all goes up in smoke after the end of this round. And hey, maybe we spoke too soon. Bounty Hunters take some time to calibrate, but their T side coming back into this half.
I can't believe that basically what happens there as well is Freak hits a banger, but Cold Zero misses an AWP shot on the ramp player that isn't even looking at him. And then he dies to a Mach 10. How devastating is that? That's the difference between Red Canids actually having the semblance of rounds. You gotta respect Bounty Hunters, you really do, with how they've been able to continuously build back into these games. How they've always been feeling really good about this scenario. The fact that they can make this 6-6 on the T side of Nuke would be amazing. Absolutely amazing.
What is going on here in this one? They've got rotates down towards the lower side. This line of smokes. Turtle, aware of every possibility on the smoke fade sidelines. But Venom Zera still on the scene. He's getting wrapped up from all directions, but somehow keeps the site safe. Blank also a problem right now through the heavens as he's got no support, and Ponter can't make a case to support on the site from heaven, from many, from all directions. Now Ponter finally gonna fly up the fence. He doesn't make it up. And has to wait it out here. Now bomb being planted. And safety here for Zoc, but he just helps out his teammate in support. Still doesn't matter though, as Cold Zera and Cows, they will strike in unison right there. And Red Canids make it happen in one of the most difficult fashions.
It's crazy that that's the round they win. The one where it's actually just the most difficult, and it feels like they got the most unlikeliest chances to be able to win that round. And they go, okay, no, don't worry. We can make this happen. Here you go. Actually bonkers. So bonkers by Red Canids. They take 7. They'll take the lion's share. But again, it's the same words, the same sentiment here for Bounty Hunters, right? The fact that they're able to make things happen. That's really impressive. The fact that they're able to make things at a continuous basis. Red Canids are struggling still in, I guess, having control in the game. I guess that's the most important factor here. Like, it really does feel like sometimes they lack that control, they lack that strength. And it really does feel like they need to bounce back and just have like some semblance of momentum, because we've got it in the middle portion here. And I was really happy with it. And then they lost some bonkers rounds, which it feels like they really shouldn't have done. You know what I mean? I might just be talking nonsense, but
No,
it feels like they're in control, then they're not in control, then every round is just so difficult. It feels abrasive, and it almost feels like sometimes like the players are actively trying to be against each other. Case in point, Cowards pushing the smoke when he doesn't need to.
Yeah, when they got the good setups, when they have, you know, fine positioning, sometimes the decision making kind of gets thrown out the window. And that is a big surprise for a team as experienced as Red Canids. Maybe it's more a result of them coming into this matchup expecting things to be easy street. That's not the case. I mean, they've been a bit of a reality check and train, especially in that first half. And now they get off to a strong start. I think the decision making, where it starts off so good in a series, it quickly goes thrown out the window. But hey, they still got a 7-5 scoreline, so not the end of the world.
Yeah, I'm complaining about them, and they still got 7 rounds, so they're fine. They're fine. If they win this pistol, then let's try and work on not losing the immediate force buy. Maybe we need to get to a point where we are winning the pistol first. Zoc? That's wild. But fortunately enough for him, he makes the smart decision of just leaving.
This T-side bring home a pistol here and continue their efforts, although so close to getting the information that could just be the gut punch, but Venom's there, remains elusive, looking to surprise. Kind of jumps Zoc back into the position of Vents here. Couple pop shots sent in the way here, but now manages to threat a kill into Cold Zera, traded out quickly. Now the Vents point of contact is cut off. And now, I mean, all you have to do really is wait. Venom Zera's on a masterful flank, timing to perfection. And Kaiser going to be none the wiser as the flank eventually comes through. Out of ammo there is all of it spent on the kill, and it takes a bit, but it gets the job done. It is not pretty.
Yeah, he got him. He got him.
Easy.
Ramp dead, guys, he says confidently after taking 20 bullets to lock in the kill. 4v3, Venom Zero relocates, he backs up to be with his team. No utility here, no defuse kit at all for the bounty hunters. So Freak and Turtle are going to swing in tandem. As soon as they take contact, maybe Mayan's going to drop down the vent. In fact, Mayan is thinking better of it. They're going to save? Are you going to save with the pistol, guys?
Yeah. Oh boy. Guess that is the worst idea at this point. No ground gained. Got a little bit of armor and pistol upgrades for freaking Turtle, so I guess that's it. Gonna lead to maybe a better purchase in the next round. Alright, Canids. Able to complete a T-side pistol and continue to swipe some of those worries aside for now. All those concerns that we have dwindling away here as they look to build on in. Both pistols converted here.
Yeah, I think the reason why I guess I'm being maybe a little bit more critical on Red Canids is because I know they've got a lot of potential, and it feels like I've been waiting for that potential for such a long time, and I've just never been able to realize it here for Red Canids. And in fact, it's like, will this one be it? Will this be the time? Surely? Maybe? You hope so. Let's see if they can convert against the Force.
Yeah. A lot of expectations for this roster. Those expectations kind of comes a demand of results. Had some good crosshair placement from Ponte. Lets the play come to him, but he loses his teammate, and a flank comes through. There's a huge gap. Cold Zera, I guess, not covering fully. And now there's guns to be recovered. 2 Galils picked up. Drop takes the timing, though.
Cowers needs this kill. Cowers really needed that kill. That's everything. Because that probably keeps the Heaven player busy. So now Drop can molly him. This is nice. Cold Zera is still on this lurk. Timing! Oh, he adjusts. That's everything. Cowers has been removed in the meantime. 2 versus 2. But you know where both of these players are.
Standing. Went up the vents, so this is still an incredibly challenging clutch right now. Bomb planted. Front silo for Squeaky. They make their drop on in. Sock looking to fly into this clutch. Elevated above here. Flashman goes out here. Multiple of them, and it's perfectly placed to isolate this duel for drop. Falls into safety. Is going to take the contact right now. Round converted. Kill converted there from Cold on the outro. Trying to escape the bomb blast here now. But 9 manufactured, and the round saved from the brink.
Yeah, saved by Cowers getting a really important kill. Saved by, as you say, Drop taking that time. But also Cold Zera just holding his nerve. That flick shot on towards lobby is the life that really gets breathed back into this Red Canids T side. It gives them hope, because that was, what, 3v5 that then gets recovered? And that completely breaks the morale here at the Bounty Hunters. They've got to eco. Red Canids can scale towards 10. And as long as they don't go into towards ramp, they'll be okay. Fortunately enough, the bomb is outside.
chance to coast, although it is still in question. Oh boy. They got good utility to cover for the fact that this is a 5-man stack.
No.
They might head first into. What do you have in store? There's the utility to put in play. It does force freak out, drops down, but this sets up everyone else nicely. They're still tossing in more and more utility right now. So stack gets identified here. They start to realize there's no problem for Venom's there. Multiple targets on his screen. Kills start to come through here, doing some damage. Now they know where the last 2 players are. The escape, not going to come through. They're just going to win it through elimination. 3 out of drop. Venom's there on the 2 openings that were necessary. Otherwise, questions and concerns, but survival here for Red Canids.
That'll do. That'll do nicely. And fair play, they did really use every single bit of util to identify that was going to be the ramp stack. So expert work by Red Canids. Although every round is starting to look a little bit scary. It's good that Bounty Hunters are giving them this challenge. 5v3 converted, a lot of damage done on the eco. Now you've got Kaiser with the AWP, trying to be a little bit more proactive in towards this A bomb site. Are they going to start to push towards lobby? This is dangerous and this is scary.
Collapse comes through there. A 1-for-1 trade. Ponter able to punish Kaiser, but Turtle answers quickly on back. But while they're preoccupied right now, always takes the timing down in towards the lower side. Gets through secret. Catches one with utility out there, and Turtle never gets a chance to toss that molly in. Drops to the floor as Cowis rushes into the fray. Door swung wide open, and a tough fight ahead from Sock. Exposed and traded quickly. Dropped close behind him. Answers the call. Still another player here in Freak available to join the forces, but he's concerned about the lurking presence right now. Cold's still on the server. Venom Zera's still on the server. They think someone is lurking about. The panic sets in. The paranoia leads to a save.
It's another one of these amazing rounds where you've actually just got proactivity out of Red Canids, but it comes in on a much earlier timing. It comes in a really good showing for them where Cow is able just to catch this player, and from there it's just complete disorientation out of Bounty Hunters. This T side is looking absolutely fantastic, and the CT side is showing that they want to fight for things, that they really want to keep the contestment up, but as soon as a little bit of resistance is thrown their way, as soon as the initial game plan goes out the window, they're having a really hard time trying to adjust. And this is really indicated by the stats. I know JRT would love me bringing up the stats, so I'm going to bring it up here. Nuke is not a good map for Bounty Hunters whatsoever, and they are being schooled on it by Red Canids.
Great luck there with Turtle. Managed to make a difficult fight work in his favor. Doesn't lead to any pause in the action, though. They're still seemingly ready to explode on towards this A side through Mini as well. Cow is waiting for the smokes that were tossed in by Drop. Got the chance to work through here. The smoke being blown open, but Cowas comes out on top somehow. Know the weakness on that A side. Relieved by the trade. Myron's still on the scene. Caught with utility. Ponter able to sneak by here, but still has such a surprising element right now, and able to survive for a little while longer as Turtle.
Wow.
Is that on the ladder? Fly up the ladder and kill two right there and through Squeaky. So, I mean, again, Bounty Hunter's now able to flip the script and win an incredibly challenging round.
Yeah, unbelievable round. Fair play. You made it happen. Just through brute force, to be honest. That was no game plan. That was literally just, right, let's go. Let's just try and win this round by any means necessary. Really important one for them to get in. And the Red Canids, of course, they're just going to call a pause. They're just call 30 seconds. Take that time. They've got plenty. I say plenty of money. They don't. But they've got enough to potentially make this one happen. Mackie for Cowes. Poor Cowes. I feel like you should be giving him an 8k considering how much he's lurking.
What they have in store here? Just now starting to make their endeavor through lobby, and with Kaiser blowing open the smoke there, no visual really granted. Continues to follow suit. They're super cautious about the idea that this is going to be an explosive A play. Not so sure here. I think Kaiser not catching any lurking presence allows him to commit towards the more towards the A side, and yeah, the setup is looking very strong for Bounty Hunters to defend up against what is a play out of spawn.
Oh, Turtle's dropping.
Second set of smokes gets him down there. Oh, maybe not so committed. Oh, no, down he goes again.
Thinking about it.
And they're ready to execute. Right now, I'm only seeing Cowes close by, ready to enter on into the site. They've got to get a move on here before Bounty Hunters get suspicious. They're still waiting to execute right now. Finally, that utility comes on through, but there's a third help here on the scene, and great coverage from Myron keeps his opera safe and sound, and no scope coming through out of Kaiser as well. Whatever tool necessary to lock down this defense, it's just cold. Throwing that utility on in, but no access granted right there. The entry's not available. Time was in question.
He just hits the no-scope. He just hits the no-scope like it's nothing. He's being run down by all these players. I mean, the comms in that scenario had to be so good there for Bounty Hunters. I got a lot of respect for them. The way that happens, right? The fact that they're just like, okay, here's the deal. Turtle come down the vent. Turtle just come back up the vent just a second. We haven't heard the outside smokes. We don't really know what's going on. If it is going to be this commitment down towards the B bomb site, we can retake together. And if it is going to be A, we can just hold together. And it's a really difficult position for Kaiser to be in. It always feels like he's completely caught off guard, but no, he isn't. He's able just to hit that shot. 11-7. This hero AK has garnered a lot of space here towards the ramp room for Red Canids. A bomb plant feels like it's an absolute necessity, and it feels like it's going to happen unless Turtle can deny something. They're scaling really far into a single door, and Turtle says thank you very much. Between him and Mayan, they should be able to clean this up unless Cold goes insane. 2 quick kills. And maybe in the 2v3, they'll be given the space to plant.
Fortunately, dropped in to pick up a gun, actually. There you go. You can go grab one potentially trying to play alongside Cold. Guys are stuck in the vents right now, waiting for any activity, waiting for the motion out of Cold that finally comes through. But Cold jumping. These Kaiser left in waiting right now. Bomb planted for them. Smoke on top of it. Spam starting to connect. Damage done, but they got to continue that spam. They got to continue to fire away, and the lineup is good. The drop in Cold. Fire up in unison right there. A kill apiece for Map Point in the most devastating fashion. The hero rifles from the most experience coming through. And Cold and Drop roll out a 12th.
Unbelievable. Like, I cannot believe it because you've got Zok and you got Turtle all combined. Mayan rotated over as well. And they're just able to make things happen. They're able to make things happen immediately. Cold 0. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. What a fantastic, fantastic result for Red Canids. And yeah, you got enough money here. If you are Bounty Hunters to keep going. But now you can't make a mistake. Now you can't make a mistake for 5 rounds in a row. And this one's going to be the most difficult. Get by this one, potentially we can start having this conversation.
Pressure just amplified now to 10 for Bounty Hunters in the series. They've shown so much resiliency. That's a story we could talk about all day, but Canids might just be a task too tall for them. Some of the stars align right now. Opening pick from Cowas. Crowbarring his way through the outer yard. Another one clotheslining Turtle. Paunter looking to put a finisher on this one as well. And a 5v2 erupts instantly on series point for Bounty Hunters. Hey, maybe this is exactly what they need, though. They're grouped up in ramp here. They find the kills to back it up. It might not matter. Last player spotted. coldzera going for the finishing blow. Doesn't find it just yet. More chip damage done, but Myron, I mean, put it in the realm of possibility with that kill. Still a 1v3 ahead of him.
So tough, isn't it? I mean, look, he's got a defuse kit, but he's now been spotted and also heard in towards heaven. Ponta is feeling the brunt of his util, and the spray is windy, but drop will at least convert. And you got Cowas that was going to flank in towards heaven. Red Canids manage it. They're going to go on. They're going to play DSG in the winners match, which is right now. So they're going to have a little bit of a break and then immediately go into another best of 3.
That's going to become a marathon day here for a tough 3 maps for Red Canids. I'm sure they're excited with the victory. After a bit of a frustrating loss there on Train from what happened just a couple days ago, Bounty Hunters look revived on that map, but unfortunately doesn't lead to them with long-term success. coldzera and the rest of Red Canids just too strong right now, too built up, the team being able to bring it together in that 3rd map when it mattered the most. Yeah,
it's going to be about a 15-20-minute break or so for Red Canids, and then they're going to have to go and play against DSG, aka XW7M, and it's going to be brought to you by 2 different casters than us. We're going to be relieved of duties. We're going to disappear, but don't go disappearing, because we have still got that winners match right after this.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship, where we're in South America and we continue to move forward. It's Group B that we are looking to finalize at least a top step of this podium for this group. My name's Vincent, joined by JRT. I'm excited to jump into this. JRT, how are you doing?
I'm pretty excited as well. Like, I'm really curious. Like, the South American scene right now feels like it's in flux, and we don't really know who's on top and who's in the middle, who's on bottom. It's just all bunched up in the middle, and we'll see what this match gives us. Because if you look at this on paper, right, you look and you say Red Canids, they're the ones that are going to come out with the win. But on the other side, XW7M or DSG or whoever you want to call them, you know, they're also doing pretty well for themselves. Had a nice win against SELVA.
Yeah, listen, I think that SELVA team is not quite performing at the level that my expectations are for them. And I think DSG doing a good job of taking advantage of that. That's kind of how my takeaway of that best of three goes. And I mean, on the other side of this bracket, man, Red Canids, Bounty Hunters gave them a run for their money. And in general, I mean, you and I had the privilege of covering some Red Canids games over in CCT. And man, this team just... however you want to describe it, I think just non-convincing in every single way. That's my takeaway from seeing like the 3 or 4 games of the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen flashes from Cold Zero where you're like, whoa, this is a great decision to move on the op. And then you see other matches where you're like, no, this was not good. What's happening? You know, so it's really been up and down for them. I think overall they have a very solid roster of players now, you know, with the addition of Cowes and Ponter. I think those two pieces are going to be impressive for them in the long term, and maybe it's just going to take some more time for them to establish themselves. Overall, this should be a roster that is nearer at the top of South America, but right now it just isn't, because they lost a 2-game over in CCT, and that was a 3-map affair where it felt like Red Canids were in control a couple of times, but then they just couldn't pull it off. And 2-game were good. 2-game won it all, let's not forget. But still, I think Red Canids should have disposed of Bounty Hunters a lot more cleanly, as they did in their previous engagement, and this time they didn't. It took 3 maps, but finally they got it across the finish line.
Yeah, listen, I think there's more to say about Red Canids, but let's move on for the moment for DSG, because this is a team, you know, previously under the W7M banner that falling apart. I think last month, maybe it was May.
Yeah, it was
regardless.
May 29th.
Yeah, just at the end of the month, that is the case. Regardless, I actually think there's some good pieces, some fun pieces to this team. I really like Barton finding a space to maybe hopefully land on his feet if they find an organization. I know he was the obvious like cut for Legacy. I'm not saying that it was wrong to cut him, but I think that, you know, he definitely is better than probably the like stat line suggests. He has some really high impact moments, and usually at least under the Legacy banner in roles that weren't that great. So I like him. I think Levy is an interesting piece, a young piece on the AWP. You know, another one of the those pieces from the Sharks youngsters, like their academy side, which has pumped out good player after good player for years and years. So I think that this W7M team are now under DSG. I think that they are a team that can fight. I just think that they should probably get leveled in terms of firepower in this matchup.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Although I am a fan of Barton as well during his legacies, even going all the way back to his Team 1 days when he was playing there. I mean, like, this is a player that I've always had my eye on. I always felt like he's going to be able to crack through to Tier 1, but just hasn't. You know, he's been up and down. He's been a bit of a journeyman over the last 4 years on multiple different teams, Godsent being one of them, and then you have Red Canids for like 10 days or something. It wasn't even that long. And also, what else was there? Yeah, I guess that's pretty much the gist of it, and Legacy being the most recent stint, but still, I think that he's a player that can offer a lot to a team. Anyway, we've got the Veto now. And looks like we're going to end up on Anubis as the pick for DSG, or also XW7M. Again, either name I think is fitting for them. And then you have the pick of Nuke by Red Canids. This is a map that's been really good for them, and I'm surprised that it's been coming through as a map number 3, Vincent, so often, although it has slipped a little bit in recent matches. Still, I think it's good to see them with a little bit of confidence, bringing it in as a pick instead of the 3rd map and the decider of Train.
Yeah, I think that Nuke is definitely been the bread and butter for this Red Canids team, and that's understanding that they've had some pretty tough losses on it. I think that those notwithstanding, still a good pick. Anubis, man, it's been actually downright bad sometimes for Red Canids. I think that this is actually
well,
a good pick for W7M. I know that this like iteration of this team doesn't have a ton of reps on it, but the W7M core themselves, they did tend to like Anubis, if I'm recalling correctly. So I'm not too like worried about, you know, if you're looking at win rates and such like that. For me, I think this should be a 2-0 for Red Canids. Like I'm gonna keep going down this this line where like the firepower for this Red Canids team should be enough to just prove it against a squad like this, unless you see some individual have a crazy performance there for DSG. But that being said, that is the least convincing Red Canids that I have seen in maybe an entire year, and that's understanding that they've made so many changes over the last year.
Yeah, their last two BO3s have been really, really messy. So, yeah, I agree with you. But, you know, at the same time, I'm also on the same page thinking that the Red Canids should be able to take care of business with the current roster they have. The firepower advantage on paper is very clearly in their favor. And then if you look at the maps, yeah, I mean, you could argue that Anubis isn't that great for the Red Canids, but they did go to 24 rounds against 2-game, won 13-5 against ODDIK Academy as well, although I don't know how good ODDIK Academy is, right? Not very, right?
No.
So the only one that we can maybe build off of is that 2-game 24-round affair where 2-game actually, as we already mentioned, won it all in CCT. So I think that's just a testament to their abilities and showing that the Red Canids can at least compete on the map. I think, like, I'm with you. I think they can win up against a team like DSG if they can pull 24 rounds against 2-game.
Yeah, I'm excited to kind of see. This is my first opportunity to see Levi. I'm not quite sure how we're pronouncing that, but you know, he's the 20-year-old talent that comes out of, like I said, that Sharks Youngsters program that he spent some time with, which also begs the question why Sharks picked up a guy that we've never seen before onto the op, like, and then cut him. Anyway, I'm just confused, to be honest with you. Either way, I'm glad to see a guy like this, you know, have another opportunity. That's the point that I was getting at. So I'm excited to kind of see that. And I also think that, you know, if he has a good game, that's a space that we just kind of talked about where coldzera, it's looked everywhere from like to like amazing to, man, this is really bad. That's the problem. You know, on the op, coldzera hasn't necessarily shown us any level of consistency. So if he's on that off day, I think that head-to-head could be pretty interesting. This is the head-to-head, though, that we're going to be talking about. It's Jota, who's actually leading this team, by the way. It's a new role for him in this W7M team, or what was W7M. Back in January, that's when he kind of started with support of Horvey, who has a ton of experience and is still with these guys even as free agents. Up against Kawez. Kawez has been a stud, to be honest, in the rifling since joining Red Canids. He looks like he's landed right on his feet. So I think this is the right way to look at it, but I do wonder, you know, how consistent Jota can be while calling.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest concern. I think that always becomes an issue once you start taking on the IGL mantle, if you can keep up the numbers in terms of fragging, although he still technically is over the last 16 games, a 1.23 rating, so that's leading the squad by 0.13 over anyone else. Urbano or Urban Zero right behind him, or I shouldn't say right behind, the one who's behind him at 1.10. But on the other side, I'm glad you brought up Kawez, because he is not only important in terms of rifling for this squad, but he's taking entry duels, taking opening battles, which was hard to come by over on this Red Canids roster in the past. And now Kawez is like, oh, I'll take it, no worries. 28.8% attempts, and the more impressive part is a 61.9% success rating in 23 maps of play, which gives him a 1.38 rating on opening frags, which is phenomenal, honestly. So I think that's the biggest change here for the Red Canids that really allows them to open up more space in their T side. Personally, watching the entirety of CCT, I thought the Red Canids had one of the better T side executes, at least throughout that tournament, across every single map. They just seem patient. You know, they don't take aggressive fights unnecessarily, and they really make it difficult to read what their play or execute's actually going to be. So for me, I think that's something to keep an eye on as we go on to Anubis and they start T side.
Yeah, credit to, I think, Drop and the experience on all 5 of these pieces now. Even, you know, I think the least experienced piece, and maybe you could argue Venom Zero or maybe Ponter. Regardless, I think everyone has had a lot of time to kind of bet in and get with the program that the Drop's trying to put together. But either way, we'll get into the mix and see what this T side has to offer. A flash and a smoke in the cards, and there's no kit on the other side either, so keep that in mind once that post plant gets started, if we get far enough. A little tentative towards A. No noise, no nothing, and the creep up canal continues.
Going to be a pincer onto the B site to finish things off here. Still a flash in the smoke for Red Canids to utilize. There's that flash. Opens up some space, but no. Urbano dodges it and gets a second onto Venom. Zera the third as well onto Cold Zera. So the Zeras are gone. 4v2 now in favor of DSG. Urbano trying to do it all himself. And, well, he's got the fourth, not the last. Ponter at least gets that trade. Picks up the dualies off the ground. The problem for Ponter is that there's no bomb on his back. It was dropped all the way in the canals, and 3 players are watching right now.
And, I mean, these not usually ideal fights for the dualies either, at least not at that range. Hooligan's Jota typically going to be very difficult, and in fact he's thinking, where can I find something else?
Yeah,
I think that's the right decision, but I don't think it's going to help him win the round. No armor either for him to work with, and Barton will actually steal that one away. Fantastic round for Urbano. Things rolling early on for DSG. Love to see that. It's also, you know, just a little bit of relief when you can pick up the CT side pistol. I just think it takes off a lot of the pressure that is the CT side of Anubis.
yeah, definitely. And I mean, look, you talked about this for XW7M, now known as DSG, being a map that they're comfortable on. So I think that we're already seeing that with a pistol round like that from CT side. Of course, it's Urbano who's the one who delivers most of the frags, but still, like you said, it's important to get those CT rounds under your belt early here on this map. Pistols only for Red Canids. They don't want to invest at all. Bomb plant is the only objective here. But they aren't going to snowball altogether. They're spread out across the map here, trying to find an opener, despite the fact that they've only got those Glocks. SHC takes the initiative towards B main, spots out Ponter. There's a 5v4 just like that, as Cold Zera watches a couple of his teammates cross the bridge. But it'll likely be into Levi's A1S.
Yeah, he's got support in the form of Jota too, so if things were to go wrong, would be a backup plan. There you go. SMG getting a couple of them. Some lovely stuff. No Glock victories today, it seems. Red Canids, they're going to fall flat. Understandable. They didn't even have a single flashbang to try and facilitate anything more. I think it's important that you mention, right, the T sides for Red Canids have been good. And I think that,
Yeah.
you know, that to me is at least some positive signs. It's the fact that sometimes when they get into those late round scenarios, like post plants even, like the start of these T rounds look good, and then the end to them looks very messy.
Yes. I think it's just the executes are good. The patience is good. I agree with you, though. Post plans can be a little bit troublesome. Urbano looking for targets here. Into Canal. Smoke. Guising off his vision. He's going to smoke it again. Yeah, he's kind of giving them a free pass, but he does spam some damage. He threw onto Cold Zera and drop. But as it stands, Red Canids aren't too fussed. They're still going to make their way, at least a couple of players, towards A main. Ooh.
Obviously not quite so sure that they had scaled so far. Barton nearly gets caught. Very lucky that he lives to tell the tale. Canids very methodical right now. They've got the map control that they would want.
"40 seconds left, though. As mentioned, they do like to take their time on the Red Canids, using every second on the clock. Guessing here, yeah, okay. They're going to go off Cold Zera's pick here. Urbano's gone. Jota waiting behind Pillar. He's got the MP9 that can do a lot of damage if Venom Zera's not careful. In fact, they're just going to fall off of this and go back towards the B site. 20 seconds left. They don't even have a frag into the site itself. Still 2 players left. This is exceptionally risky for the Red Canids. Util's on point, but they need to be good with the shots too. They will get one on SHC, but Levi's still standing, and Levi only gets one as well. There is time to plant the bomb, but players are coming to close the gap very quickly. Barton is one of those players trying to get a headshot and does. 2v2.
Jota needs to be the next to take contact. Barton ensuring that there's nobody scaling in through behind him. Venom Zero might be caught, actually. This is a little scary. Yeah, back turn, and it's a freebie for Jota. Zera's low, and the swinging with the SMG is good for it. Jota with a couple. ESG take the victory in round 3.
I think it probably would just be better for the Red Canids to go to the A site. I mean, they had the space there. They had more time to execute. Most of the players were in position to join up in that hit. So afterwards, they decided to go to B. I don't know. It's a little bit of a strange decision, but yeah, go ahead, Vincent.
I think the problem is they didn't have mid control. That's the actual issue, I think,
Maybe,
with going A
yeah.
right there. That maybe, and because they got the E-box picked, I think that's what made the decision for them to go towards B. There was a smoke in their face at A. They didn't have a lot of control in mid, and that mid control is really important for late rounds on A.
Yeah, I just feel like y'all factoring in the timer, right? It just felt like it's a little bit risky to go towards that B site, although they do get the plant, so I can't really fault them. It's just that post plant, which we talked about being a bit of an issue, ends up being an issue here. You know, a 3v2, I believe it was. They just got dismantled by the DSG players, Jota in particular, doing work with the MP9. Anyway, that round's done. We go into round number 4, and it will be a half by coming through from the Red Canids. 4 Tech 9s in the P250. Levi watching with the op. Here's a ton of footsteps, I'm sure. At least someone does. Jota under fire here. Red Canids are trying to move quickly here with these Tech 9s.
Look at the reactions that they've pulled out. I mean, this is DSG making a ton of investments, putting a ton of utility, and now walking back a 3-man re-clear of mid in a moment. So, successful in that way. Jota gets tacked up pretty heavily on the first engagement. The bomb there, that being spotted, but no frags going either direction, at least not for that. Levi, that was over an E-box, goes down, and so they drop from the bridge and head in towards B as best they can.
Canids and Cold Zera get a couple, but there's 2 back immediately from DSG. Another 2v3 post-plant retake from DSG, and they get the first again. 2v2. Venom Zero lit down to 26, but Canids does save his life, and now it's up to Barton, who is going to be coming from Palace here. Barton creeping his way out from the smoke. Both players for DSG decide to commit into Con around E-box. So this is going to be difficult for Barton, I'd say. He probably has to clear up both of them, and they're just tucked in so far. He gets the first, the second, not going to happen. Venom Zero secures the first round for the Canids.
I was actually going to say I really like the decision to double up E-box, and then I also don't like the decision for Venom Zero to swing on that. You know, I feel like he could have just sat and played the time game, but, you know, all good. He got the kill, and that's what matters in the end, even if maybe could have been problematic. Point proven that they can handle the business there in the post plant. Really important frag on the back of the bomb site from Cold, if I'm not mistaken. Canids gonna have a better buy than DSG do this round, but that still does include a Levi op and a couple of rifles in the mix, so it's certainly not nothing that they're working against.
Already a tag onto Canids here from Levi. Down to 17 HP. Smoke going to get tossed on forward by Canids. That is just to try and gain some mid control, I'd imagine. They already have that A main smoke as well.
Risky.
Yeah, it is.
And they had the supportive Molotov to help make that a little bit less so, but the fact that Canids finds nothing is actually really important information. Lean towards B right now for DSG as well. And a bomb for Red Canids. Looks like it might want to go A. If Canids can, like, or excuse me, Drop can find just a little bit. Something over there on B. Could be perfect. In fact, they're going to commit to B. This seems immature, but all good.
Absolutely all good when you hit shots like that. Jota and Urbano are still waiting here. Urbano, what a shot from him onto Cold. Drop's trying to close the gap, and that's actually Venom Zero takes care of Urbano. Jota, the last one on the site, and he is cleaned out as well. So this will probably be a save for DSG, although Barton's close, so he's going to try and see if he can get something, and he does. Spams through the smoke as well, but he just needs his teammate. I think that's just a mission to do damage, and that's it.
Yeah, he's getting out of there. I really thought that Red Canids committing somewhat prematurely. They sort of half had mid, They threw mid utility in order to take that, but they really didn't have much behind it. All that to say, if drop hits the entry like that, it's literally irrelevant. Absolutely stunning. And drops the, no pun intended, biggest weapon on the site in that first fight.
Terrorists win.
A little return to normalcy there for Red Canids. Their first gun round falls flat, but second one looks a little bit better, and they tag another round off on the back of that. Money's such for DSG that there's really no way they can buy, even with these 2 saved rifles. So
Yeah.
how do we want to put Levi and Barton into positions to win the round? That's the question, I think, for DSG.
I'd say put Levi towards either, mid or A, and looks like he wants to go into the A site. And where do you put Barton? I'm assuming on the opposite site, and that's exactly what they will be employing. That said, he's already dead. He peeked out of E-Box, and Coldzera had a bullet with his name on it. 5v4 just like that. One of the guns being thrown away. Love the little micro detail there from Red Canids. They know that they're on an eco outside of those guns. Venom Zera finds the frag onto Levi, so both rifles are now lost, and it's just the pistols left.
Yeah, and both unrecoverable by the remaining CTs, either as you were highlighting with the gun being grabbed up and tossed backwards. Red Canids kind of have an idea of what DSG's game plan might have been, and even after getting that kill into Barton, the reaction is just to hold and wait for some re-aggression from the AWP that was saved. Perfectly caught. From there, a single frag. Zero goes down, but the op re-recovered, so no big losses.
Yeah, things starting to settle in the way we kind of expected since the guns have come out in full force for the Red Canids 3 rounds in a row. DSG not really able to get much done in the process, although that previous round just was these 2 saved rifles and, the pistols as well. But not to mention that even when Red Canids were losing, they were still taking out a lot of bodies on the DSG side, which is why their economy faltered so quickly. Anyway, we go into round number 7. It will be a buy-up again here for DSG. It won't have the AWP, though. It'll just be the rifles at their disposal.
And they take the tack into this one just to
Yeah.
walk things over. And I think, for me, the adjustment that they maybe need to make is just to be a little bit more patient. I think that their level of aggression has been good for the most part. Maybe could prod towards B a little bit more often, and I mean towards main, not towards E-Box, but as a whole, I think we've been seeing good stuff.
Yeah, this is a big round for Red Canids to try and just inflict their will upon DSG. Take control of this one. And DSG, despite, popping their heads around those corners for some aggression previously, are actually playing pretty passively here, aside from the player who was in E-Box, just peeked around into Canals, but a smoke was blocking his vision, so he fades off momentarily. Here comes Levi, though. There's this timely aggression that could come through. And what a flashbang from Barton Levi! The 3K cow is punter and drop gone. Coldzera gets one back, but it's a 4v2 for DSG off of a phenomenal play.
Venom Zera is going to have to do some significant heavy lifting. Cold is trying to force his way through a smoke right now in E-Box, or excuse me, in camera. Get into the mix with Barton, and that spacing's pretty rough for Jota. It's going to allow them to get a bomb plant. The remaining 2 CTs coming through camera, and that smoke blown open. Cold's going to get the double, but Jota trades. Jota might have missed a opportunity to trade earlier on, but he's recovered very nicely.
That flash wombo combo there from Levi. DSG don't win this round because, Red Canids almost came back from that 2v4 and dismantled them, largely in part thanks to Coldzera, who had every single frag. He almost gets the last 2 for the ace, but Jota outlives him with 25 HP. That said, again, it's another DSG round where the Red Canids are bringing them down to their very last dollar, which means that their economy won't really have a chance to gain any type of foundation. And on the other side, there's still plenty of cash flowing for the Red Canids to try and pull this one back. Again, though, we have to keep in mind it's Anubis, and 4 rounds on CT side is actually already decent.
Yeah, I think that's the important context to keep at the forefront, is that you know, every one of those CT rounds is probably twice as valuable as a T
Yes.
round. If you're trying to like put a dollar amount on it, that's how I would describe it. I think good targeting though for Red Canids. They really have realized that DSG are super passive in mid, and it's only the way that they react, and those reactions are based off of utility. So Red Canids just kind of creep themselves up without any utility, and it works really nicely until Barton hits that nutty flash. So I do think that that means Red Canids are really intelligently thinking about this game.
Red Canids. Brief pause here at the beginning of the round while they set themselves up and take a little bit of space. Perhaps an A main duel coming through here between Drop and Barton, but no, Drop is not going to commit here. He just falls back, waits for his teammates to get into position. Urbano gone. Akawes finds the headshot. 5v4. They're trying to pinch in now. Drop will be important, but his teammates are falling. Barton gets 2 with the MP9, and Drop still hasn't made his way towards that site.
He's got to get going. He's got to get moving. Nobody's watching him. He's got the timing right now. Missed shot from Cold. He's got a rifler right next to him in the form of Ponter. Drop still misses the mark, but a fast trade's going to make it not so big a deal.
That's one of those, it works out, but doesn't look good on the Red Canids side, especially for Drop, who just never could really activate. Anyway, Ponter with 2. He's holding the right angle here, but Levi's going to hit the quick off shot. Cold Zera gets the immediate trade. Now he knows exactly where Levi is. Flashbang tossed. Another one on the way, and Cold Zera will clutch out the 1v2. He has looked hot to kick things off here on Anubis.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I was talking about a lot of negatives there for Cold with regard to the opping, and I think those are all very true statements. That being said, every time I've gotten to see Red Canids, Cold Zera definitely still has those clutches in the bag. You know, put him in a 1v2, he's going to come out probably 70% of the time the victor. And that's the case right there, especially against a young guy who, you know, more than likely, you know, looked up to this guy for a very long time. Might be shaking in his boots in a 1v2 like that one. Yeah. That's where, I mean, you don't want to hit tab. You don't want to see who you're against.
DSG back to the pistols here on the eco. Molotov lands at the feet of Urbano. Urbano gone. Nice swing from Drop. This could trigger Red Canids to go towards the B site, but they don't have to. Now with that second and third, yeah, they're going to go. They just have to recover the bomb and go and plant it towards B, which is exactly what Cold Zera is going to do.
Easy peasy. Might end this one even before the bomb plant becomes a question, and it will be. Barton swings out, gives Drop a little look-see, and he will convert. Red Canids take back the lead. Tight one. As we kind of highlighted, this is not that big a deal, I don't think, for DSG. They could grab, I mean, one more round would be dream.
Yeah,
this gun round right now.
No question. Not to mention, you know, Red Canids' CT side has been quite rough here on Anubis, let's say, and you're looking at, I think, a sub 40% win percentage. Yeah, 37.7% win percentage here on Anubis. Usually it's lower, of course, on this map, but you're looking at mid 40s or low 40s, but they're already below that. So, I mean, they need all the rounds they can get here on T side, and it just strengthens GSG more and more as they get these CT side rounds under their belts.
You know, I think the more concerning part about Red Canids CT side generally is that it's so reliant on stars.
Yes.
You know, they need a star to have like a, you know, 15 plus frag half for their CT side to look really good. That's kind of the condition for success, and that's, you know, we all know that that's not something that usually is going to happen every time.
For sure. And we've seen that's the reason why. I mean, you nailed it right on the head there, Vincent. That's why they've had so many inconsistencies and these results that are unpredictable, because you can't rely on individual efforts to get you across the finish line. You need better chemistry. You need to know exactly where your teammates are playing. Rotations have to be on point, and that just hasn't been the case, at least not yet. Again, they've got new additions, so it's going to take time. Anyway, Levi gets the opener here for DSG. Cow has gone, and Drop's taking damage as well, so this is not looking good in the early moments for Red Canids.
It's a spot that Cowes has gotten exposed in a couple of times. Anytime DSG actually fight towards mid, Cowes has usually come out the worse for it. Credit over to DSG for that. Another set of utility being tossed in for E-Box. So Red Canids, a lot of success in that area. Ponter kind of the secondary guy who's going to be taking that initiative. He can't find success, and Urbano swings in. Cold with a missed shot, and the second attempt a little bit better, but 2 HP ain't much, and SHZ relieves him of that health. Takes it from him quickly on. Venom Sierra with a 1v4.
Oh, nice nade.
Very nice nade. Barton's tagged down. Bomb recoverable, but Jota has just repositioned into a very strong one. Back over towards that.
That's a really good smoke.
Did he mean it? That's incredible.
That's intentional. Yeah. It's a beautiful smoke. And Jota doesn't care. He just ego peeks it and takes care of Venom Zera. So that'll do it. Still, you know, a nice smoke to come through there. When you're in a 1v3 in particular, using that utility that efficiently is quite impressive. They still don't win the round. That's the important part. And as we already mentioned, you know, 5 rounds here for DSG is fantastic. Anything more is icing on the cake. Red Canids, on the other hand, they need to win out, I would say, for a chance to really be competitive on their CT side. It hasn't looked as good as I expected on T side, and DSG have been fighting very well.
And why hasn't it? Well, Cal is really struggling on those entries you were talking about, right? You know, a big deal. Is he going to have a chance? Oh, he doesn't even see him. That's just a little bit of a mistake from Levi. Unfortunately, Cold Zera has the advantage on that swing, on that peak. Takes him without even being on his screen.
So that's the opener that the Red Canids were hoping for. See if they can build off of it. And they will. Venom Zera, a follow-up onto Urbano. Now the B side is very light. Shota getting a response, though. And then SHG finding drop. That's surprising. I mean, look, 3v3 now. 2 unanswered frags for DSG. 57 seconds left. And, okay, Ponter is going to get that trade finally here towards the B side. So that opens up the space. But again, the bomb has to be corralled and brought over to this site.
Biggest difference, though, is Cow's positioning. Yeah. I know that Jota's being careful, but this should just be wow, crazy timing, Cowes. That is unlucky, my friend. He still joins up with Ponter. Still, they're going to have the bomb into a good location. They get it crossed, and now they're going to get it planted. It's still a 2v3.
I mean,
been heard.
Yeah, DSG doesn't want to go for this, though, right? Their money's not great. The op is just too valuable of a piece on the board right now to throw away. And Barton at 17 HP and the one with the kit, it's just not a good idea to go for that attempted retake. So it will be a save for DSG, and Red Canids, despite some mid-round struggles, do get that 6th under their belts. And again, you know, mentioning Cowes, he's only got 6 frags and wasn't the one to get the opener in this round. It was Cold Zera, in fact, with the AWP.
Yeah, Cold's actually playing very well, and it's not really got anything to do with the AWP. He's had a couple of rounds, but I'd say he probably has more rifle kills than op kills. That's perfectly fine if he's going to be able to get an opening pick like that and then transition into a round victory. Also leading the charge for the team, but yeah, certainly some difficulties on a round of the first half, and DSG have done pretty well. Their money looked pretty bad, but they managed to get a lot of rifles. All things considered, I'd call it a success, at least in terms of purchases. Levi's back in mid.
Probably wants a chance to go toe-to-toe with Cold Zera. But Cold Zera's not there anymore. He is headed towards the A site. And now he will have a look towards the window at mid. Jota's past it. That means he'll get information here should they make some noise. I think Cold made a little bit of noise out of the reach, or excuse me, out of the range of Jota. And there's the opener for Jota. If he tries falling back, he'll be in trouble. The smoke thrown. Flashbang as well. And in fact, he jumps right on over and is safe. 5v4 in favor of DSG. Look at Venom Zero, though. Space gained here. If he gets this frag onto Levi, that's big. There's the first. Barton's the next challenge for him. Jota trying to support. Great flashbang. Utility sailing in for Red Canids. They build up around that opening frag, and they're all here just like that.
Barton should have no idea. Big miss there from Cold. And Jota takes them all. 3 frags and the 4K on the round with the opener and the closer. Jota takes them to task. So it's tied. Not one favored, but DSG certainly the stronger of the two. When you're talking about the CT side of Anubis, they get 6.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, look, they're going to be sitting pretty going onto their T side. Maybe the Red Canids can pull off something special on their CT side of this map. I mean, it does involve a lot of aggression, and, you know, that's the opportunities for individual efforts to really shine in those types of situations. However, yeah, I mean, DSG were acquitting themselves very well here on their CT side, and Jota with that monumental performance here on the A side. I mean, just that round, I felt like the Red Canids did the right things, util-wise, execution-wise. Everything was good until they set foot on the site and actually took duels. And that's when it all went wrong. But still, you know, it feels like everything's there strategically. It's just sometimes they get in their own heads or whatever's happening there in terms of missing their shots and not clearing up the site as effectively as they should. Jota should have been traded, I guess, is my point in all that rambling.
Yeah, it's hard too when you get a kill onto Cake and then Barton's still there as well. Makes it very difficult to anticipate.
No question. Don't disagree.
The SGT side, what you got for us? You know, the hard part about like talking about Red Canids in like a negative fashion is that just as much as this CT side can really be too reliant on individuals, the fact that they have the individuals means that any CT side can just be turned immediately.
True. This one, maybe not. Barton gets 2. Cold 1 back. Ponter trying to creep through that smoke, and he's immediately erased. So, I mean, a 4v2, full control of bomb site B. Cowes misses his chance to strike on Jota. He's got Cold Zero right by his side. They're going to have to work together, and it's some nutty headshots to work their way back in. There's the first, but it's all down to Cowes now because Cold Zero has found a bullet right to his dome. Cowes? Probably not going to be able to do this, and almost definitely not now. There he goes. Levi finds the frag, and DSG are in the lead.
That's a massive victory. T side, now you can really see what DSG have on this map. I think, you know, everybody playing Anubis, it's about showcasing your T side and how strong it can be. The better it is, the better you are. And the fact that, you know, they get 6 CT side rounds and now a pistol round too. That's both pistols now that DSG have just bagged. Some questionable decision making from Red Canids. That Ponter move was one that I still have questions about, but we're gonna have to leave that one. It's an eco, but one that it doesn't look like Red Canids are gonna have much impact in. 5 stack towards B. It's not a B hit, it's towards A. And I think you probably just GG go next round.
Yeah. I mean, trying to keep the kill bonus away from DSG here for the Red Canids, I'd imagine. Maybe hope that they push out, or one player gets caught going towards CT spawn, and then they can get a free gun. But outside of that, this round is done and dusted.
Let's talk about the way this series as a whole, though, is going to go. Because, you know, if DSG, I think the big question for me is, like, what form Red Canids were in. Obviously, you know, we kind of saw what they were against Bounty Hunters earlier. But they still had some very hot hands in that series. Well, right now, I mean, Cold Zera's shown up, but in general, it's a struggle. DSG needed this map. And I think that the fact they're poised to take it gives me a lot more faith in what they could maybe do on a train. I think Nuke is probably out of the realm of reason, but train our decider. I think that's very interesting.
I mean, if you look at the stats for W7M and this current DSG roster, they're 4-1 on trade, so I totally agree with you there in terms of the possibilities potentially being in their favor. And I mean, even on Nuke, they're not a bad squad, 3-2 in terms of their win rate. And it's the win rate is 60%, so 3-2. They're, I don't know if they're going to be as competitive as they are here on Anubis. Should they even take it? Because it's not over yet. But if the Red Canids lose this map and then go to Nuke on a bit of a downer, and given that their previous series was a struggle as well, I feel like DSG could potentially end it in 2. But I'm trying to convince myself of that, to be honest with you, Vincent, because map number 3 feels like it's going to come through regardless if DSG win here.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I love this decision from Jota. Smoke comes out in camera. He just tries to get up close. coldzera should have the line. And there it is. And now they can execute towards A. Cold actually grabs another. He doesn't wait. It's important because now there's no longer 2 prongs to this attack. It's just going to be the rest of these guys through A main. Urbano with a fantastic entry. Make it double. He's got 2. And I thought there might be an issue with just 1 prong. That's not the case.
Red Canids now to make a decision. Are they going for this or not? Whipping the spray is cold, but he pulls out the pistol to finish the job, and Ponter Sports at a perfect time to get the last 2 players. Well done for the Red Canids on the retake. Finally getting around on their belts here on their CT side, as a 7th is secured. Money should be very, very comfortable for DSG, though. And they'll be buying up this next one. On the reverse side of it, though, it won't be the case for the Red Canids. So they're still going to be a little strapped for cash.
Another coldzera multi-kill round for Red Canids that gives them that success, though. Been so reliant on him, and it continues to work. No op for Cold. 1 for Levi.
Canids could be peeking to his death here. I think he just wants to play up close, and yeah, that was exactly the plan. Sees the Molotov come through, throws the counter util, and then the nade at the feet of Urbano, who goes down to 72. And looks like he doesn't want to tussle anymore in that direction. In the meantime, DSG are going to the right side. I mean, the A side only has 1 player right now. It is Venom's era. Flashbang comes in. Venom's got the util out as well. He is wiped out by Barton, and now the forces can charge on forward, trying to take this site. Good nade from Drop takes Jota down to 4, and then, in fact, finishes him off with another one picked up off the ground, or maybe that was Venom throwing the first one. Anyway, either way, Levi is going to get a shot on back, and this site should still be taken, and another one through the smoke onto Ponter.
And I went over the top of that lurk smoke, and Levi, how about a 3rd, my friend? Domination once they get towards the site itself. DSG proving a statement type of round. Or coldzera can't get his 1. Recovery comes in the form of a drop, but it's only temporary. It's only from the HEs that dunk on Jota. The openers, that one from Barton. And then Levi holds the line. No one can pass. Big moment for DSG. A prove-it moment for me. We're talking about a young guy that comes in that I hadn't had the privilege to see very much of. Well, that's a massive round from him.
Isolating the round victory for the Red Canids. We already talked about their financial struggles, right? They had to buy down to almost their last penny in the previous round. So this round here is just going to be the saved AK, and that's probably it. Yeah, they don't even invest much around it. Excuse me. Drop going to get the deagle, but that's it. Nice name. Wow.
That's brutal. That's your AK. Only man with armor. He's now down to 50 HP. That's max damage, isn't it?
Yeah, that is. That was as much as he could do with the armor.
Now they look to maybe exploit that. Canids pushing forward. SHC on the other side. Playing sort of a back and forth game. SHC, this crazy timing.
Oh.
He doesn't see anything before he gets sidelined.
And I mean, Jota's trying to activate quickly off of that. Urbano supports him, but Cowes comes back for 2 more. The lone rifle is doing it all. We highlighted Cowes earlier on, saying how important he is getting those opening duels. Well, he gets that here, and then Venom Zera completely overlooked at pillar. Levi gone, Barton the last one, and Venom Zera turns around as he hears the footsteps and says, "See ya later, Barton." Red Canids strike right on back in a round where we expected absolutely nothing, Vincent.
I mean, listen, that's Cowes, who's been a missing piece, finally getting activated. Absurd, the way that he's able to get that second kill. He's just zooming through the smoke. There was sort of a flash to kind of help them, but it didn't hit anyone. The only thing that kind of helped is that there was maybe a little reaction there from DSG, trying to avoid the incoming flash. They hear it coming. That being said, that third frag is just ridiculous that he's able to connect. All on 48 health. That might have just saved Red Canids. Single-handedly could change the complexion of this map and this series. DSG were in firm control. Now they are not.
I mean, you highlighted earlier, Vincent. Individual efforts can make the difference for the Red Canids on their CT side. And Cowes, I mean, there's only one way to describe that, and that's ridiculous. Highlight reel play from one player. Levi is going to get one here onto Cowes, but Cowes from the grave gets the nade frag onto Levi. So returns the favor down to a 4v4. So even when he's not alive, Cowes is still doing damage.
Yeah, gives himself up a little bit on that one.
Yeah.
Levi had crept up into E-box, but you know, you'll take that. Big mid gap right now. TSG about to find that out. That being said, Venom Zera on the lookout. Active just yet in this position in camera, but he's got some support. That flashbang is going to get him activated. And that information with that shot going to give them a little bit more. They go back towards B. And man, not enough it seems to hold back from E-box. Still dropping the sight. Could have something big, but gets double swung. Love that timing for DSG.
I'm not even certain that Venom Zera or Cold are going to go for this, and they're not. Back to the A site, on for the save. It makes sense to go for this because with these 2 saved rifles, they have a full buy-up coming through afterwards. So they decide to give up the bomb site. It's kind of a shame, though, because it felt like they had their opportunities to defend here, but it was just a nice play from DSG, in particular SHZ, who comes through around that corner from B main and supports Barton and Jota, who are already low, and gets that swing that saves their life, because he's the one that gets that clear shot, because he capitalizes on the noise that Jota and Barton are making that distracted, I believe, his drop at the back of the site. So DSG gets double digits first. It is 10-8 in their favor.
Awkward moment for Red Canids. Like you said, those 2 saves facilitate a big buy. This is a buy that needs to be a victory.
Yeah.
They lose here and don't get, you know, a similar amount of saved weapons. They're not going to be buying. They're probably going to be giving up a 12th round to DSG. That's the way that things would look if they cannot take a victory here. And Cowes keeps eating that same nade.
Great aggression coming through from the Red Canids to get a couple here. Venom Zera does a lot of damage to Barton. Can't finish him off, but someone will, and yeah, that's someone's drop. Well done from the Red Canids. They just up the tempo here immediately at the beginning of the round, and while SHC does get one, Cowes dinked him. So he's the walking wounded. No bomb either. Should be confirmed by the Red Canids. The bomb is towards Canals, right outside of A main. Either way, that is a fantastic opener and finish here from Red Canids.
Yeah, I think that's one of those that really shows the depth that Red Canids could have. It's kind of the same
Yes.
conversation about like some of their executes and how we've been really positive about those. Yeah, those early protocols that they can get up to, very, very effective. I love to see that as a pace change, especially one where Red Canids have been generally pretty passive on their CT side. It's more about mid-round aggression than early round aggression, with the exception being Cowes. So I really like that as a change of pace. It's a real shock to the system for DSG. They don't really know what's hitting them until it's already done and the round is over. They take their final tack timeout. DSG has been pretty consistent in getting Horvey and some impact there.
This is going to be a weird buy up here for DSG as well. You're going to have a couple of rifles, the rest on pistols in order to get that util in play. And you don't win here, and it's probably going to be an eco after this one. So this is, again, Red Canids' chance to crack through back into things on Anubis. Ponter waiting here at B. Both rifles for DSG are in this direction. They're trying to pincer in towards B side. In fact, not even a pincer. They're just all going to go in towards B main. And Ponter says, okay, well, thank you very much. I will take that 3K to the bank. And a quad kill comes through as well. Barton, last one standing in a 5v1. They were absolutely dismantled. No damage taken by Ponter either.
Yeah, that's a matter of just kind of looking to fight towards pillar, and Ponter swinging on the timing is perfect. That's nobody looking at him. Everyone's turning for flashes that are meant to pop to blind him, but they don't pop yet. It's dropped to steal the ace away, but Red Canids take a stupendous round, one that means not just one victory, but two because of the economic situations that you just highlighted. And you know what? Other thing for DSG is, I hate to say it, I don't even think that was a bad call. I think they just got leveled by Ponter.
He did them in, no question. And, you know, Ponter, the individual effort there. Cowes, a few rounds ago, coming up huge. Coldzera's had some impressive rounds. So, I mean, the firepower is looking good on the Red Canids side in their round victories, but they've just been so inconsistent in deploying it. There's that smoke thrown for E-Box. So DSG, despite only having the Glocks into this round, do have a couple of pieces of util, and they're using them well. Barton, hanging around canals. I just don't see a path to a bomb plant here at all, honestly.
No, it's one flashbang. Gonna send him into E-Box. There it goes.
What?
Okay. A flash, very successful.
There's
and a little bit of a traffic jam for Cowes. That's how you get the bomb plant. A little bit of a mistake.
Yeah, a lot of a mistake and a very effective flash coming through there. The Glock singing here for DSG. Now they got a couple of rifles in their hands. There's a good nade, and it'll finish off Urbano. So he can't deploy the rifle any further. I think Jota's trying to get it back, and he does. Problem is, now the bodies are coming through from the Red Canids, and that lack of armor is going to hurt a lot. Here comes Jota, who gets one. Coldzera and Venom take care of a couple more, and it'll be down to Barton, who gets the spam through the smoke. Now Venom's going to have to just stick to defusal, throws the smoke onto it. He doesn't have time, though, because Barton spams him through it. Barton, the 1v2 clutch. He goes down for the count, but what a round for DSG. That was just Glocks, a flash, and a smoke. And the Red Canids cannot fend them off. It should have been an easy one, Vincent. Instead, DSG have the 11-10 lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just one big mistake there. It's Cowes who makes it, unfortunately. He gets into a position where he's trying to fall back, but he's not able to do so. And then he's in a position where he's in the way of the support that's coming to help him get bailed out of that mistake. And it waterfalls into worse and worse scenarios. And it's Barton, you know, we kind of talked about coming in, both of us, I think, you know, have kind of seen this guy play for a long time at this point. He's very clutch and able to pick up the pieces even without any armor. It's also a moment where you just smoked the bomb, actually.
Yeah.
I keep saying it. Never smoke B main. Never smoke B main on the retake unless you have two smokes.
I mean, they did have two smokes.
They didn't get on the ball
right?
very quick. They did
Yeah.
eventually. I don't know if they picked it up off the ground, though.
They might have.
Regardless,
either way, I agree
B
with
main
you.
smokes is just, it's fool's gold. It's absolutely not real.
It's just so easy to get that lineup through the smoke from B main.
Yeah, you just
rain
hop
terror.
over it and you look and you get the line and then you're dead.
Yep. Red Canids found that out. There are the nades sailing through from DSG to pop the smokes. flashbang in return from Venomzera, and that doesn't actually yield that much to DSG. And let's not forget, the Red Canids still had a buy-up coming to this round, so despite losing that previous one in very tough fashion, they could swing it right back with an 11th round here.
That's what you
A lot of Utah... go ahead, Vincent.
That's what you get in Force Survive. That Poncer 4K doing heavy lifting for them.
Yeah. I was just going to say that Util has kind of run a little dry here for DSG because they deployed so much in the early goings. Levi misses his shot and Venomzera capitalizes on that. It will be a 5v4. DSG are rotating back into the B side, which they feel might be cleared, but it's absolutely not. There are so many bodies here ready to receive them. Ponter being one of them who's been defending B site quite effectively, at least from that 4K. And now they're going to say, okay, hold on a second. We don't like this look, so we're going back to A. I don't know. There's so much indecision here, Vincent.
20 seconds,
I don't
too.
like this. Yeah.
This is really unsure for DSG, and I think they understand that they kind of missed the boat on that. Not the fight for Cowes to lose, though. 12 seconds. They still got to keep this going. Poncer adjusted fast enough. Drop actually the one to jump the nade on. And this is a 3-on-3. Bomb will go down, and Venomzera is already tussling with the back line of E-Box.
It just feels like the Redkins are sometimes finding ways to lose rounds. Just positioning a little bit off on Cowes' part a couple of times. And again, it's the case here, unfortunately.
Gotta go.
Yeah, they do have to go. Like, just commit. You're all there. Try to send it. There's Drop getting the headshot onto Urbano. SHC, the last one standing now, and SHC towards me. No smoke in their way this time, Vincent. They learned their lesson, and they will get the frag and the defusal. Red Canids do indeed find a way to get an 11th.
Whew, a little bit of a sigh of relief,
Yeah.
I think, considering the strength of the positioning there for Red Canids. I mean, even like Cow's position was actually really good. He just needs to not be fighting B main ever.
Yeah.
In that position. ESG brutalized their economy. Tech 9's armor, plenty of util, but it's a tough time for them. That spells a little bit of hope and prayer. Cow is overwhelmed. Poncer still in defense and still alive. He can fall back in the street. Should allow a bomb plant as soon as Jota gets onto the site proper.
Oh, no, maybe not. Nice nade thrown onto Urbano by Drop. So Levi, well, okay, there's the bomb plant, but still, I mean, a 4v2 instead of a 4v3. That's a missed molly, too. Uh-oh. This makes it even more difficult for DSG to hang on to the bomb site. Coldzera spots Levi over the top of the smoke as it fades. Levi still gets that, and so does Jota. 4v2 down to a 2v2 and a missed incendiary thrown. It's all falling apart again for the Red Canids. Venomzera down to a 1v2, gets the first, needs the last. He finds it. What a messy round for the Red Canids on the retake, but they still find a way to get the round.
I mean, that round had exactly the description that you put forward a few rounds ago. Red Canids almost finding a way to lose despite these positions and despite what should be nearly unlosable spots. Thankfully, Venomzera available for the clutch. Thankfully, you're going to have one chance here for the close. That bomb plant, though, really helping DSG be more competitive in this round. It's Galil's, though, for everyone who has a rifle, and Barton gets the vast majority of the team's utility.
That bomb plant helped a lot, though, honestly. Like, if they don't get that bomb plant, their buy-up is a lot more miserable here on the DSG side, so this could be their path to overtime.
Yeah, it would have been worse than last round if they didn't get the bomb plant.
Yes, exactly.
Felt like last round was desperation. Tossing in that nade stack towards house was what I was referring to. I'm talking about that. This time it's a little bit more methodical, a little bit more stable for DSG.
That's a nice flash. Yeah, Drops blinded twice here. Oh my goodness, finally recovers, but he's had to give up all of that space over on A.
They're hearing him.
Yeah. Nice shot from Cold. Stays alive, no damage taken. His teammates supposed... Oh my goodness, he misses a shot there, and two missed off that flashbang. He should have had those twice. Oh my goodness. Cowes drop and Ponter trying to come back in here. There's a nade from Cowes. Feels like it's going to be another messy finish. Red Canids trying to get that final round they need to win here on Anubis, but Urbano gets one traded on back. Barton makes it a 1v2, and it will be overtime here, Vincent, as we go on Anubis.
Man, Red Canids, they genuinely just can't do things the easy way right now.
Yeah.
It's Cold, who has maybe should be the easiest shot of his whole career.
Yes.
They're so blind. They literally can't shoot back. And he just whiffs, splits the difference. That's,
Twice.
I mean, the second one, I'll give a little bit more credit that, they probably get in
Maybe because they recovered, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. First one, second one, once, twice. It's bad. And Red Canids, yes, right now they're surviving, but they're far from looking like they are a team that is threatening the top tier of South America.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of the success we saw in some of their CT rounds was when they got aggressive, right? And they went out into the faces of DSG, and that one they just sat back and waited. And that's one thing that you don't really want to do in general on Anubis. You want to try and take some space in the map to have an idea of where the T's are going to go, because they're at the advantage from the get-go. But Red Canids decided not to. And, well, despite that, I mean, missing those shots is tough for Cold. I think that should have happened. A great flashbang thrown for him for that peak. But because they missed, because the inconsistencies are still there, we're in overtime.
That we are. What the Red Canids can do. Now that money is no object, that I guess can be a positive sign, but DSG in the same boat. Urbano? 30 health remaining just for fun, for no reason?
Just wanted to stand in the flames. He was a little cold, so trying to heat himself up, I guess. I have no idea.
I hope he got warmed. I mean, it had to have been a miscomm. Thought somebody was going to be extinguishing that, and they weren't.
I mean, they're trying to slow it down here and readjust a little bit, but maybe looking to retake that space into E-Box.
This is really smart. A lot of times that we've seen Cowes kind of poke and prod back into this area, and I think Levi just walking it back up. That's a very intelligent move. Doesn't pay off this time, but still something we've seen be a classic Red Canids adjustment.
I don't know. Feels like DSG might be able to do this right now. Good Molotov thrown, and once that chaos comes in, I feel like DSG gained the advantage, unless we get a great individual effort. In fact, it's everyone popping off here on the defense for the Red Canids. Getting 3 frags combined, and Cowes finding the 2K, leaving only Levi standing. So despite the chaos that was sown there, especially that Molotov thrown towards backside, it doesn't pan out. Oh, yeah, there we go. For a moment, I was getting ready to call a crazy sequence for Levi, but it doesn't happen, and Red Canids do indeed find that 13th.
I mean, that might be the best round I've seen from Red Canids in like 5 or 6. They look poised. Yeah. They look like they were prepared, and that was really one-dimensional from DSG. They've done this a couple of times. Once they get E-Box control, just trying to a little bit of surprise factor, pop on to B. Well, that's not been so successful, but they still go back to that. Very much one that Red Canids are pretty used to.
Oh, nice nades being tossed. I mean, not a single bullet fired, and the Red Canids may even get a frag. Oh, no, but it's more damage. 4 players hovering around the half health mark, 3 of those below it. SHZ, the only healthy one, and he's trying to head in from B main, but as it stands, DSG are in a lot of trouble. Is there another nade? There is. Cold Zero has that, and they're walking into the incendiary. They just can't get through here at E-Box. I think Red Canids have kind of figured them out, saying they've been having their way with us in this position repeatedly. Let's shut the door. It's exactly what they do. Still a full minute left for DSG to remaneuver, though.
Yeah, and it's tight coordination, actually, between the A players as well, coordinating that. It's the nades that also go to T steps coming from A. So it's not just Kawa's team effort there. And yeah, this is starting the round like this. And I say starting, even though it's 40 seconds, barely been a shot fired.
I mean, I think it's a smart decision for DSG to reroute back to the B site just in a different direction because they don't know if there's a nade towards A, and if there is, 3 players could die from it, you know, if they're in the wrong spot. So trying to go to B main, still going to be difficult for them. 20 seconds left. Ponter gets 1, a second. I mean, they're softened targets, and Ponter's just farming away. 3K for him. Barton and Levi, the last two standing. The op is worth saving. Barton gets 1 onto Kawes, needs the follow-up, can't find it. Ponter is on for the ace. Will he get it? Likely peek around the corner to try and find it. No ace, but the round is belonging to the Red Canids. Even without that frag, DSG had ran out of time.
I think Levi might have gone down after time there. It was like very tight. But
you might be right.
He had 3,400 starting this round, so
I don't think
that's
it matters. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. It doesn't. They got it all figured out. Red Canids, I guess locking it in overtime. That's kind of what it looks like.
Exactly. Took the words out of my mouth, Vincent. I was just going to say I feel like they had 2 of their best CT rounds here in overtime.
Yep.
Very solid defense of B. No utility was wasted there. And now DSG are just completely moving away from that direction. 3 players around A main, 2 of them already committed into it.
Yeah, but 3 defenders here as well for Red Canids.
Mm-hmm.
I think the sheer amount of utility that's just been pushed back might give DSG an early warning sign.
I mean, I guess it doesn't, but they win the first fight. Boltzera gets the follow-ups, though. No third. Levi shuts him down, but it's a 3v3 headed in towards this site, and now Red Canids will have the reinforcements arriving for drop. Still a lot of time left here for DSG to reroute themselves towards that B site if they want to. Levi stays posted up, looking at heaven. If Kawes is around this corner, probably Levi gets this, but he's in a common spot, so maybe Kawes gets that quick headshot from the AK if he catches Levi on a bad timing, but he doesn't. Levi hits that, and now the bomb has arrived.
Really hate that Kawes is looking to swing there. His start of information, though, DSG just fully cut down. Ooh, a little scary. Vision acquired. Ponter's arrived. He's going to drop just into the site. Ponter now set up for the 1v3. He's low, but it's up against Levi. Shot anywhere to the body, it won't matter.
He's got a smoke and a flash.
Same true for DSG. He's got the kit in as well. Taking his time about this. He's got no idea where Levi's located. There's that smoke going down into the bomb, though. Now he's just got to track it through and just needs a bullet. All he needs is a bullet.
There's
no way! He gets it off a 1v3. Levi cannot find him. Not with the Glock, the op, the knife. Nothing is successful. And Red Canids take 3 straight rounds in OT.
Oh my goodness. He's going to watch that one back and say, how? How do I not get that? 19 HP, needed one of those things to connect, and only one. A knife slash felt like it was inevitable. Even the Glock bullets, but nothing. He just barely misses him each time. Oh, Ponter, thanking his lucky stars that comes through, and the Red Canids sweep the first half of overtime and take a 15-12 lead. That means every single round in the next half will be an opportunity for the Red Canids to close this one out and head on over to their map pick of Nuke.
Surely it's enough. Like that feels it feels like that should be it. That being said, we've said that before.
We have, especially in South America. So we'll see.
Precisely. But onto the T side, this is, we had, lots of praises for Red Canids as well. Even though it didn't necessarily work out so perfectly. Got a feel for Levi, who has been in, 3 now high, high stress moments and couldn't quite pull it off in any of them.
Ooh, Drops is going to push this and play contact, or are they going to flash him out? I'd imagine a flash is coming through here for him if he wants to push through the smoke, because there's players on the other side, Jota and Levi. Jota hits the first onto Cowes, and Drop not even gonna get that flash. He just falls off completely. That is not the way the Red Canids drew that one up. They're going to reset.
I mean, I'm curious what exactly that drawing looked like, because that one looked a little silly, things considered. Drop back at the forefront, though. Got Tassel here with Urbano. Eastside feeling a lot of pressure at the moment. Red Canids not committed. The bomb's still towards mid. They can very quickly make an adjustment towards A if they would like. Levi.
Yeah. It actually feels like an A finish to me the whole time that was going on. And surprisingly, DSG don't realize it. They've still got Levi posted up aggressively, but I think that he's dead if a flashbang is thrown effectively here, which you'd imagine it should be. No way Venom Zero peeks out a flash from Cold here. Here we go. Cold, going to throw the smoke first. There's the flash, and Levi should be dead. No, he survives for now. There he goes. Venom Zero, the frag. 18 seconds left. They still have to deal with Barton, but another flash comes in. It's not enough, at least for the first two players. Finally, they get the trade, but they're now in a man disadvantage situation trying to plant this bomb. It will go down, though.
Oh, really fast feint for Jota. His shot for Cold. Haunter's going to need another 1v3, but it's not even close to be completed. The Red Canids, they need one round, but they won't get that one. Thanks to DSG picking it up. Fantastic work there by Jota, who, puts the pressure on immediately. Cold doesn't get any time to set his feet in that post plant. Just, initially is hoping to kind of get a line on anything, camera maybe, but he doesn't get a chance.
Yeah. And again, that's another situation where the utility was good, the flashes were good for the Red Canids, but they just miss one important frag onto Barton and allow Barton to get two back, and that's when the round really tilted on its head. And you see DSG, they've still got life here. Two more required for them to push it into double overtime. Red Canids calling a timeout to talk things over because they did not like the way that one started. There were some messy points in their execute. I mean, both of us were trying to understand what they were trying to do towards mid in the early round before they lost their first player. And I think they just want to make sure that this execute's going to look a little more effective.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. The good news for Red Canids is that, they got two more opportunities. That's not a big deal if they're missing the mark on one of them. And yeah, the way that round started left some scratches on my head at the very least. A little bit more traditional mid utility being tossed in order to scale in that direction. Levi, again, just really alone, but this time he hits the shot. Doesn't wait for Red Canids to take the initiative. He takes it himself.
And I mean, the weird part is Red Canids wanted that to happen. And it does. And they just get caught. I mean, Venom Zero got caught in rotation trying to readjust himself. And that's just a tough result for a Red Canids side that was hoping for pushes to come through. That said, 3 players towards the A site, only 2 on B. For now, anyway. And that seems to be the final destination for the Red Canids. Still have full belts of utility for a couple of players. SHZ and Urbano stacked up here over at E-Box. 31 seconds left. Cold clearing the space with the op. Here come the flashes. They're not good. SHZ gets 3? What? Off that? That's... I don't even know. Cold Zera is going to get one back. But it is just shocking to me that the Red Canids go out there and don't clear E-Box more effectively than that.
It's shocking, not so much that they don't look to clear E-Box a little bit more effectively. Like, they're trying to, but it's the fact that there's not so much,
I guess,
surrounding it, right? Like that felt like a half-hearted execute almost. That's where I'm asking, SHG, you got to give him credit for that spray transfer too. I mean, actually stunning
yeah.
how fast that was. But man, I feel like we're seeing another overtime, to be honest.
Just there was no second layer to that attack for the Red Canids. It was just, hey, everyone just push out and hope that you can get that frag, and it just doesn't happen. Should have been a player putting pressure on the other side of it. But
I think they want to run this back, make it right.
I don't know why.
Anyway, overtime number 2. Yeah, I mean, that one looked even worse, to be honest. I say that, you know, maybe let me try and give a little bit more credit, be a little nicer about it. Red Canids, I think just trying to catch a little bit of a timing is what they're trying to get towards for that site. You know, last time there was a lot of setup behind it, and it was very clear that things were coming, but it didn't have the second phase of that execute. That's what you were referring to. But JRT, this time, they just hope that they can find the timing out onto an early pick, and Levi's just waiting there. Freest skills of his life.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have much else to say. That's going to be anywhere near positive, so let's leave it at that, I suppose, is the Red Canids blow an opportunity to close this one out 3 times in a row. The first round of overtime on their T side, very meh, not much to see there. The execute towards A looked good, though. Utah was on point, and they couldn't convert the frags. The next 2 rounds, nothing. I mean, there was really nothing that we could see that could have led to a round victory. And that's why we're here. Into double OT. DSG having a very solid CT side. I don't even want to say better than the Red Canids, because I felt like DSG made it more challenging for the Red Canids on their T side for them to get those round victories, and Red Canids just kind of walked into a slaughter twice towards B main.
Yeah, I really need to see something different from this T side right now.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I want to see a real round. I feel like that A round is the only one that it felt like Red Canids were doing anything that it wasn't something I might see in my puck.
No kidding.
We slow it down a little bit. Red Canids are looking very methodical in this round. It's just getting the general map control. They've just tossed some utility in order to take A main. They have B main control, and they're using scaling utility to take mid right now. None of that has a reaction yet. DSG about to pop through this A smoke, though.
Urbano, opener, Jota. Follow-up after Venom. Zera gets one, and a missed shot from Cold is not going to make his life any easier as he's down to 15 HP. Jota just needs to hit one shot. He doesn't. Nice peek from Cold Zera to bring it down to a 3v3. Ponter looking for something towards that B site. Does he find it? Well, it gets damage done. Smoke going to get tossed forward. This is already a much better look to the Red Canids on their T side than any of the previous 3 rounds, just taking their time. Looking for the space. Oh, SHC is in trouble. No, he still gets that shot onto Cold, and he heard the footsteps from Cowez, and he swings around to find Cowez. Even when the early to mid round looks good for the Red Canids, they fall apart as they try to get towards that site, and then DSG went off time.
I think that DSG deserve a lot of credit, though, for that round. Let me talk you through what I was seeing, because really intelligent, the way that they actually take back map control. I was talking about Red Canids and their methodical nature with regard to getting A main and all this kind of stuff. Well, DSG leave mid-gapped, and then they group back A main. They push 3 together, and at the same time, they're re-clearing E-box. So all at once, Canals becomes a place that's impossible to live for the Red Canids. That's really good coordination. Only thing I would love to see is if Jota, he got out. Like, he jumped across. He got out of A main, and then he went back and got cleared by Cold. Fortunately, it doesn't matter because SHC just, dominated. Very, very smart CT side right there from DSG in that round.
All right, flashbang going to get tossed by Urbano. In towards Canal and the Molotov as well. DSG want that control, and so far they've got it, but Drop is slowly but surely creeping his way up. This will be the pincer attack towards the B site that Red Canids are setting up. Typically don't activate too quickly, although we did see them quicker in one of those rounds in overtime, and this one looks like they're going to be here before the minute mark even hits. Urbano gets the first one, traded by Venom, but Levi is good for another, and a follow-up too. Levi just popping off with that AWP, makes the 3K look easy, and DSG have a 17th.
Man, that one not so much falling on Red Canids' shoulders. DSG,
Yeah.
very, very good in the way that they're holding that. Urbano just getting interested. The fact he walks into two guys and then gets his one is incredible. Levi has one shot to actually clear E-Box, and he hits it, nails it, gets back under cover. That is fantastic as Red Canids scramble to try and take that space that's just been given, thus with Urbano going down. That was lovely from DSG.
Yeah, Levi in particular. I mean, that's a highlight reel play. There's the nade damage onto the Red Canids. They're trying to go fast again, but DSG are just denying them at every single turn. Barton this time activating. Cowas walks into sight trying to find the trade, and they do. It takes so many nades and bullets, but finally getting that. Maybe they'll crack through and get this site. They do find an advantage here. A man-edge game, but they've still got SHC, who's been so lethal in overtime, but Cowas finally puts him down. It's all up to Jota in a 1v3 clutch, and he won't do it. Cowas a 3K, and the Red Canids salvage at least one from the first half of this second overtime.
The first T round we've seen in overtime just there, and to keep it a buck, I don't even know how they got it. I feel like Cal has just made some magic happen right there. He actually, put his hand underneath the cloth, that they have at a magic show or some such, and walked away with 3 kills and cleared the site. Genuinely incredible work from Cowas to be able to do that, but still, the only thing that looked convincing all half was DSG, and how they go over to the T side where, as I said, they didn't get any T rounds to begin overtime. They have a little bit of a lead this time.
So are you saying that that's the one T round that Red Canids need to win here?
I don't know what I'm saying. I don't think I'm saying anything. I'm just making statements of fact.
Fair enough. I'm just trying to bait you into a commitment there.
I'm done with commitments for Red Canids. This team has got me one too many times.
Yep, I feel your pain there. The Red Canids are a team that's hard to predict, at least right now. Coldzera moving in towards that A site. Wants an opening duel. Oh, the util's out here. This is dangerous. Levi was about to come around that corner. Now the smoke actually connects on him, I believe, and does a little bit of damage. There was a nade as well. Coldzera waits, holds, misses. Levi won't get a second chance, though, because Cold will capitalize on his incendiary toss, but there is the nade towards Coldzera. Space retaken by Venomzera. So a 4v4 with the Red Canids still holding on to control of this A site, and they force DSG off of it.
Yeah, I think he'll take that as a T side, though. Sure, you lose Levi, who's having a banger game, but Red Canids now walking wounded. They're also 4 remaining. You remove Coldzera, who's been the #1 problem for you in late round scenarios.
Urbano and Barton coming in from E-Box. Ponter. Smoke gonna get tossed for B main, and he gets deleted instantly. Cowas needs to come out huge, and he only gets 1. That is not enough. 2v3 retake on for the Red Canids. Nade will sail through. Does it do damage? No, not really. Urbano's been huge. Now he's towards backside. Drop, clearing exactly that angle. Overlooks Pillar a little bit, and that's enough for Urbano to get the 4K, and Barton finishes the job. So no clean sweep this time on the CT side. for the Red Canids.
How about that? You know, maybe that's the round that DSG needed, the T round that they needed.
Yeah.
I think there might be 2 chances to close. Red Canids had a few of their own. They could not take advantage. Now DSG getting their own opportunities, and I think that they have turned the corner on this map. They get better as the game goes on. Red Canids, don't know that they get worse, but the problems occurring throughout.
Yeah, and I mean, Drop's already down to 6 HP here. A nade in his direction means he's done. Urbano has it. Molotov goes in for camera, and there's a ton of pressure on towards the A site. And I believe DSG are hoping to catch some players in rotation here.
Just what a scary place to have an op, to be honest.
Yeah.
Sponsor and Cal is both lucky that that doesn't work. A little bit of a timing that was caught. 57 seconds and counting. That smoke that Venom Zero has just deployed. Quite bothersome for the T's. They're just going to flash through it. Fantastic flashbang. The layer of utility there is wonderful. And now Cold Zero is going to have to rely on his aim to bail him out. He gets his one, but close range, that's about all you could have hoped for.
Well, this one looks over now. I mean, that's a nice little spray down from SHC, dropping Cowes to 22 HP. Jota, aggressive posturing towards a main. SHC probably has both of these if Levi doesn't get them. And Levi's just going to take care of everything. He's got 2. Cal is the last one standing, and this one is over. DSG have gotten that first map off the Red Canids, Vincent.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's their map pick. This is the one that they really needed in order for this to be a real conversation. But I think that, you know, beyond some really big moments, I think that the coordination there, like the utility was actually really good for DSG. There was a lot of like positive signs I think we could talk about. I mean, Levi had a fantastic game. Like I said, I was really excited to get to see this guy play just because it's, you know, not a young player that I've gotten the privilege to watch just yet. Very impressed with what he was doing on the op. All of these things are true, but I think the sad part is that I'm once again left this game feeling like, man, Red Canids just can't be relied on to do anything. It feels like. I hate that that's the storyline, but that is what it is.
You're right. You're right, and it's unfortunate as well that is the case for the Red Canids because they looked so good at the beginning of overtime on their CT side. We're like, okay, they've shaken off the rust, they've shaken off whatever demons they're going on in their minds here. They looked effective, they looked structured, the individuals were strong as well, and it wasn't just the individuals being strong. It was the whole team coming together in a unified fashion, and then it falls apart again, you know, and there's bits and pieces, little mistakes, they add up more and more and more in every single round, and you just leave yourself wondering, or you leave yourself in a situation where you're wondering what's going on here for the Red Canids and how come they can't close out maps like this.
I don't have an answer. What I do know is that they're going to have to figure it out, and they're going to have to figure it out fast because I'll tell you what, this XW7M squad, they look like they mean business. I mean, I want to maybe end on a slightly more positive note because I really think that there was a lot of good things there. You know, I was talking about just like the way that they approach some of those T-side rounds, sometimes a little bit risky, but I think somewhat calculated risks. I also think that their CT side looked phenomenal. Like for a CT side of Anubis, it looked damn good. So a lot of positives coming out for DSG. And now they just need to try and do that on another map. They got Nuke and they got Train to figure that out. We'll see if they can do it on either one. It is going to be Red Canids map pick Nuke up next first. We'll see you back in just a few. Wasn't exactly how Red Canids wanted to get here to Nuke, but they are here now. And DSG up a map. I think surprises across the board, JRT. That's where I'm at. Where are you?
Yeah, same thing, and I think we might get another surprise here. I mean, let's look at the pattern for the Red Canids here on Nuke. Talked about inconsistencies, and it doesn't get any more inconsistent than this, Vincent, because it's win-loss repeatedly since April 2nd. I think it's been more than 10 maps in a row where they haven't been able to get 2 wins in a row. So, yeah, if the trend continues, unfortunately for the Red Canids, it means they won't be able to get this one, Vincent.
Yeah, and it's not good losses either. Like,
no.
So we'll see what goes on. Might be a way to change that, though. Start on the T side. Obviously not ideal, but this is a T side that is capable, as we've been talking about. First kill is a go. Barton falls, and SHZ climbs up the ladder before getting spotted, though Venom's Arrow might have gotten a look.
I'm not sure. They're going to try and reroute here. Around the outside, wrap towards heaven. SHC has already vacated the premises. He's waiting for exactly this to come through, but can't hit his shots. Venom Zera good for it. Now Red Canids have the 2-man edge. Should just be storming into the bomb site, but as it stands, they are waiting a little bit longer. No util available to them. So it's just going to be contact taken, and yeah, they're going to reroute to B. This is the right call.
Yeah, I mean, the remaining 3 DSG members are actually on A, so this will work. I made a really careful round, and Red Canids take it. I'm saying take it because I don't know how DSG can realistically get back down here. They're going to have to move together, somewhat of a unit. It's so much time for Red Canids to get into post plans, and yeah, that's just not worth the time for DSG. They are saving what they've got. That's a statement round.
Yeah. Nicely done for the Red Canids. That's the type of T side that we're kind of used to seeing from them, I'd say. You know, very good execute, very patient, don't rush into anything, make the right decisions, and force their opponents to save their guns or just go into a play that's unfavorable. Here it's going to be a save on the pistol for DSG. They want to keep that armor up and running for what will be a force buy in this next one.
I'm normally not that big a fan of second round force buys on the CT side. I think they are common, but I prefer not to. That being said, on Nuke, it is the opportunity. These MP9s, 5.7s, scouts, they're all so powerful here. Wow, where you can find a lot of capability with very limited weaponry.
Smoke sail in. Cowes, a little bit of damage done. Barton waiting on the other side as well. Oh, now he's going to hear that. Barton absolutely knows that Cowes is coming. Making no secret of it. And Cowes still wins the fight. Oh, goodness. I mean, 5 HP. Not the cleanest, and it gets traded as a result, but now the reinforcements are going to arrive. It is the lighter buy on the other side for DSG, but those MP9s can really chew through you quickly.
It's also a lot of resistance that's posted down there on B. That's changing, though. Then Urbano back up. SHZ stays down. Jota's still around. Very common angle, though. Surely to be checked. Surely to be checked. Not going to be checked. Jota takes a freebie. I mean, Mitchell's dead? Yeah, there we go. No support was coming, but into Levi's crosshair. And there's more help here. Urbano's available. He's going to grab his. Flank coming from Dora, but he gets out. Levi another, and now it's on to Ponter.
Yeah, we're back to it again. Messy executes from the Red Canids where things don't look good, and Ponter is going to get one back. Problem is, SHG is waiting for him at the bottom of the vent, and that's exactly where he goes. Freebie upgrade for SHG as well. And it will be DSG winning their force buy. And on the other side, the Red Canids without a bomb plant, Vincent, I don't think they can force back into this, and they won't.
I mean, they could.
I just...
Drop spot.
Maybe they will. I don't see the benefit of it at this stage, but...
Yeah,
maybe, well, actually, I take that back. You could argue that the CT economy isn't that strong, so you can try and go for that force buy and really do more damage and keep it delicate, let's say.
Yeah, one survivor as well for DSG.
Yeah.
Even though that is an AK that's been grabbed up, but I think there's an argument there. Not to mention the fact that Red Canids are, you know, broke themselves in a bad spot. They don't have much choice. Oh, that's a tag through that smoke. Barton's just gonna fall back. He's getting pressured from the other side of that. Great flashbang for Barton to maybe buy some time. He's caught in the middle of nowhere and bursting away. Barton cannot connect.
Urbano does get one onto Cold, but he's smoked off. This opens up the opportunity to plant, but everyone is so low on the Red Canids, and they won't even get that bomb planted, and they lose the round simultaneously. Red Canids cannot hang on to that bomb site. Good on DSG, who end the force buy rounds very quickly here on Nuke.
It's good on them for multiple reasons. It's the fact that they're understanding what the conditions for Red Canid's success is. Obviously, they would love to win the round, but if they get a bomb plant and get some kills, Red Canids are probably forcing again. And so DSG don't have any sort of easy access to start to build up a little bit of this lead. Now, denying that bomb plant, you're almost certain to see Glocks or maybe slightly better than that. And it's Glocks for everybody in this round for Red Canids is what they're working with.
SHC, the opener. I mean, we said before that a Glock round should be straightforward, but the Red Canids lost one on Nuke. So, or I should say lost going up against one, so you never know, but here it looks like it's under control.
That's a good point. And I have been really impressed with what Levi has been doing.
Yep. And SHZ too.
Yeah, I generally, definitely the case, but I came in kind of knowing what SHC could provide. But didn't have the same information about Levi, so been impressed in that manner.
Trades early on here as the Red Canids try to blitz in towards the A site, but they're still not on the winning side of it until Ponter gets that frag. Even then, I mean, you look at the HP and both teams kind of in precarious spots. Maybe more so DSG because they have to retake into this one. But they have the util, and that frag from Barton makes things a lot simpler because Ponter is on one singular point of health. If a nade sails in next to him, he's dead. Jota eats a nade, speaking of which, but there is said nade on the way back. Ponter's dead. Cold Sarah, the last one standing, and now his position, at least behind him, has been mollied out, and he is gone to get two, actually. Levi and Barton find that, but finally he falls by the wayside, and it will be a defusal.
A little scary, but I mean, Cold doing Cold Zero things. I talked about, you know, a lot of criticisms. Well, the whole time he's always been good on these clutch moments, and he nearly pulls that one off again through the smoke. Despite the fact that Levi had the full drop on him, he still couldn't quite connect the shot. But it's a 4-1 scoreline. Red Canids, about to say broke again. Not quite, but also not quite healthy enough to go for the full purchase. They're going to get pistol armor.
I mean, it's already looking like a pretty poor start for them on their T side, though. Unless they can get the blitz to work here again. They're going to try for it. Ponter and Venom Zera get a couple of frags. Urano and SHZ are gone. 5v3 just like that. And I think DSG are gone. I think they're going to leave. Yeah. What an execute coming through from the Red Canids.
It's happened twice now. I feel like there's a little bit of a gap right now in the DSG defense that Red Canids have isolated twice over. And that is whoever's meant to be looking towards Hut is just like not really doing a great job of corralling that area, because the first contact both times has been, I think it's SHZ who's been towards door. So he's been blindsided both times. And I don't know if that's courtesy of Red Canids' good flashes, or if it's Urbano missing the mark. Regardless, whoever's meant to be holding Hut is struggling.
Terrorists win.
All right. Potential recovery on the cards here for the Red Canids. The good news for DSG, though, is off of that save, which they didn't necessarily have to do. I think they still would have had a buy off it, but because they keep 3 pieces on the board, it keeps their economy healthy, so they can buy in the follow-up round, and they reset themselves immediately to try and challenge the Red Canids, who will have the upgrades off the Tech 9s this time. 2 AKs, 2 M4s from the previous round, the AWP in coldzera's hands, which has been effective on numerous occasions. We already saw it on Anubis, but it wasn't enough to get them that map under their belts. Venomzera gets the opener. SHZ, the molly frag onto Ponter, and Venomzera's retreating back towards T-spawn now.
And you never see that these days. 100-0 with a CT molly. I'm not sure what Ponter was doing after they got the door kill, but he was hanging out in the fire a little too long. Got comfy in there. A bit of activity towards ramp. Jota takes the place of Levi, who was there previously. Levi heading down towards B. Oh my goodness. Levi had the angle on that, and Kawas just devastates him.
Okay. Red Canids do have a player down towards that B site, waiting for the reinforcements to arrive, but DSG have realized what's going on. They do have the disadvantage in terms of manpower, so they're going to need to be good. Probably need 2 immediately before a frag comes back in return. Dropping cold, walking to the crosshair of Jota and Barton. Jota speeding on attention, doesn't realize that Barton is here, as does Drop, and coldzera at least gets that trade. So no 2K just yet, but yeah, Venomzera is quite low. Are they just going to readjust towards the A site is the question. Well, they don't have really a lot of time to do that. If they do want to, it has to happen now, and it doesn't. Jota, frag onto Kawas, can't get the second onto Cold, who is going to be down to a 1v1 scenario here up against Urbano.
Urbano making the slow crawl down the vent. He's been known, he's towards main earlier into the round. That's where he got his 1 kill. coldzera, though, a fantastic reposition. He doesn't get any sight, no vision acquired, with the kit in Urbano's hands. And I think Urbano very likely to overlook any inkling of ramp, and he does. Doesn't have a clue. And why would he? Plant towards the site. Just feels like that's the not even the first, second, third, or fourth place that you would anticipate coldzera to get to.
Yeah, no question. I mean, Cold, again, giving us those individual performances, right? We saw it on map number 1. We're seeing it again here on map number 2. Third round secured for the Red Canids when it felt like things might be falling apart and deteriorating on their execute. He's one to pull it on back. And as you mentioned, just really a phenomenal adjustment there going towards that ramp. Now they go again back into this blitz, and as you mentioned, there is a big gap here that continues to be exploited by the Red Canids. They get the first 2, and DSG don't really have anyone else here. A missed nade isn't going to help the Red Canids in this situation, but again, I don't think it matters. Pretty sure DSG are saving.
They gotta. I mean, it's either save or just give up the next round as well. Because if you don't win it, then you're going to be in trouble. What an adjustment from coldzera. This is one of those moments talked about, you know, feels like he can hit anything and then miss some of the easiest ones. And that's one of those cases. Saw that on Anubis. Well, unfortunately, DSG getting the worst of it all. They lose basically everyone, and they're probably going to have to save next round.
Yeah, they need to fix whatever's happening towards that A site, because they are getting abused round after round. Red Canids aren't a team that typically like to go for that fast-paced push. Usually they're going to go a little bit slower, but they've seen something that they want to try to hit every single time on this defensive side towards A.
Like I was saying, I mean, initially I feel like we didn't get a great look at how it went down this round, but
right.
You know, previously, I think it's been Urbano who maybe getting isolated there towards the back of the site, and so SHC, who's typically towards Squeaky, is getting, I mean, removed, basically. It's shot in the side of the head. That round, it was a little bit of a different setup because the door player was basically not there, and I think Urbano got isolated anyway. So, in my mind, DSG trying to make some adjustments, but currently they're not working. They'll get a whole round to think about it, though.
Cowes looking to take some space in towards ramp. Barton has that saved M4, but around him is just the eco. We've seen how one rifle can beat the hero many times in the past. Barton backing away from the ramp fight, though. Even though there's so much emphasis here util-wise from the Red Canids and manpower-wise as well, they've got full control.
It's a nasty defensive smoke that was just thrown by Jota as he falls away. Because you can flood this, but it's really risky because of the fact that it's really hard to clear both left and right at the same time. So basically stalls Red Canids for 20 seconds. Now they creep forward. It's a smoke that, you know, in CS2, basically no smokes have to be respected. That's one of the few that pretty much required.
Jota gets the trade on to drop. That means 2 rifles available for DSG now. And he's still got SHC lurking around there towards the B site. He's got support. This 5-7 can quickly turn things into a bit of a mess for the Red Canids, but Ponter saves the day. Catches SHC and Levi before they're able to take down the bomb planter and create that chaos. And it will be a 5th for the Red Canids, but still off of that, DSG will save the M4 and the AK.
Yeah, Jota got that frag with, I think he had a P250 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's right.
P250, man, falling out of favor. I'm a little disappointed at that. I think it's a great value.
I think it is, but the 5-7, if you have the extra $200, is way better. So that's why I think it's fallen out of favor a bit, right?
Agreed. I'm a 5-7 enjoyer as well. I've been saying it's the best pistol in the game for a long time. Like, and I think I've been right the whole time. That being said, if you have the CZ, get rid of that and put the P250 on.
I do agree with that.
And then on the T side, honestly, let another one of your teammates the dualies. You know what?
Tenth round of play. Back to the guns here. DSG, a little bonus to their economy, or I should say boost to their economy with the couple of saved rifles. They want to find some more rounds because the CT side not going the way it started, let's say, because it was 4-1 in their favor until Red Canids started to really inflict their will here on this map. Ponter's walking through the smoke. He's got the flashbang as well. This time he won't get through. Finally a bit of a shutdown here towards the A site by DSG, but it wasn't the blitz that they shut down. It was just that one player flashed out in Ponter.
Yeah, but in the meantime, Red Canids taking that space back. Drop is very clearly reacting in order to get back into yard, and he's super deep. Not known yet by DSG either how deep Drop could be. They're giving it like a little bit of a look, but nobody's really got their eyes on this, and as Jota goes down, now things get problematic because Barton's got to start moving. I think he's just seen Drop. But that's going to keep him here, keep him alive, and Drop doesn't have to commit to this fight. Now they can just scale towards B whilst Barton is dealing with the other side of this attack. Fantastic push and pull for Red Canids as they get the bomb planted, and they have entirely separated DSG.
Yeah, I mean, Drop's still getting frags in the periphery, right? Onto Urbano there. And then Coldzera finds SHC and Levi with the Tech 9. This has been a very strong performance from the Red Canids since they've been able to get their second chance at the gun round. Coldzera finishes off the last. That's Barton 3K for him, and the Red Canids have a 6-4 lead.
Yeah, call this one a fantastic T-half right now. They found a little bit of a weakness there for DSG that they've been able to exploit pretty consistently towards A, and then this round it's sort of the opposite. They kind of fake, not even really like a real fake like they're doing it again, but DSG reacts such that it's almost as if they had thrown a full fake towards A. They're setting up for this A play again, but Levi's here with an op.
Levi very aggressively postured here into Hut. Wants a quick one, then a fadeaway back towards the site. Misses the shot, so now I have the fadeaway without finding that frag. And eats a nade and a follow-up as well. Levi's gone just off of the util that could activate the Red Canids in towards the A side. And I don't even think it matters where they go at this point because they just found that frag into ramp. This map is their oyster. They are just cruising along. Although, Jota overlooked completely. Trigger discipline paying off for one. Does he get a second? Well, SHC did. Thing is, Jota will only get one for himself, and that means the B side is taken.
And the problem with that position is there's nowhere to like fall back to or isolate fights. Not once they're already in double door, and Venom Zera's making life impossible for SHC. Feel like DSG probably feel like they have to go for this. What a frag from Urbano. Fantastic adjustment, but SHC is so far away. So late to this, too late, in fact. He's timed himself out of this round, and Urbano knows it. Both fall back, and they planted Astralis. SHG could be dead if... Okay, he's got out.
Terrorists win.
The bomb, not the threat that I was worried about, but Venom Zera, he's certainly a real threat too.
It's looking like Red Canids may be able to cruise to the finish line here, dare I say, with the way they've played so far. I don't know.
I feel like that's not an unfair statement from you,
Yeah.
but I also said on Anubis that I'm done making statements of fact about the future for Red Canids.
Yeah. I mean,
So
the
I
last
will-
time, yeah.
I'll tentatively agree, but you said it, not me.
Fair enough. The last time they got 2 maps in a row here on Nuke was in March, March 29th to be precise, when they won 13-3 up against Shinden. And now it's almost... No, in fact, it's exactly 3 months later. They're trying to do it again after a string of wins and losses back to back over and over again. Final round of play of this first half. Go ahead.
I think that's a halftime conversation. I'll bank that one. Talk about this round instead. Now is in a very forward position. They have not at all really had to utilize Yard all that much. Oh, it's disgusting. Calaz, that one should have been his. Monster takes a lot of damage, but he's able to survive. Continuing forward. Oh, hello and goodbye to Jota. Both up in heaven. Both tagged up. That could be dicey, but it's okay.
Full control here for the Red Canids. Barton is dead. One way or another. There he goes. Venom Zera takes care of business. And the Red Canids, an 8-4 lead. This one was not close since it was 4-1 for DSG. Red Canids really took it to them round after round.
Yeah, it's an impressive T side, that's for sure. And I was going to say that, you know, Red Canids struggles on this map. They're up and down performances. I was suggesting that maybe, you know, it was to worse off teams. And I think their loss to Crew back in April is a bit of an outlier. But outside of that, I maybe need to go back on that because, you know, they lose to Legacy and then they lost a 2-game. That one would be the one that I feel probably shouldn't happen within 2-game-1 CCT. So, maybe I'm not giving them enough credit. Outside
They
of
look
that,
good.
it's losses to Sharks that this is one of their best map Sharks. So I think that maybe I'll back off on the Red Canids Nuke slander for now.
We'll see. Depends on how the second half goes.
Yeah, I could be back on the slander wagon pretty quick. That's fair.
Yeah. Looking at that scoreboard, I mean, look, Coldzera he has 11 frags in second, but man, he had some fantastic individual efforts throughout this first half. Venom Zera the same. And I think there was pretty much an activation from everyone except for maybe Drop. But 8-4 lead, it doesn't really matter. I think the entire squad has to be much more satisfied with the way they compose themselves here on the T side of Nuke compared to what we saw on Anubis, which was extremely lackluster. And then we look at DSG, who've kind of fallen silent. The pieces that we're activating over on the previous map, not here. Levi in particular, only 3 frags on a side, CD side of Nuke, where you can run the op pretty effectively. It's just that he never really got a chance to get it in his hands because of the way these rounds were playing out.
And I mean, not only that, right? Barton, who we talk about a lot, kind of coming into this, but he's the ramp guy. That area was tested a lot, and whilst I don't think it all falls to him on an individual level, certainly could have been better in a lot of those scenarios. Got exposed a couple of times and was more willing to fall back and play passively than to take some active duels that maybe would have been required for DSG to recover that half. So a little bit of a team struggle for DSG. Bad news is I don't think it really gets easier. You head over onto the T side.
No, decidedly not here. We do end up on map number 3. I think could be the roles that are reversed once more. DSG are very good on that map. In fact, they like to pick into it a lot. I think it's an 87.5% pick percentage across the last 3 months combined between this squad and the previous one. I should say this squad and the previous name of XW7M. We still got a technical pause here coming through, so we were going to wait a little longer, it seems, before we get going here on Nuke. Don't have any information yet, Vincent, as to what the cause might be.
Yeah, listen, all I know is that it can't be worse than the other day, so we're good. The other day,
that was insane.
I don't know, was it Desh? I forget who had the problem. All I'm aware of is that we were a map and a half in, and we were at the 3-hour mark.
Oh my.
Yeah, so looks like we're good to go. Ready to roll. But yeah, 2 pairs of dualies here dropping. Canids have them. Isn't a kit to go along with those dualies, though, so important to keep it moving if things do go wrong.
Okay, Jota, what a ripper of an opener, just holding the angle. Cowes peeks into his gun and gets absolutely shredded. Drop gets the response onto Jota, though, so it should settle down here. And not quite. SHC a couple with the dualies. Could even get a third here. What is Poncher looking at? Barton finds that, and Levi gets cold. All of a sudden, just with that pistol round victory, DSG have a path back in.
That they do. What a stunning shot from Jota just to start that off, man. Oh my goodness. He's positioned such that flash just has no chance of hitting him. So good work on that note. A little questionable from Venom Zero, maybe. He stuck around and then had every opportunity to hit the shots and didn't. Red Canids forced back in. She had a force that was successful in the first half, so keep an open mind. She's forced her way through Squeaky into the Molotov. Dropped on with the nade as well, but what a shot from SHZ. This one's looking pretty set in stone for me.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to get planted.
Who threw that smoke?
I didn't see it.
Let's just say a T-smoke is on the floor of backside. I feel like it's a little risky not to be grouped up here if you're Red Canids.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no matter where DSG exit from, somebody's likely to go down. It's looking like Poncer is probably the one under the microscope. Jesus.
That's massive damage from Ponter. Didn't expect him to be able to transfer for 1, not to mention 3.
It's not just damage, it's $1,800. He can go for an M4 this round.
That's wild. Red Canids, I mean, look, we saw the early success in that previous half for DSG, so maybe this is just an illusion right now in terms of them winning these rounds. Because once the guns came out, the Red Canids were absolutely monstrously in control. We'll see if this will flitter out or if it will materialize into something. Urbano gets one, Ponter the trade, and then the follow-up on the SHC was just trying to creep through that smoke. I don't think he realized he was exposed when he was. Now, still working it from the back of the site is Cowez. Drop makes it a 1v2. Barton is on 19 HP. Can he get this done is the question. I don't think so, and he doesn't. The Red Canids don't even have to wait until the gun rounds start. They win it here on the Force.
I mean, and it's thanks to Poncer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they saved two weapons. Poncer forces in an M4, and then everybody else is on a pistol. But, you know, that's only one extra person who's on that pistol. Everything works out well for Poncer. Love that defensive smoke that he throws in the back of the site. Allows him to chop up a couple more duels than he would have otherwise been able to. And I think that DSG, the big mistake is just that, you know, they ignore him for a moment. Say, okay, well, you know, he can sit there. We're going to force the bomb plant. Probably not for the best.
Opener for Levi. Cowez gone. Not a bad start for DSG. They just got that AK off of the Force buy, but now they've upgraded to an A1S. Thing is, they've lost the AK now. Levi spotted up by Drop and Cold to set up a lethal crossfire. Barton holding the credit card. And does the damage? Will he get the frag? No. Jota should, but it's Urbano who will actually take care of Drop. 3v3, but it feels like just with the firepower available here and the gap in terms of the engagements, that the Red Canids should be okay. But there has been a bit of a pause put on the round by DSG, and that won't matter either.
It's just no way to reasonably recover the rifles that were on the ground either. That's the other frustration point. Urbano's already low. Venom Sierra would have even needed help and available there. Poncer had his back. Canids 2 straight. That force buy from DSG falls flat on its face. Yeah, the little bit of light that you were starting to see at the end of the tunnel, maybe the way for DSG back into this map. It flickers, and I think it might just be out.
DSG onto the pistols. They eat a nade. They eat the bullets. Urbano does get one, but I don't think they'll be able to get that gun. I mean, it's being guarded here by Venom Zera, who's going to toss a nade forward, and he blows the gun in his direction. I love that little detail. That's really clever from Venom Zera.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, I was already down on B, so chances of a bomb plant seem also pretty far from reason.
Yeah, this one should be done. Okay. Cow has a nice little tap. DSG just delaying the inevitable at this point. Drop, closes the gap. He's got the MP9. Okay, SHC, there's one. Jota creeps up closer. Incendiary tossed. Cowes, does he realize how close Jota's gone? Okay, I take it all back. I said they're delaying the inevitable, but now they get a bomb plant here. Cold is going to take care of SHC, and in the end, yes, they do delay the inevitable, but a bomb plant comes through, which will help their economy in the following round.
Well, that's 3 kills. Like, I mean,
yeah.
I wanna reiterate, man. DSG had a flash, 3 P250s. It's like not very much money invested, lots taken out, 800 extra bucks for everyone, and yeah, lovely stuff. I would call that one a win. Maybe the way, as well, with some of that damage to the economy that, you know, I was talking about the light flickering and it felt like maybe going out there. I think it might have recovered. There might be a flicker once again. Need to win, you know, really this round. And already Red Canids would be in a tougher spot.
Just haven't really seen much from DSG in gun rounds. That's the only thing that makes me feel like this is not going to materialize into much of anything.
I haven't seen any other T-side gun rounds, though.
True.
Their Nuke T-side not terrible by any means, as Nuke T-sides go. More iconic duo. Red Canids standing in Molotovs.
No kidding. Off again. Kawa still gets the opener despite all that Molotov damage that comes through here. And now Urbano could have the jump on Ponter. Ponter doesn't die, which is good. He managed to fade off. But what's bad is the space taken by DSG could be devastating in this round for the Red Canids, as no one is here to receive them on the B site. Despite being a 5v4 post plant, they want damage, and that nade is only going to do a little bit of it.
Yeah, put on notice. That smoke is horrible for Red Canids, especially when Calaz is right behind it. He's not got the health to actually deal with that. They're going to have to wait for the rest of the team to get back into position. Cold's up and Ponter going to head in from ramp. And the rest of the squad in another direction. You got Decon open, but Calaz dunked on. That's HZ, a fantastic post plant position, and Gold Zera just with a fadeaway escape with the op. Drop will grab another one, but he's dead to the bomb. So Gold Zera only maintains his AWP. There's the first round for DSG, the first gun round that we've seen. How's that one measure up for you, John?
Not too bad, actually. I like the way they took it. I mean, there's that first one they found towards ramp, and then they continued to push the advantage that they had. Ponter unable to get a response. And, you know, like I said, despite the fact that Ponter fades away and the Redkins have 5 players left standing, they're all on the outside of the site, and full control belongs to DSG, and they had the post-plant util to utilize as well. So it really put the Redkins in a tough spot, where, to the point where I was thinking maybe they're just going to go for a 5-man save. That's how bad it looked in terms of their post-plant positioning. But they don't do that. Only Cold Zero walks out of that round with the AWP, who's having quite a map for himself at 16-6. There will be enough money here available to him to get the buy-up. Smoke block there, although I'm not sure how much of a difference that's going to make.
Yeah, I don't think it matters all that much. Okay. Levi unfortunately loses his life as Cold breaks up with the smoke. And Drop gets SHZ, who I don't even think he was like trying to push through. I think it was just fully through smoke.
Yeah.
I'll call that one lucky. The Barton's left outside. And then Jota and Urbano both creep their way down. They have the bomb here, but Ponter's got an inkling.
There's the first for Jota. 2 players coming down ramp. I think that nade's going to get eaten by Drop. It does get eaten, and he goes down to 7 HP. Lucky to be alive here. Bomb planted by Urbano. This is a 5v3, remember, folks. Red Canids could be down to even numbers soon. And again, they don't really have great post-plant positioning. The util's not really there. Trade comes through from Barton and Cowes. That's going to help. Venom Zera settles things down. Now the last one standing is Jota. Do they overlook him? He's in observation. They can't find the frag just yet, and he finds one. There we go. Drop the instant trade. That's enough time for a defusal. And Red Canids will not let the 5v3 fade away into the distance. They get a 12.
Yeah, they maintain the AWP as well. Would have been, I mean, it would have been tragic if they did not close out a 5-on-3 like that. Barton was the it factor. He may have been able to do that. He got the lurk frag out onto the door player. I think there was Cowes that went down over there. The problem is that the SG had lost so much control of the B site by the time that Barton gets into the mix. AKs for the majority here on DSG. But utility such that they're going to have to probably be pretty quick about these things. Deeping up for the A attack.
Jota the opener, Venom Zera the trade though, and more gets a 2K. Cowes dropping Levi. It could all end here, although Jota has something to say at least before potentially seeing the last of Nuke. With that headshot, down to 12 HP, and this lobby lurk from Ponter could be the clinching factor. But SHG's watching for it, and he will get that headshot. It's all down to Cold. We've seen him get these 1v2s before, but he has to be positioned in the right spot. He's trying to guess right at this point.
Well, he guesses towards ramp, and that one's wrong. Smoke tossed out as if they want to drop vent, but actually they're just going to commit to A proper. Might be more ideal for Cold, though. He's got a kit. And flashbang. True for all three. Knows that Jota's low, so he tries to find that duel first. Double up. This is really smart. He knows that they're up against an op, and I think Cold really concerned about this. In fact, is he just going to save this? Yes, he is. Gold Zera, not a man you would ever anticipate to shy away from a 1v2 attempt, but saves the op instead. They've got more chances, plenty more chances to close Nuke, and Cold Zera wants to have an op for it.
He was really hoping to find a duel there in the opening moments when he went up towards Heaven, and once he doesn't, he just decides that the best course of action is to save, and I know it's surprising. I agree with you. I thought he was going to go for it, but it is the right call to keep the op available for the follow-up round, and it will be a force buy for the Red Canids, even though they don't have to commit like this. They have a 4-round lead. They could just keep the op, get some pistols, and try for something, but instead they're going to go all in around it. Might be the right call. We'll see. Cold into hut with the op. The biggest piece. Trying to activate immediately here. He's gained the space. Needs to hit the shot, and he will hit it, but it's not a frag, and he gets tagged right on back. So pretty even in terms of the HP engagement there, but there's the nade. The chaser is good. Cowes allows his team to get a 5v4 edge.
An edge, though, that doesn't necessarily guarantee much when an edge involves 2 MP9s, a 5.7, and a FAMAS. Very good decision for Levi just to fall back and not push through. Ponzer would have had his head on the silver platter. 2 smokes going out in the yards. That's a garage smoke as well as a smoke for main, but they've just passed each other. They've just passed each other, and Barton's going to pay the price. Bomb drop. Ponzer surely going to be shot here in a moment. Levi's got it all to do.
There's no way he wins it like this. This is crazy. Levi just waiting. Trigger discipline here. They're going to spot him now, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't even get a single one off of that discipline, and it will be the Red Canids closing out this map fairly easily in the 13-8 scoreline. Yes, we saw some shaky moments here and there, but that was convincing, the way we expected it to be for once with the Red Canids, and they finally get 2 in a row on Nuke for the first time since March.
Yeah, actually convincing. That's the takeaway
Yes.
here from Nuke, is that Red Canids looked like the better team the whole way through. And that's understanding that DSG had a great first half start to this map. They looked like they were, starting to find some of their footing. And they even had a sort of faux comeback to begin the second half there, and got back in the mix as well with that gun round. All of that, though, wasn't quite enough. And I know the scoreline makes it look close, but I think more accurately, the gun rounds, they defined a Red Canids that's far better than the Red Canids we just watched on Anubis.
No, I agree with you 100%. That was a very, very much convincing. And we already mentioned before, like, I think 6 of the 8 rounds came at the beginning of each half, right? For on the other side for DSG. And then those 2 rounds in the gun rounds back and forth, there were some moments where like, oh, maybe they can do it. But yeah, Red Canids were fully in control of Nuke from start. I don't want to say from start to finish, but since it was 4-1, it was their map to take, and they absolutely took it by the reins. So that's good for Red Canids to get a convincing map victory. Now we go on to train here, Vincent, where both teams have had their positive moments, and even in the losses here for the Red Canids, as opposed to Nuke, they have been very, very close to finding victory. An OT in one of them, 14-16 loss to the Sharks, and then Bounty Hunters, the most recent one, a 10-13 loss.
Yeah, both teams as well that are pretty darn good at train.
Yeah.
So I think it's important to keep that context in mind. We're going to be thinking about that as we head off to a break. But when we return, we'll see what train has to offer. Well, it is the usual, it feels like, for Red Canids to do things the hard way. Currently, they need the reverse sweep, and that's what they're looking to pull off here. JRT looked a lot better. Both of us agreeing on that one over on Nuke. Now they got to do it on Train, though, and that's a different question, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this has been a map 4-1. Just look at the stats for DSG over the last 3 months. They are quite solid here, and we're probably going to see it already in the opening pistol round. We've got 2 frags coming through. coldzera gets one back. Can he get the follow-up? Well, might be on to drop to find that as pressure's on in his direction. coldzera, though, still dancing around the bomb site, managing to take down Urbano, so a 5v3 quickly comes down to even numbers.
The recovery already started, but Cold not out of the water just yet. He's turned up to 11. That smoke going to alleviate some of the said pressure, but the bomb, I was about to say, could technically get back over towards Pop, but that's not the decision made. Jota's clawing back towards the site. Levi gets his, and that's onto Venom Zera. coldzera, though, still alive and kicking. With drop in from camera, there's still very real possibilities as coldzera now falling back. They're going to wait for DSG to make the next step.
DSG. Tap the bomb. Don't plant it yet, though. Drop around the corner. Finds the headshot. And coldzera may get the last. Levi does manage to find him, but Cold has done a lot of damage to Levi. Leave it down to 28. He's trying to run away and get this bomb planted towards B. Drop is hot in his tail. Levi can't plant the bomb down to dirt, so he's just going to try and take the fight up against Drop, as Drop is buying time. 20 seconds left now. Levi fading away towards the bomb site. Does duck away from the shot that Drop fires and gets the last as well. Levi, masterful maneuvering, and he will secure the round for his team as a result.
He's been in so many of those close clutch scenarios, those 1v2s that have not quite gone his way. This time, he says, it's my time. DSG, this is Train for them to play for. coldzera did so much there on the bomb site. Was really intelligent the way that he pushed and pulled, waited things out. Unfortunately, missed the mark on that last opportunity and gave Levi a chance that he took hold of and ran with. Isn't going to be necessarily over, though. coldzera on a scout. There's full forcing in here on this one. Got a FAMAS that Drop's about to put to good use here. SAC and Jota. That's a fantastic flash, but it doesn't matter. SAC blinded and still delivers the frag.
Wow. Barton trying to capitalize on that and gain some space, but for the time being, the Red Canids are holding them off. Look at these tags that Cold keeps getting. I believe he's got all 3 of Jota, Levi, and SHC with a shot from the scout. So tons of damage in the round for him. And you see that despite the fact that DSG won that pistol, they are absolutely on notice. Ponder finishes one off, Cold another, and yep, looks like the Red Canids are going to be able to bounce back here unless Levi and Barton can work together with sub 100 HP combined to pull this one back.
Yeah, and Canids is on the flank. If that doesn't make things any worse, it's going to be a bit of time for that to activate, but they've got to try and collect the bomb as well. There's so many problems that are brewing. coldzera spotted, and great little angle that he can work from. Ponzer does more damage onto Barton, and now it's time for Canids to activate for the closer. That's Red Canids. Yeah, none of these pistol rounds, it feels like the whole entire series, have been a guarantee for a second. The force buys so damn consistent going back and forth.
Red Canids, solid work. I mean, coldzera deserves a ton of the credit. I think he's going to be a player to keep an eye on here on Train, especially once he gets the AWP in his hands, and even with the scout, right? So much damage. Ends up getting a couple of frags with it as well. Canids, nade tossed immediately. Force buy for DSG. Let's see if the force buys end decisively as they did on Nuke, but it was in the other direction on Nuke. It was DSG who came back after losing a pistol to get the follow-up.
I'm going to tell you this force buy comparative to what Red Canids just put on display feels like barely anything. You know, 4 flashes left and a smoke to get the Deagles and 1 Tech 9 into the mix. And with that type of utility, there's like basically 2 options, I feel like. Gonna get a smoke tossed out for sandwich. And yeah, the plan is See if we can go off these flashes. Nobody affected.
Drop the first. Barton trying to go with Jota. They're trying to time it right so that Jota will have some sort of edge, but neither really gain an advantage here, and it's a fairly clean sweep, I want to say, for the Red Canids. I mean, all 5 are surviving, but look at the damage that was done to drop Cows and Pontier. Barely surviving, but survive they do, and that will bolster the economy of the Canids.
Yeah, I mean, who cares if it's close?
Exactly.
You get that HP comes back after the round. TSG limited and removed. Big build on the economy, as you were kind of highlighting. Well, time to see if they can build even more off the back of that. It's 5 Glocks. Not a single upgrade. Rush out B. Or not. Molly gonna slow him down. Instead of testing Venom Zera, they might head elsewhere.
DSG did win a Glock round all the way back to Anubis, so they're probably thinking about that one as they make their approach here. There's the first for Jota onto Venom Zera, but that will quickly be neutralized, and it's all down to Urbano, who will fall as well. So no fuss, no muss for the Red Canids this time against the Glocks, and it will be a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, and Cole drops his scout off into the last round and picks up the AWP for this one. Wants to get onto the big green as fast as possible, and how could you disagree? 9-1. Big moments on that scout in round 2-4 spot. Feels like DSG maybe could have gotten a bomb plan out of that, but couldn't quite facilitate the bomb getting out. Early info gathered with regard to Ivy. 2 T's been spotted in this location, and obviously that spam going to further reinforce that.
Nice nade. Levi takes a bit of damage off of that one, down to 69. Cowes, pressure's on here towards T-Con, and he loses the duel against Urbano. Drop. Hoping for a trade, but he's got a lot to look at here between Pop Dog and T-Con. Needs to divide his attention, which could cost him, but now he's got the support of Cold Zera, so he should be okay to fade off a little bit. Back to the bomb site. As DSG have just put their foot on the brakes for now. Slowly approaching from Ivy. I think Ponter's got an advantage here.
On the first one, sure, but he's in trouble when there's 3, and wow, what a clear. Sage Z says advantage, what advantage? Really methodical for DSG now. They have all of the pieces in the right place to slowly clear out A. Fantastic flashbang, drop's gonna fall. And now it's about a save for Venom Zera and Cold Zera. That's incredible.
That's beautiful. Truly. I mean, just a fantastic work from start to finish here for DSG in this round. Flashbang on point there. Trying to clear out that connector player. No problems at all as they get right back onto that scoreboard with a second. Venom and Cold trying to save their guns. Will be important moving to that next round. I mean, they can still buy up even if they lose them, but it'll keep the economy healthy if they can retain it.
I think we saw the issues that Red Canids were having from the very, beginning of losing Cowes. Out towards A main. That's like the beginning of the end, because you saw how uncomfortable Drop was and how difficult it was for him to kind of get into a better position. Then he gets Cold Zera to come bail him out, but Cold Zera then, that means he's repositioning into not a great spot for the AWP. Not a very defensible situation. So as he rotates back over to maybe take a peek at Ivy, Ponzer goes down, and I mean, the round is done from there off a great flashbang. Catches Drop. Yeah, Cowes going down early, really hurting Red Canids' chances after that.
right, we go on. Red Canids on their CT side do have a slight edge over their T side in terms of round win percentage. 57.9% on CT side versus 53.2 on T side. And well, Urbano gets the opener. Nice run boost being pulled off by Levi, along with SHZ. Another man advantage for DSG to try and nurture here.
And that's drop caught kind of in transition over at camera. You can see the reaction once again. It's really about putting coldzera's off into a good position. Don't want to swing ahead of that smoke, but he almost timed it to perfection. Not so sure about that nade, and the molly gets extinguished. Well, just kind of tossing utility into a black hole right there, unfortunately.
Not only that, you know, by backing away from camera here, he gives up all that space into Ivy. So it's going to be difficult for them to realize where those DSG players are going to go. Levi doesn't get anything done there, and Ponter finds a second. Cowes locates Urbano, and now a 4v2 materializes. SHC tries to bring it back, and now it's up to Barton, and a 1v2 is Nate going to connect? No. coldzera dodges it, so still 2 players left for Barton to find with 25 seconds on the clock and no bomb control, but he still gets cold. Venom, last one standing, but he's heard the footsteps, decides to play it safe for now, and it's the right decision because he catches Barton with his back turned, and Red Canids will get a round back.
I mean, it's all about Ponter, though. He's the real stud in this round.
Yes.
Red Canids are really reliant on him to get that multi-kill. If he goes down, even if he's just traded, it really opens up the A bomb site. Cowes can now no longer just worry about the T-Con itself. He has to then worry about getting flanked from hell. Like, there's a lot of problems that get alleviated by the fact that Ponter's able to post a double in a very difficult position. That's lovely stuff from Ponter. That's the reason that Ponter's on this team, is his capability of doing things like this.
Look at this all-out brawl towards T-Con right now. Drop gets the first, and damage continues to be done here on towards DSG. They do get a response, and another one here would be integral, but, well, they do get it. It's just a little late. That means we're still at even numbers at a 3v3. Damage continues to be done in both directions. Urbano trying to take the space, loses the duel towards Z, though. Now it's up to Levi and Barton. And only Barton. What a shot from Cold.
A tough spot for Barton to be in twice in a row now. He had the best last time. Now it's a 1v3. Stays good on the first. coldzera locked on through Sandwich, but there's maybe a little bit of an avenue. Ponter on the back of the site. Doesn't need to take a fight. Ponter needs to be the second contact here. Priority number 1 is get the bomb, and it's right into coldzera's crosshair that Barton swings. Well played there from Red Canids. They have 5 rounds now. And it's off the back of, you know, some big moments on a couple of individuals, but coldzera, the main man, 11-2.
Set to keep an eye on him. And he's delivering as promised. Timeout forced out of DSG after losing that round because money has run out for them. Could afford a half buy here, though. Or maybe just pistol upgrades, depending on how they want to approach it. The loss bonus is still fairly good. Stage 3 will hit in the next round at 2,900.
The problem for DSG is that they haven't been able to get bomb plants. So normally the T side facilitated by the fact that, you know, their money pretty easy if you can get some bomb plants. Well, I haven't had any of those. In fact, I'm not sure that they've gotten a single bomb down.
Cowes opener. Ponter. Ooh, this is a tough spot for him. Yeah, I don't know. He just kind of got caught there, heard all the footsteps, stopped, and was in no man's land. So there's an instant upgrade there for DSG on what is effectively an eco with some pistol upgrades, as we were expecting. Red Canids still fairly comfortable, but they have to be on notice with the fact that a rifle has been given up the other way. But no body armor is still a problem here for DSG. There's the smoke that sails in. Drop in a great spot with Cowes. He is smoked off though, so now it's kind of on Cowes to do the damage. There's 1 second and Drop gets it through the smoke to support Cowes, and indeed Cowes finds the 3K.
And they find the AKs too. So that one that was given over, that's recovered easily enough for Red Canids. Been able to build somewhat consistent economy. Not out of the reasonable position yet. Or anything like that. But DSG need to start to find a couple of rounds. They don't need a crazy T side, in my opinion. They just need, 4 or 5 rounds. I'm not at all tested B. Just that Glock
Just
eco.
Yep.
Only time they've really leaned in there. And I also think that, part of that issue is that they haven't, defaulted there either. It's not just that they aren't finishing B, it's that they aren't pressuring B. Almost like that side of the map doesn't exist.
It's strange because you have that new addition of that connection in towards Long Dog, and they're not using it at all to effectively draw rotations or attention over to the other side. And Drop's going to get 3 here, and the 4K as well. SHG, the last standing Drop, is in a position to find the ace here for the Red Canids. SHZ spots Drop, but Drop sees the same of him. Drop spamming forward. There it is, the ace. All 5 going the way of Drop, and it's 7 on the board for the Red Canids.
Yeah, I mean, Drop having a big performance right there, sure. But, man, it's almost easy for him when DSG are so obviously going
It's
A.
telegraphed. Yeah.
He really is. I just don't... I also don't know if it's going to be so obvious. That needs to be a really punchy execute, which we did not see. Some good Molotovs that make it difficult to play up on top of the trains. These details that I think are missing currently for DSG.
I mean, the one advantage of New Train are the quick rotations, which is what I was trying to lean into there from B to A, and DSG aren't using it. Now, they are finally defaulting in the direction of the B site. Something you called them out on here, Vincent, in that previous round. The thing is, it's with the pistols again, and they haven't gone with the guns to this bomb site. So, I mean, still possible for them to pull this off, but Red Canids have a couple of players posted up. Venom's near oil, and you have Cold.
I mean,
right outside of CT. Yep.
It's also a matter of what you don't see on the other areas of the map that allow them to really easily just stack this. It's going to be a very fast rotation. 2 players in Z already.
So many opportunities to throw that util in the opposite direction as well. And there's Drop again. Almost back-to-back aces. It's a 4K for him this time as Cold gets in on the mix. And it's an 8th round for Red Canids. And you're right. It's just so easy for the Red Canids to know where to go because DSG aren't using those multiple opportunities to get utility deployed in towards A, right? You can throw it from the tunnels through brown halls. There's windows, 2 windows right above where you can toss some smoke, some flashes or something to attract attention in towards the A site, but instead they just dedicate everything towards B. To their credit, though, it is a half buy, right? They don't have all the util that they would have in a round like this, so maybe we'll get a more complex take here coming through into this round.
Needs to be that complex take. I'm in agreement. That's a fair point that you make. But unfortunately, Urbano already starting this round at, less than half HP. He's about to go down. Cal is taking tons of damage for it. But, I mean, you call that a win, right? 5-on-4 to start with. Levi is already low.
Well, at least they get a good take going on there between Pop Dog and T-Con to find a couple of frags, but you still got a lot of damage taken from Jota and Levi, and there's one of the low players gone. Ponter finds another. Barton doing work by himself, makes it a 1v2 briefly until Venom Zera pulls it back. Rug pulled out from under them as the Red Canids get a 9th.
I mean, at no point for DSG is there any smoke and mirrors. There's no sort of even conversation about there being a fake or non-commitment. If they start moving in one direction, DSG, it's gonna be that direction. Period. End of story. That's the conversation done and dusted. And that's why Red Canids can just flood Z. as soon as they start to get that contact, they see 3 players plus, they know that that's coming, and the full utility starts to fly in. They know that this is a commitment, and that's why it's a huge surprise when Venom Zero's the 3rd guy on the back of the A bomb site. They're like, well, they're all here. Well, yeah, because you never go anywhere else. I think that DSG, you know, I'm making an assumption that they're probably a little bit surprised. Well, Venom Zero gets that surprise because Red Canids can just consistently go wherever DSG first make contact.
There is no real lurk for DSG right now. I think that's the major issue. You need to have your lurk kind of creating some kind of noise somewhere else on the map in order to allow for takes like that to work more effectively, and it's just not happening. They all have to just look in one direction, and now they're going to head in towards the B site. Some util has been tossed in the direction of A to attract the attention, but again, there's nothing really off of it. You just throw util into a void, and then DSG try to group up and hit a site. Look where Cowis is. No one's clearing long, dog. You have to have a look here.
And how could they know? I think Cowis has barely ever been in this position, but they've never really pushed it before. You know, occasionally they're there late, but Cowis, big surprise, and it's 3 kills as he knocks him down. More support right behind him in the form of drop if he needs it.
You're leaving util on the ground for all those players. You can throw a flash or something to at least try to peek that a little more effectively, a pop flash through, and you're blinding Cowis. Instead, Cowis has 3 fights where he's not fussed at all, aside from controlling his aim and his spray. And he does that really well. 13 frags on the board for him, Drop, and Cold Zera. On the other side, it's just, there's not much to speak of. SHD has managed to slip out here from Pop Dog, but I believe Drop has spotted him. So, and you have Ponter coming in on flank. This round is probably over anyway.
Yeah, it was just very contained. You know, they like sort of have a little bit of space, but it's fake. You know, it's not real. It's conceded by Red Canids to an end, and that end is Ponter's eventual activation. Though he didn't get any of the kills, he was the one to speed them up, if you will. 10-2, man.
Jeez.
What a half from Red Canids. And, you know, I want to give Red Canids credit, but genuinely, you know, just some good shooting on their part. DSG has made this easy.
I think if you put it down to just a duel in terms of aim, the Red Canids are going to win this 9 times out of 10. That's the problem, right, for DSG. What was working for them was being clever on Anubis in particular, being strategic about their approaches on their T side and CT side, and really outplaying the Red Canids. Now they're not doing that at all on their T side. It was very, very one-dimensional, coming through from them pretty much round after round. Yes, we saw something a little bit different in that maybe the last 2 rounds, but still the way it ends is always easy to read for the Red Canids, and they never really were blinded that much or dealt much of a blow in terms of the util. And if you can't do that on your T side, the CTs are just going to cruise to victory pretty much every single time here on Train.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many variations of the CT side and what they can do on this map. That's the problem. If you don't have the details of some of those executes, you know, and even just like the pathing to be very good. That never got started. Yeah, very, very one-sided. You take a peek at the odds up at the top, basically maxed out in favor of Red Canids.
No surprise, given the way this one has transpired, going all the way back to Nuke. It's crazy to think DSG won the pistol too in the first half, and they only get 1 round after that. And it wasn't even on the conversion. It was a singular round in number 5, I believe it was. Anyway, Venom Zera charging through, can't get the opener, traded by Drop. SHZ needs to be big here with the crossfire setup. They've got support from the flank as well, and in fact, this one should be going DSG's way again here on the pistol.
Tell you what DSG can do, that's win pistol rounds. Cold Zera alone, and Shota with some clean shots. He's just doubled his kills. He ends the half on 2. Now he has 4. And normally I would be congratulating DSG and talking about how that's a great start to a potential comeback. The problem is that Red Canids have, you know, very consistently now started to win on these force buys. I say that. Red Canids not currently looking like they're forcing.
Kind of surprising, because we've seen those forces come through on T side even without bomb plants recently. And given their success on the force buys, you think they'd try for it, but I guess they're happy to have that 7-round cushion. And they're just going to wait until the economy recovers in the following round. And obviously a bomb plant here would further bolster their buy up in the next.
I really love it. I think this is my ideal way. If I'm calling a game, this is what I like to do. You have all these rounds to work with. Why the hell waste them, right? Get an eco, get the guns out, and then play the game you want to play rather than, at the end of the map thinking, well, we really didn't have very many real gun rounds. Well, it's aggressive force buying that can kind of do that unless your strat book is made for that.
No, I do agree. And it becomes a factor a lot quicker in MR12 than it did in MR15.
True.
Haunter. Gonna peek off that flash. I mean, they're trying to burn as much util as they can off of DSG, and they've done it all, honestly. They have nothing left. How does that come through? That's just Glocks just raining down upon SHZ. Jota with the instant trade. Now Barton's gonna take care of business as well, and it's okay. They only lose one. As it will be DSG converting off of their pistol round this time, but it was only against Glocks. Here come the rifles.
This is where things are legit now. Both on both cases, actually, for Red Canids, right, getting an opportunity to start, actually having a T side and DSG for conversation of a comeback that, I mean, honestly and truthfully, I don't think we can even start to talk about yet.
No, we have to wait a little bit longer because the gun rounds haven't been good at all for DSG over the last two maps. Including this map, of course, in that.
This is that slower side of Red Canids that you've been talking about a lot.
Mm-hmm.
They really just looking to receive any aggression upper B right now. And then as that doesn't come through, how they honestly kind of look like they're just setting up for the exec. I don't know if there's going to be a lot of weight in here.
Already in a good spot, so why not send it? Give yourselves more time to take the site, then yeah, here we go. 1 minute on the clock. They're already trying to go in. An incendiary lands at their feet, but it's going to get diffused by the smoke. Barton waiting here. Oh, he's in a lot of trouble now, losing that chance at an opening duel. He only gets one before he's immediately traded, and Drop continues his incredible work here on Train, up to 18 frags now. Urbano and Jota just on a mission to save. What a take of B.
Yeah, honestly, it didn't even feel like it was too crazy of an execute, but those flashes really successful, make it very difficult for the rest of the hold to actually happen. Barton perma-blind, and then once he has vision, once that starts to return, he's in a position where he's getting flanked from two different angles. They've already scaled up sidewalk, and he's just chilling next to the bomb train.
Yeah.
Getting wrecked from both left and the right. Venoms are dead. I feel like he's perfectly fine.
Hard to read the bombs. Honestly,
on train, man.
On train.
I feel like I'm good at most of them. I'm bad on train.
Yeah. It's a new map. It's all right. 11-4 in favor of the Red Canids. They continue their dominance on gun rounds. And this is the last chance for DSG. 4 A1Ss, the Scout, money's run dry. The next round will be catastrophic in terms of buy-up if they don't get one right here. Barton's trying to go fast. Oh, he eats the util down to 38, and his nade actually does 0 damage. Even though it lands right next to the Red Canids, it was short of the lip of that drop-off. And as a result, they walk in scot-free.
Barton's already in a tough spot. He's calling in for a little bit support, but yeah, Jota's here to throw a flashbang for him, but it might be too little too late.
This is the same execute as we saw in the previous round, and I mean, look, this time maybe Barton's in a better spot behind the smoke. No, he gets spammed as he's watching a player drop down in front of him, and Drop gets one to the head of Jota as he's falling. Oh my goodness. Red Canids are just not to be stopped here. After a shaky map number 1, these last two have delivered as we expected of a squad that's stacked in terms of firepower.
Yeah, and the details on these executes are really looking good as well. I mean, we talked about that coming in as some of the things that Red Canids have looked good at. I know we've been pretty rough on them because of some of the ways that they've looked, especially on that Anubis. But yeah, that spam, I think a good point of just like well drilled team, where they've run that 100 times. And they kind of understand what the weaknesses potentially are, what the counter is. Urbano's the last to survive. He barely does survive. Only one rifle recovering for DSG.
Better than nothing, but yeah, as I mentioned, the money kind of in a very tumultuous spot, to say the least, for them. They will be able to afford a couple of MP9s, I think. No, actually, they go for only one MP9, 3 pistols, and the saved A1S. This is still rough, even with the saved rifle. The Red Canids, I don't see how they could mess this one up. I don't know why I said that, because I feel like I just cursed them, but it's okay.
You might have. They got 8 chances, though. I think that's the more important thing, even if this round were to go wrong somehow. But probably not going to get a better opportunity on a closer. 3 pistols. ESG, they've just invested most of the rest of their utility. They've got a couple smokes remaining.
This is when the Red Canids can frustrate their opposition, because they can go for those quick takes, but then slow it down to the point where you really want to find a duel. You're itching for that early advantage, but the Red Canids don't give it to you. They just wait and wait and wait and frustrate you. 50 seconds left now as they readjust in towards the A site. Cowiz throws a piece of util for T-Con, which will allow him to gain the space forward without having to worry about anyone being here. The adjustment has been made for DSG. The thing is, if they don't go A, which they still might not, the B site is exceptionally vulnerable. Only one player here, and he's already fading off into Z.
And the bomb's here.
Sorry, go ahead. I just wanted to say, Vincent, that this is what DSG wasn't doing, right? With their util.
No doubt. And look how isolated Urbano is. Martin gets there fast. That's very quick. Nice work from Drop, though, to cover off the Z crawl back. Bomb gonna cross. They're even waiting for SHC to walk through. They actually deny the bomb plant, but it's not gonna deny the round. Red Canids will take the victory. They top Group B here in Thunderpick, South America.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, to finish my thought there, how you execute on train. You throw util on both sides of the map, you use the clock to your advantage, you confuse the CTs so that they have absolutely no idea where you're going to go. They're rotating back and forth until finally you execute, and they are on the back foot. And that's exactly what happened there for the Red Canids. So, I mean, we did, like you said, praise their T sides at the beginning of this series, but we only really got to see it on map 2, and in particular here on train, although only briefly, right?
Yeah, I mean, but you saw the details kind of work out for them. They saw, they were so confident in their execute, even to run the same execute twice over.
Yes.
I mean, it worked twice over, despite some adjustments from the CTs. That's the point to be made. And yeah, the Nuke looked very good as well. Yeah, a good recovery. And to be honest with you, listen, I know that Anubis was rough. And I think that is still true. But that is actually the best 2 maps I've seen in a row from Red Canids in like a month. So I think that's like positive signs walking out of that. Believe it or not. I know I've been here before. I've said this before, but for real this time, maybe.
No, I do agree with you, Vincent. Honestly, that was very convincing from them. And we kind of expect that to happen on a more consistent basis. But I don't know. Maybe throughout Thunderpick it will. They do advance now because they're the 2-0 team. They don't have to worry about any more matches for a little while. Now it's up to the teams that have lost here to come through and try to stay alive.
Yeah, it's a chance at the very least, right, for Red Canids to get a little break and get, maybe settle themselves, because that's the thing. There's been a lot of Counter-Strike for them the last few days, so maybe that's something that can help them out. I don't know if you have the bracket. If we do, can we take a peek at it? Because that does leave some of the other teams here in Group B in a tough position. That is DSG now fighting for their tournament life. Bounty Hunters, SELVA, that's to happen to tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. And I presume Bounty Hunter's probably going to be seeing that one. So very exciting DSG Bounty Hunters game, especially because their map pools really overlap. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun if that's how it goes down.
I agree. I think that I'd imagine Bounty Hunters should be able to push it through. They pushed Red Canids to the limit today. I feel like SELVA's a team that they should be able to take care of. And then I don't know who I would pick as a winner between DSG and Bounty Hunters. Maybe Bounty Hunters because of the way DSG folded on these last two maps up against the Red Canids. But still, South America, I'll say it now, I'll say it again another time probably. Very difficult to predict right now in terms of where the teams are at.
Yeah, tough times, that's for sure. But what we do know, right, it's through, and we'll get a chance to take a peek at the lower side of this this Group B bracket, though, tomorrow. With all that being said, that's kind of ended off for us here tonight. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. It's been a blast. We'll see you tomorrow for more stuff here from Thunderpick World Championship South America.